The LYA contacts of Professor Hernandez in the 70s. She said she was from Andromeda. Note: please see the links in the description section of this video to find the original article and how to find late Wendelle Stevens' book, Extraterrestrials Are Among Us. Scholarly historical UFO accounts suggest human-looking extraterrestrials living among us. Compiled by Dr. Michael Sala et al., a University of Mexico tenured medical professor who met with an extraterrestrial, posing as an ordinary civilian, helps corroborate claims of human extraterrestrials living among us. This professor was also a senior member of the Mexican Atomic Energy Commission. The professor used the pseudonym of Professor Hernandez and worked with a Mexican journalist, Zitha Rodriguez, to release details of his contact in the early 1970s. It all began in 1972, with a voice in his head, leading him to scientific breakthroughs in his own medical research in immunology, which brought him special recognition by his peers. Professor Hernandez knew the ideas were not his own, because he had no background in developing them. They came to his mind full-blown, as though someone who knew perfectly well what he was talking about had explained them to him in detail. Later in that year he was approached by the author of that voice in his head, and it turned out to be a beautiful extraterrestrial woman who said he could call her aliens, which he changed to LYA for short. She met him several times on the university campus before she went any further. LYA wore a dark pantsuit of some very fine material that the professor could not quite identify. She had dark eyes and wore dark hair shoulder length. She walked our streets and breathed our ambient air with no difficulty. She even drank fruit juice with him at a sidewalk lunch table as they talked. She was obviously far better educated than Hernandez, and he was considered one of his country's foremost scientists. When the professor questioned LYA's extreme intelligence and the source of her superior knowledge, she took him into her confidence and told him that she was not from this planet, that she came from another world in a group of stars we called Andromeda. He thought she meant the Andromeda galaxy at first. On a subsequent meeting she guided him to a secluded desert area outside of Mexico City and took him aboard her disc-shaped spacecraft. There, she showed him many scientific wonders, and at one point took him to a viewing screen where she worked some controls and brought up an image of a star field in the screen. She showed him some guide stars in Cassiopeia and in Andromeda constellation, and then showed him where her home sun was in relation to those other stars. LYA told Mr. Hernandez that there were many space races far more advanced than men of Earth who were also coming here for exploration, observation, and study of our humanity, about to enter a point where we would either join others in space travel and exploration, or we would eliminate ourselves in a suicidal employment of our primitive technology. We had become a society of some interest to many. LYA picked the professor up and took him on trips on her spacecraft on 4 occasions. One of them was a small 5-meter diameter Explorer. Another was a 60-meter intermediate ship that carried a number of the smaller ones. And one time he was taken to a much larger mother ship that was a mobile support base for several of the intermediate class. She said that they had many teams working in our solar system and here, and they had many Earth contactees. She told the professor of another contactee being used by a different contact team from her society who lived in Chicago. His name was Thomas Haskins, and he was a black man who lived in the South Side. Professor Hernandez ultimately met Haskins and they compared notes. LYA also told the professor of other space-traveling races carrying out operations on this planet, including, remarkably, some contacts by Pleiades with a one-armed man who lives in Switzerland. This was mentioned to the professor in 1976, before anything on the Pleiades contacts in Switzerland had been released outside of a very small local group of people around that mon. Hernandez's story was investigated by Lieutenant Colonel Wendelle Stevens, who corresponded with Zitha Rodriguez. Stevens found many similarities with other contactee cases even though Hernandez could not have known of these. He decided to translate Rodriguez's book of Hernandez's experiences and eventually concluded that Hernandez was credible. As in the Adamski and Menger cases, Hernandez reveals that his extraterrestrial contact could easily blend into the Mexican population. In contrast to the Adamski and Menger cases, LYA was alone and did not appear to have a body. While she did not own a car, she knew how to navigate Mexico City's road system to ensure that Hernandez could reach the destination of her flying vehicle. Her ability to meet with Hernandez in city locations and knowledge of how to travel to rural areas, again suggests familiarity with the location and customs of the native population. It is not only contactees that have discussed extraterrestrials living among us, there are also the testimonies of highly credible whistleblowers who make similar claims. In 1984, with his contacts still going on, Professor Hernandez could no longer be reached by Zitha Rodriguez, or others researchers who had made contact with him as a contactee, and nothing of him has been discovered of him since, though both private and police detectives have continually searched. A full 224-page report on these contacts has been published as UFO Contact from Andromeda, by Wendelle Stevens. Some of it below. The beginning. LYA, a woman of extraterrestrial origin, beautiful, intelligent and noble, arrived at a most unexpected moment in my life. Nevertheless, this came to pass several years before I understood the magnitude of her presence on our planet Earth. I was able to count almost 50 years of age when I saw her for the first time. I was already at that time a confirmed skeptic of all that related to parapsychology, telekinesis, and incredible phenomena such as spontaneous combustion, but above all I believed it a waste of time to believe in the existence of extraterrestrial beings. I shared the opinion of many scientists concerning evolution. Also, I had carried on long conversations with astronomer colleagues who had assured me of never having seen anything floating or flying in space that were not our satellites or spacecraft sent into space by men of Earth. My mind was blank on this aspect. It began to fill as I matured, and I knew that as a university professor I could not give credit to that which lately they have called pseudoscience. I had not only commented on this with my students concerning themes of importance, but with my own colleagues as well. I felt completely accomplished, absolutely satisfied with life. However, I knew that I was beginning to reach maturity because my thoughts returned frequently to the past, but my present was really fulfilled. I had the privilege of being counselor to the majority of my students. Into this circumstantial arena she came. LYA appeared in my life so suddenly that I had to let several years elapse to begin to describe the presence and teachings of her. I felt at the time that the point of departure was not so far away, and that the end of my existence approached irresistibly, like the goal of the runner or like the set of the sun in the west. I believed that my professional stage was finalizing without imagining in the least that LYA would bring to my existence something for which to fight. It came in the moment in which the love for things became indelible. It came at the time when circumstances move one emotionally, the age in which nothing is rejected, and on the other hand, yes, all is possible. At this time I feel thankful with the world, with God, for all that which has been granted me without my having merited it. My parents had wrapped me in diapers soft as silk at birth, and the first air that I breathed had a pleasing scent of roses from the enormous garden that surrounded the house. Now I have 3 beautiful children and wife. What could I possibly desire? Thinking on this, I waited, with resignation, the winter of my life. The fruit of my existence had filled my life of satisfactions. Each day that passed teaching classes at the university gave me the satisfaction of having sown the seeds of knowledge, and that precisely this had been my great opportunity. My walk through the wide roads of this world had not been sterile. As tenured professor of the university, and as investigator of nuclear mathematical physics, I knew that I had arrived at the limits of my professional life. I perceived the respect of my superiors. Years before I had received a national prize in physics. Thus, in these circumstances was when LYA came to me, and I must admit that since then never left my mind nor my heart. I was not a youth easily influenced. I was well rooted in my habits, and likewise as well in my opinions. But, how did this all begin? Was there anything magic in the encounter? Was it accidental or intentional? I never knew. The 14th of November 1972. Today, Tuesday, while I was at the university attending a conference on odontopediatrics, I saw her for the first time. I was standing at the back of the room. There was a beautiful young woman of slightly oriental characteristics, white skin and slender body. Her hair was long and dark, and fell languidly over her shoulders. She was dressed entirely in black, wearing tailored slacks and blouse of the same material, which to me seemed like laminated plastic. She had persistent light green eyes. It seemed like her eyes were pointed directly at me, and I could feel her gaze even in the obscurity of the room. There was an instant in which our looks coincided, and I felt a strange chill run over my whole body. Despite my vain attempts to concentrate on the exposition of the class, I could not. In my mind the figure of that young woman, as enigmatic as fascinating, remained etched. But when I again looked toward the group I noticed that she was no longer there. I searched the room to see if I could find her seated in some other place, but no, she was not there. I looked toward the door, and it occurred to me that this had been closed. At that time I did not deem it important. The first shadows of evening had already appeared when the exposition ended. I went to the parking lot and got into my car. I was experiencing a strange sensation of well-being, and I unconsciously turned on the radio to listen for the news, but it did not work right. I could hear only heavy static. Perhaps the antenna, I thought. But, upon checking this, I found it all right. I tried to synchronize the apparatus without success. I could tune nothing in. I was about to turn the radio off when I heard a new noise. More new static and then silence. After that I began to clearly hear a hollow, metallic voice that slowly began to articulate words in perfect Spanish. Finally the voice spoke without interference and said in perfect accent, "You are connected to our frequency, Earthman. You have entered the primary phase and it will be easy in what follows, which I want to repeat. You are going to have news." I was disconcerted, but at that moment I did not relate the one thing with the other. Later, some time after the voice had disappeared, I continued thinking and trying to discover the significance of this. The radio remained dead for a little more than a half hour. After the same manner that the frequency had gone, I heard a melody. The route to my house seemed long, but later I noticed with surprise that I had been making big circles, as if, subconsciously, I did not want to get to my destination. I shook my head, which had begun to feel heavy, trying to dismiss these ideas. At that time I did not connect the voice of the message with the woman I had seen at the university. A little while later I was comfortably seated in my favorite chair with a refreshment at hand, reading, when I fell into a profound sleep. The 18th of December 1972. More than a month passed. I had almost forgotten the encounter with a woman, as attractive as mysterious. Today I got up without ever imagining that I would have another encounter with her. This time it was in a place completely different. It happened in an open-air restaurant along the Avenida Insurgentes. While I was breakfasting with Carlos, a friend and colleague for years, I looked toward the entrance door and I saw her. Yes, I saw her. In the light of day her beauty stood out. In her were combined characteristics as exotic as natural, but her personality was such that she could project not only the tenderness, which always characterized her, but upon seeing her I felt a mixture of tenderness, of knowledge, of peace and internal tranquility. She was accompanied by a man dressed in a uniform with an insignia on the left side of his breast. It was a gold triangle inside of which was a blue circle. The man was stylishly good-looking also and a little taller than her. LYA must measure more than 1.90 meters. He almost touched the top of the door with his head. Instinctively I got to my feet. The look of Carlos and the ridiculousness of my reaction made me remember that I should not be so impulsive. "What happened?" asked Carlos. "Pardon me, I thought it was another person whom I have not seen in some time," I said, lying. At 5 in the afternoon I had to teach a class, and I looked at my watch. It was scarcely 10 in the morning. I needed to know who she was, but why such sudden interest renewed in a woman of much beauty but of whom I knew absolutely nothing? After we finished eating, Carlos and I left for the university. I decided along the way that I would begin to investigate the beautiful woman. I reviewed my listings of students, but there was no new student such as her, nor did I have knowledge of the presence of any person as an auditor in my class. For then I decided that here I would begin to take a certain care to only see her. Of one thing I was convinced. She was real. She was not a vision created by my mind. She really existed. It was not until the 12th of January when I had my third encounter. The classroom was darkened. This was because I was projecting slides to illustrate my lecture. While I was running the transparencies she entered. At the moment I was stunned. Here again was the woman, always dressed in black. She had entered at the moment I was discussing the most important point. Perhaps my students had not observed my disturbance in the obscurity of the room, and also because the transparencies were occupying their attention. I felt her gaze, seeming that her eyes had their own light. She stared fixedly, without blinking. But far from feeling nervousness, her gaze infused an indescribable calm and inner peace. I was trying to calculate her age. I thought she might be 30 years old. That was a little old to be my student, but considering that there are people who study for 2 or more careers, this detail could pass unnoticed. When the class ended, I turned on the lights only to observe that she had disappeared in the shadow of the doorway. I opened a path through my students, but when I finally could get out she was no longer there. I asked a youth who had been near the door if he had seen a woman of her characteristics. He looked at me like one would observe a bacterium under a microscope and glancing with sneer answered negatively. During my 25 years as a professor never has anything like this happened to me before. I felt grieved. I blamed myself. I am 50 years old and I am acting like an adolescent in his first passes as a conquistador. I went back into the room, picked up my books and secured the projector and transparencies and left. I still had to walk a good distance before getting to my automobile. Meanwhile I walked reflectively. I got in my car and headed for my house. Ever since then and without my suspecting it, someone in some part of the universe has been making plans to establish some kind of friendship with me. But, was my imagination more fantastic than I could have dreamed? And why a skeptic? Why me? Thus began to knit and turn for me the maze of knowledge that filled my consciousness, of doubts, of illusion. But still it lacked the most important part. From Chapter 2. Our first discussion. The 22nd of December 1974. Due to the intense work that we were engaged in at the laboratory of the university, some colleagues and I had agreed to finalize all the tests which would take us to the end still in time for vacation. This was very important as we were working on a new vaccine. The empty classrooms were cold and full of silence. The air felt lighter and the gardens lay resting from their normal activity. While analyzing a cell under the microscope, I imagined that the solitude might inspire us to carry on our labor. While awaiting the cellular reaction, I leaned my head against the window to feel the weak rays of the sun that came through the glass. It was a cold day, but absolutely clear. Beautiful. While looking toward the hallway, I saw her. Standing out beside a door, she looked directly toward where I was. She gave me the impression that I had known her all my life. As I looked at her I felt a relaxation such that it produced in me an incredible happiness. Emotionally reinvigorated should be the word. And if I had sang and danced, it would not have seemed strange to me. I experienced also an undefinable association between her and I, still at a distance. Her presence seemed completely familiar to me. It was as if something in my interior awaited her without having advised me. I turned my work over to a colleague and went down, a little to be sure she was still there, and another such impulse that I didn't know what, which attracted me irresistibly toward that place. At 2 or 3 meters I stopped. She smiled, but in her smile there was no evil, nor any coquetteness. It was a sweet look and therefore a candid smile, like one who greets with pleasure the return of a friend. "Good day, Professor." She greeted me. "Good day, Senorita," was my response. I looked at her profoundly while she extended her hand. "It may seem strange, but to me you seem so familiar, so well known, that I would judge that you and I have already had a pact at a level of friendship." I told her. "Professor, I have come to look for you. I have tried to make these encounters, having come precisely to see you. The strangeness is not that you have expected to see me, but that you would have the occasion to see and hear afterward." "You have come to find me?" I asked, full of surprise. "Thus it is. My name is LYA, and on the Earth, as well as in other parts of the universe, my mission is to investigate all types of intelligent life, its association with the planet, its adaptability, and the biological social prolongation in its development." "What are you trying to say? What other parts of the universe?" "I shall explain, Professor. I am not of this planet. I come from one that is thousands of light years from Earth. I am part of an investigative group." "How?" I asked, still without believing what I was hearing. "Yes, I know that you do not believe now this that I tell you. Members of the group to which I belong and I have tried to open telepathic communication, but we felt that this could have disturbed you a little emotionally, for which we decided on direct communication. You are an objective and analytical man. It will be very difficult for us to overcome your skepticism. You yourself at the end of all this will be able to analyze with empathy all that I have said to you. We know that you do not believe all that you receive through the bioelectric telepathic stimulus. You are an honest receiver, but our intentions would not change the results if we did not speak to you directly. What is it that you are intending? To make me leave my way of life? I have heard of persons who spend their life jumping from one fantasy to another, but what you say surpasses the limits of imagination." I said, getting angry. "No, Professor, I know that for you it is difficult to believe, but finally you will accept our existence, which is not as brain-busting as the existence of the human being on the Earth. Or, do you believe perhaps that a being of this planet would be able to doubt your existence still while I am looking at you?" Momentarily I felt confused. "Pardon. Point 1 must go to my work. I said in a manner of excuse. Look, Professor. Peer directly into my eyes and think of something that interests you. Or something that is not fixed in your cerebral neurons, though being imaginative. To yourself. And that, why? I can know what you think. She added. I laughed incredulously. Try it. She insisted. I could not lose anything. I closed my eyes and in my mind I began to pronounce the Greek alphabet. Oh, no, Professor, she said, the Greek alphabet is too simple. Think of something else. Ask me a question in your mind. I mentally asked, is it true that you come from another planet? She answered me, yes. I could have been surprised, or perhaps she could have made me nervous. Nevertheless, I felt profoundly relaxed and also experimented with unusual mental concentration. If in truth you come from another planet, how is it that you speak perfectly in Spanish? I asked. On my world they take very little time to learn a language. We dedicate ourselves to knowledge. It takes us very little time to know a planet in all its totality. What do you want, or what do they want of me? I asked. Not only of you, she responded. We hope that we will be given the opportunity to explain all that has been discussed with us. Because of our presence here on Earth, many are afraid, terrified. They look on us as divine beings, celestials, but we nevertheless are like you, with some variations. We love life. It seems to us an affront to the same universe that the intelligent beings live opting for the mistaken line. They express themselves with violence and live in ignorance. But the rescue of worlds such as yours is not permitted, at least to us. Nor are we permitted to defend other people who live in constant bellicosity and live in constant fear of other people through extended frontier lines. Your planet has no overseer. No part of the Earth carries this distinction. That is what we study. We analyze the life, also of planets like yours. We study the beings who possess a short life, like you for example, and also we study the human reaction faced with death. Why do you say planets like ours? I inquired. Because on planets like ours death does not exist, or there are almost no deaths to speak of. And for this you have come? Perhaps you are representatives of a new religion for which you are proselyting? I must say I am feeling little thanks, thinking that I am the victim of some scheme. No, Professor. Don't think that. In the same manner that you are carrying out an investigation of cellular reaction to obtain, or to try to obtain, a vaccine, in the same way we work to eradicate many similar factors that could prejudice a great number of races which, distributed throughout the universe, do not know or have lost the capacity of knowledge concerning the eradication of antigens. How do you know what I am working on? I asked in surprise. I know much about you. Ask and I will respond. How is it that there are races that do not die? How old are you? The cellular degeneration brought as a consequence of decrepitude or old age produces a constant anxiety in a human being. The fear of dying or to cease being is reflected in the fear that man has of death. Many races have found the way to prolong life. This for you would be a secret that has ceased being such in my world, in which biological prolongation is no secret, but now universal knowledge. About my age, I am young in relation to many of my race type. I am almost 900 years old. Or 9 centuries if you prefer it that way. I will respond to many of your questions, but for now I desire that you meditate on our discussion, that you not comment on, not for now. I may surprise you that at times I am near to you, very near. For now I want you to know that, when our conversation is still telepathic you can sometimes produce it yourself. Our combination will be as direct as you permit. And if I deny it? I asked, still incredulous, though no less flattered to be conversing with such a beautiful woman. She looked at me a long time, reading perhaps each of my thoughts. Then she said, "We not deny it, Professor, you were educated. The same as I, you try to apply all the physiological knowledge that is at hand to know me still more. You fear that I am playing a prank on you, and desire to submit me to some study to understand my mind. I, Professor, could refuse to respond, and nevertheless I have come to this, to converse with you about your world, about the future of this fabulous planet called Earth. I can tell you that not only we have been visiting your Earth. There are many civilizations which have done this, and almost all are in agreement that your world is a privileged place. For now, Professor, be a little calm, relax. And will guard our secret. In due time we can talk." She extended her hand in goodbye. I wanted to take myself out of all this. I felt fear. It seemed to me that I could be stopped at a point from which I might be easily pushed. Was I the victim of a joke? Who would be interested in playing such on me? Perhaps someone who well knew my points of view concerning beings of other worlds. But, are they reading my mind this way? Speaking Greek also. This was still at the point of begin. The rest, the unknown, the surprising, the incredible would come with the passage of the months, with the transpiring of years. And nobody would leave off questioning me. Why me? From Chapter 3. Lethal Built Around the Planet. The 22nd of April 1975. I did not ask for it. Nor did I even think about it, but nevertheless I am traveling in the spaceship with LYA. I had gone to participate in a conference on the theme of effective neutralizers for anesthesia. That afternoon I felt particularly exhausted. I had been speaking for almost 2 hours without interruption. At the end of the lecture I still had, among my notes, several unanswered questions. Some students and I went out into the corridor, still talking a little as we parted and went our separate ways. As I headed for the parking lot I scarcely imagined that LYA was waiting for me in the car. She smiled candidly. My expression of surprise must have seemed amusing. "Hello," she said in greeting. "Hello," I responded. "Are you in much of a hurry?" "No, it is only that I want to rest," I said. "Would you like to go on a mission as co-pilot?" I introduced the key into the door, still without answering. I placed my papers and my portfolios in the rear seat and sat down. I started the motor and turned to look at her. Today has been an especially tiring day. All morning at the university, lunch at midday, and all afternoon in conference. Couldn't this be another day? I asked, almost pleading. It was quiet for a moment and I turned to look toward the exit. In a low voice she said, "It is important. I cannot assure you that you will have another opportunity like this." "And this mission, is it very far?" I asked. "That depends very much on how your concepts of time and space are developed." "Very well," I said as I locked the door. "If it is not too far, I accept." How far it was I could not imagine, since for her, time and distance do not exist. Nor had she considered whether it was too late or too early to undertake some action. I never saw her look at a watch. Nor did I know that neither space nor distance needed any hurry. Her people, her folk, and perhaps beings of other worlds with the same characteristics as her, do not know the limitations of this so-called time, distance or space. For her, to exist is it, simply, without the limits of timetable or distance. LYA lived at entire liberty. En route, while I was stopped for a red light semaphore, she said to me, "Close your eyes." I obeyed. I felt her hand touch my forehead. At that instant the muscles of my face relaxed, my head cleared, my mind concentrated, and my body little by little began to recover its vigor, all this at the contact of her hand. "There it is," she said, signaling the light turned green. "Let us go." "Toward where?" I asked. "Go toward the north, I will guide you." After 2 hours and a half this way, we came to a trunk route between Hidalgo and Onoritaro. We stopped at a separated place where there was an abundance of cactus. It was quite late. I looked at my watch. 9:30 p.m. now. I began to feel anxiety about the prospect of a possible assault. Again I was tired, or could it be nervousness? Again the hand on my forehead. Once more the vigor recuperated. All was silent. "We are going to park here," she said, indicating a place to one side of the road. "We were going to get out here?" I asked in surprise. "To leave the car in this place could be dangerous for you and for me too," I said, admitting my cowardice. "We have to walk toward there," she said, while her finger indicated a place that could not be distinguished in the dark. "But, LYA, this car is my major possession, and if it is stolen, how will we return?" "You don't have to worry. We have avoided anybody being able to see your car from any angle." I put my hand down on the car. She took my hand at the wrist and I began to experience a genuine confidence. I let go of my fears, my worries, even the most hidden, or those of distant times that live in the most profound regions of my psyche. At that moment I felt an indescribable happiness. We began to walk. "To where do we go?" I asked. "We will fly around your world," she responded. I looked at her, trying to discover if this was some kind of a joke. Her face had acquired an unusual seriousness for her. "Now?" I asked, stuttering. "Yes, now. Couldn't this wait? What you will see today." "Can't not wait, Professor." It was unusual that I would go at the hand of LYA, always with me behind her, bewildered more that it was dark, and opening my eyes wider at each step. For her it was routine. For me everything was surprising. A round object of more or less 3 meters diameter was some meters in front of us. LYA took out an apparatus of metal that was like a small box of cigarettes and pressed a button. At that moment the door of that ship opened itself from below and we went through into the interior by means of a small ladder. We sat down. There were only 2 seats. She sat down before what would be a computer console with bars of colors illuminated as if they were in operation. She touched a small lever with various buttons and pressed one. The ladder retracted through the small port and the opening closed. The ship silently rose into the air. In front of us a window opened as if someone parted a veil, and there appeared in front of my surprised eyes the lights of the cities. After that tiny points and supposedly oceans. From that I deduced that we were flying at a fantastic velocity. The Earth withdrew more and more, and thus I could contemplate the night, the stars, and later dozens of satellites of all types orbiting the Earth. Far beyond was a light of pale blue or lilac that marked the line that divides night and day, and I understood that all is not completely dark, nor is all absolutely light on my world. I looked at LYA who, absorbed, seemed to be looking likewise at me. "This is a voyage of exploration," she said, "not precisely routine, though to you it might seem so," she said. "Part here. On the UFO trip with LYA." Then we reel some fast forward into the trip where she told him of many SCI things, and also on how there are at bases on some objects in our sun system, and how the Mars moons were artificial. Just here she talked about how the air/oxygen problem was fixed. The oxygen can also be concentrated to a level sufficient for one planet, in which it is indispensable to realize experiences, where, in the scarcity of oxygen, they construct transparent cupolas out of solid titanium imbued with crystallized oxygen, which is then placed in a resupplier of oxygen. In this manner it can obtain for itself an ample supply in a determined place. The superior civilizations continually advance in their scientific plans so much that in actuality it is not necessary to concentrate oxygen in cupolas like we do it, but they transform all of the planet in accordance to its needs. For this I tell you that it is very important that you know the principal energies of the molecule. At least you should understand that in space all is controlled to a level of energy by inertia. What else have you seen in your crystal ball? I asked sardonically and amused. You are no longer as skeptical as at the beginning of our friendship, and I have no crystal ball nor any other things. I, like many of my cohabitants, do not possess a sphere of crystal, but know many things about your planet because we have studied it consciously. You know that upon observing how you use the energy power in your world, we showed surprise and worry, because altogether, such use of that same energy, due to the scarcity of appropriate places to store it, is wasteful. Toward the end of 1986 it will be possible for your scientists to obtain new forms of energy in their laboratories, very rudimentary to be sure. But as always if this is so and was found dangerous to the money/big bank Earth slavery system, it surely have been repressed. R.O/.rem. All this comes to the terrestrials, and their search for new supplies of alimentation, but that is not exactly what impels them, more likely trying to place themselves in the vanguard of knowledge to use this to their own advantage. But all is in vain if they do not possess the true knowledge of the energy that vibrates in every cell. For example, in past years we studied the British who tried to unite the cells of a chicken and yeast. In their turn the American scientists, not desiring to remain behind, tried to fuse human cells with cells of the tobacco plant. It was judged that you were doing this in the way of experiments on the cancer process. Nevertheless nobody could achieve the fusion of one human cell with a vegetable cell precisely because these are not in accord in energy. It is as if you tried to make a new and powerful weapon that would operate utilizing a fusion or combustion of gasoline and plutonium, speaking in terrestrial terms. Illogical and unnecessary? Thus it is. For that we can also tell you that those cellular unions could be achieved if they used a stabilizer of energy. The terrestrial scientists must take into account the vibrational grade of energy. Carrots do not require such an amount of energy for their propagation as human cells. Nevertheless success will be obtained and they will encounter a protein that can reproduce itself with a minimum of care even in the most rustic of laboratories. At first it will require a minimum of solar energy, but later those scientists will be surprised at its unusual vol each time it grows, and this will be such that there will not remain room for those scientists in said laboratories. It will be a hopeful step for the hungry. It will be experimented with first in the poorer countries such as India and Nigeria, but unfortunately this also will provoke dependency, and the producing country could come to be a manipulator. Who will discover it? A group of scientists. Can you see through time? Not necessarily. She responded. Perhaps we could discover marvels in space and advance ourselves in time. The same occurs in your world when you travel. If you travel toward the east you gain a day and vice versa. We have discovered that if we align our ships toward the east we run the risk of arriving at a civilization or two before yours. 1 degree is perhaps sufficient to retard the process of our cycle, or of that which ye call time. If we advance toward the north we can fall into the error of arriving beyond the year 2000. The universe is inscrutable, even for us, if we do not know enough to conduct ourselves in accordance with natural law. From Chapter 6. Cell in hibernation. You said you would tell me a secret. I said, remembering an earlier visit, which at the end of the talk had left me profoundly intrigued. Yes, that is true. I shall talk to you of something which perhaps you know of as electronic donation, and which in our world is denominated as something that you could translate as cell in hibernation. You, and I refer to your scientists, advance in this field but they still have not had enough time. The system of cloning was initiated as a means of safeguarding those civilizations on their way to extinction. The procedure to follow is to start out precisely to extract living cells and hibernate them. In space there are many races which, for different reasons, have not proliferated normally. The Earth at one time was a paradise in which lived civilizations extinct today. As also Lebsang Rampa describes r.o/rem. It was then when the communities of superior civilizations decided to salvage some of them. When your planet offered a certain security there began to arrive more and more populations. The first were white, of Nordic type, and tall, but they had to be placed in an optimum level of climate for their survival. Some races developed better in desert climates and others developed better in cold climates. Thus, there arrived whites, blacks, coppers, yellows, etc. Was there already one race resident on the Earth? Yes. The Egyptians who were found settled in what is now the Nile River. Each folk has to arrive at being self-sufficient. It was then when they began to train themselves to sow what they ate. Also they gave classes on the quality of alimentation that each group should have to be adequate for its organic needs. Since all the races are distinct, each one should know its own metabolism. The Japanese and the Chinese manifested genetic characteristics different from the black races, whose organism is adaptable to almost any climate and any alimentation. At first all went marvelously, but what was initiated with success presented problems. After several centuries of years, the implantation of the races was no longer effective. Later, the root of the proliferation of man had grown in power and any invasion of any terrain represented war. The red and the copper races were the first to arrive and also the inheritors of the interplanetary knowledge. They had obtained such evolution, moral and social, that they were not massacred and worthily represented the man of Earth. The superior civilizations had foreseen that he who loved war would end up dominating the planet, and so it is. Once the Earth changed into a cosmopolitan planet the social type of problems began. It was evident that something was failing and that man was incapable of adapting himself socially. Every time he presented a chaotic appearance. Each one of the integral members of the race believed he had the privilege of inheriting from his ancestors land conquered at the price of blood. The greater men of your planet have died with the idea that peace each time would be more utopic. Those men carried the primary clones in hibernation, and they began to implant clones in each group with the final result that each one of them would succeed in awakening in the terrestrial human, the consciousness of survival. The clone. How did you discover that something like this existed? I asked. Each time some prominent, or important, or valiant one, of the intergalactic community found himself in danger of dying, it would come to him and utilize one of his cells, then it would produce a new being, eliminating all kinds of infirmities. To what end? To retain his knowledge. Did he achieve this? Now, yes, but at first a totally hybrid being was obtained, of which they say hybrid because his cells will not serve as clones afterward. Nevertheless the conscience of universal level elevated him to a different status, without the instincts of aggression. He had almost attained to optimum individuality. Original clones of the primitive body were jealously guarded by the scientists, who deposited these in laboratories located in inaccessible places, for example in high mountains. They froze these at low temperatures to the end that several centuries might pass, and they could then be converted back into thinking beings. The means by which they are perfecting the system of electronic donation overcomes many deficiencies. For example, in actuality it is no longer necessary to deposit them in frozen places. Today they program the clone of themselves to survive an indeterminate number of cycles of time in the same manner as the memory is controlled together with the objective. This achieved through an electronic magnetic energetic stimulus, for which we tell you that it is important to know all of this, when we comment on your understandings. Today, when the community of superior races decide that some member of whatever race merits the privilege of eternity, they effect the donation, but at a very high level, which at times not even I myself comprehend. It is said that they have separated from matter and only the memory persists in the being indescribably knowledgeable who generates his own energy. They create a chemical electrical ambientation, similar to that required in your gestation when the determined being desires to be material. What does he need to be chosen? To be like you? Appropriately, no. We have ample knowledge about life. We can be pure energy or organic material. The materialization is important for those of us interested in studying the conglomeration of planets and the proliferation of human beings of diverse races. Those civilizations who obtain the knowledge of longevity, as you call the natural prolongation of life, do not necessarily desire to be chosen, as you call it, though in any case we desire to remain in the perspective of an eternity. How old are you, LYA? The day I tell you my age you will not believe it. I am 900 of your years, and 2 cycles of arc of hours, old. Our scientists have acquired the knowledge of longevity, and utilizing it rationally they succeed in augmenting the possibility of integrating us to the great community from where has emerged great personages. Why? I asked. Why? The life on my planet is more fascinating than you can imagine. Suppose that also on the Earth each one preferred the habitat to which he is accustomed. I travel much, dream continually of things that I see, know an infinity of knowledge, and my life has scarcely begun. What purpose has life? I asked. Life has the objective of overcoming the confusion, when you are manifesting the antithesis of the energetic magnetic life, whether it be you or I, but not in a struggle to death, which in fact it is. What I want to say is, not in a war as you are accustomed to on the Earth. The struggle is inside, to create virtues and to correct defects. I told you before, that life in itself as a principle is an electromagnetic state of memory. Very well, when you are born in that memory, you come as a concentrated collection of knowledge which you later discover by inertia. To create a balanced aspect in your life is your true struggle. You will have to raise one grade of intelligence to a grade such that your memory will serve to prolong your survival. Because in your world they survive. Struggling against the feelings and the qualities. Thus is initiated the true battle, within oneself. The positivism, perhaps? No, rather calm emotional state. Upon achieving this, you will realize interesting phenomena in yourself. One person who has acquired a true tranquility, peacefulness, r.o/rem emits a different flow of energy to that which continually is restless within himself. Some allow this species of monster that grows within them to dominate, some succumb, some are destroyed, some overcome, some confront and triumph. That is already programmed in your memory forever, then you will pass to a level above many. The energetic flow will accomplish changes in you and in this manner will convert you into a kind of jewel to be redeemed. But when your tendencies are of leadership, authentic director of deeds, then you will be redeemable. The communities of superior civilizations will appear to you, redeeming you according to your achievements. But look now, let us change the theme a little because I want to show you something. From Chapter 7, Reviewing the Past and Feelings. I must advise you that what you are going to see now will have peculiar characteristics. You will be able to remember it only if you thus prefer it. Here, she said, placing her hand over something that seemed to me like a tiny metal plate stuck to the wall. This is what you desire to know not only of me, but of other persons as well. I will put my hand above and you place yours below. I did this and there suddenly appeared one scene on a screen of some 40 × 50 centimeters. There was LYA, when she was a baby, in a room without furniture, many buttons on the wall and an enormous screen. Her parents were found in a simple laboratory with enormous windows on the roof, apparently as if they belonged to a community of interplanetary investigators. They are my parents, said LYA. That is the moment in which they solicited permission to engender a little girl child. The children engendered must be desired. They solicit the help of the scientists to induce a birth with all advantages for the new being. Through a clone? No, no, no. assured LYA immediately. I laughed. I saw much earlier when the parents of LYA were young. It is going back to the past. She informed me. Yes, is it a movie? I asked. No, each one of my cells, and the same with yours, remember all the past happenings of my life, and though the major archive is in the brain, all of your lives are stored in detail in all of your being. Would you like to test it? She asked. Can I ask intimate things? I said, looking at her. Oh. She smiled in a manner so candid and innocent that I blushed. Place your hand above, she said, and I will not place mine, in a manner that we can observe only what you desire. I placed my hand and saw the face of my daughter Norma and of Rodolfo, my elder son, looking at TV in his bedroom. I saw my wife reposing in siesta and desired with all my soul that she could have the 900 years of LYA and be as her, young and beautiful. LYA looked at me understanding. After that she said, Is that all you want to know? At that moment I looked to my mother, already having passed on, going and coming about her little house caring for her birds and parrots on Coyoacan. While I had my hand on that delicate plaque, all that came to my mind was converted into living images. LYA, what are those remembrances to you? I asked while nostalgically observing my mother. To me, said LYA, those memories are the truth of life. In my community, memories are the living treasures of men, the emotional structures of that which is suspended in your personality and the columns of your existence. And for you, what are the memories? She asked. For me? I answered. Well, at times the memories are not so beautiful. If I continue with my hand on the plate observing my mother, I will end up crying. It is not a plate, she said. It is an ultrasensor of intercellular plasma energy. Those memories are energy-active plasma. What surprises me about you is the definition of your sentiments through your memories. That tendency to yearn for the past and see your mother originated in yourself, and since now she is no longer here, it must be brutal. Each time you succeed in controlling your emotions, you increase in soul strength. Don't you have feelings? Feelings, yes, we know how to control the negative emotions, and we control and take advantage of the positives. Due to the lack of emotional control, your planet is in decline. On our planet, the only thing that we possess is the knowledge. If we fight for possession of territory, we would be descending into an animal level, and after all, when the existence of the beings here, who have the promise of higher life, transpires, the bodies must stay here. The Earth, like all other planets, remains in the same place. Perhaps with new inhabitants the same country will not be the same, but will be in the same place. If we do not control our emotions, ego, envy, and greed will cause us to retrogress at the cost of our emotional equilibrium. This would be a great tragedy for the people of our community. There is no bad on your planet. Bad? Precisely no. There comes to exist what one accumulates, such as knowledge. Without sharing it, that provokes an imbalance. But up to now I have not witnessed anything like this. At least not on Extraterrestrial. From Chapter 8, Prophecies. You said you had same prophecies for me. You like prophecies? Yes. That is a characteristic of the people of your particular planet. They desire to hear things of the future, such as an advice of good fortune. This desire is programmed in your mind because the human being, earlier, used to be able to see farther into the future than present man. A continuation of this, I can tell you, can be accomplished only by retaining the equilibrium of mutual affection and assistance. What are you trying to say? That only in case you do not destroy yourselves completely, can you learn. How? I asked, not understanding. Look, in your year 2015 you will be enabled to obtain energy from sound. Sound could bring you energy of a power unsuspected, but only if tuned vibrational sound. It must be a vibration like the chord of a violin or a guitar, or a flute or a pipe. Vibrational music can accomplish marvelous things. In our world, music is revealed as a treasure for the energization of whatever specimen of energy is around. Beings from other worlds come to Extraterrestrial to observe the vibrational changes of sound and their extent. But there is something that you would not imagine. The energy of sound serves to preserve bodies or cadavers. Sound also can always be used to control the climate when it is executed sufficiently fine, and in one vibratory wave so as not to provoke error. It also helps to heat an habitation without irritating the inhabitants. This same can be an invincible weapon, because sound in a note sufficiently high and sharp, can provoke earthquakes. How interesting. I responded. On the proposition of earthquakes, what is the cause of those? Have you found a solution in the movements of Earth? When the Earth opened and formed the continents, dispersing them and creating what you call errant poles, and which for us is a loss of energy, the components of the Earth also were implicated in the equilibrium of metals, mercury, iron, uranium, petroleum, etc., in the same manner as minerals in the human organism. When these are dispersed, the Earth loses absorbency of that natural energy. Some planets have discovered a quite simple formula for avoiding great disasters and unnecessary loss of life. Enormous needles of determined thickness, whose components are all the minerals known to you plus oxygen, hydrogen, ReO, as well as copper, which is a good conductor, and a substance that has its origin in the liberation of energy in the friction of minerals, and what you yourselves do not know and what we call chewin, were used to neutralize the seismic activity. If you neutralize this, you eliminate the movement. Some inhabitants of other planets of the galaxy from which they come, have discovered a very simple formula for avoiding great disasters and unnecessary casualties. Enormous movements of rock and floods cause changes in riverbeds in many countries. The manner in which they implant the above-mentioned needles attracts precisely the energy from the minerals in question, and its liberation is minor. The needles of determined thickness, and whose components are described above, attract the energy that liberates the Earth a little before the earthquake and transforms it into some form utilizable, with the double purpose of reducing or minimizing the seismic activity and to condense a high quantity of the energy. The waves are collected with the same system of attraction and absorption through the needles disposed strategically in highly telluric places. Some other planets have a system of congealing the Earth that is highly seismic to reduce its potential to a minimum of 5% to zero through a system of absorption of energy. The congealed Earth does not experience too much movement, at least that which suffers a sudden change of temperature. On other planets where the radiating star is deficient, they artificially create clouds which provoke neutralizing rays in the seismic zones, dosifying them gradually. I looked at her fixedly and asked, "How many planets do you know?" "I have lost count, but I can tell you that it is more than, well, let us say 3,000 to 4,000 investigated by the group or in the laboratories of Extraterrestrial. By this time there must be more, many more than that." "At what basic velocity do you travel?" "That depends on the energy of each ship. Ours can achieve something like 300,000 of your kilometers per hour or more." "That is too much, don't you think? Other civilizations travel much faster." "Do you like that work?" She looked at me greatly surprised. "Work? On our planet we are conditioned to investigate through the knowledge of the stars, and our greatest love is for knowledge. The watchword, to know. Our minds are endowed with receptivity for knowledge, and that is really the destiny of our community. Through knowledge they obtain innumerable advances. Have you studied our system?" "Yes, when your solar system was relatively new for us, we saw and counted 16 planets, but we supposed that you might have more, taking into account that one average star comes to retain in its orbit more or less 32 planets, of which only the first 10 to 12 receive in accordance with their orbital phase, energy from the star, sufficient to surround said body, through its own energy guide." "What is the energy guide?" "The energy that the star emits to drive its planets." "I don't understand." "You will understand when I tell you that energy attracts energy for its same characteristics, in the manner that as the sun emits its heat in one refractory step, it is returned to the same star. A kind of interchange that at length serves to guide the planets. The sun possesses a strong attraction for the planets, without which these would not derive their motion. Does our world resist the assaults of solar changes? If the solar energy diminishes or increases, your world would truly resist it. The rotation and the density of energy are important factors for a planet. The temperature and the pressure determine the lapse of its existence. If these are altered, it changes the life on the planet in question. Did you know our planet before it was populated? When your world was conceived, it already had cycles of arc by the hundreds, remaining in its orbit, but nevertheless at a certain time of yours, to this day we have been your cosmic connection. Your ancestors knew perfectly well our existence. Some lived in superior civilizations through a conception by means of a clone. Why? I already explained to you that the Hindu was a folk that established itself on Earth in the beginnings of life as we know it on the planet. Those who reached an optimum level of consciousness were extracted. Did the ancient folk know about the atom? Over Wendelle 60? Yes, they had taken precautions not to use it arbitrarily. Nevertheless there were people who used it indiscriminately, like in your society today. Put your hand on the ultrasensor and you can see, if you like, the arsenals of any of the powers of the world. I placed my hand and effectively saw, with stupefaction, the deposits of thermonuclear weapons. Those are the so-called GIVs. LYA said to me, if you condensed all of that energy and extracted only one drop of it, you could place in march the engine of one airplane for 100 years without it descending to land. But you have controlled the atom arbitrarily and indiscriminately so much that it is no wonder to the community of advanced civilizations that man will terminate his days at the mercy of an error. You possess an atomic neutralizer, isn't that correct? Yes, but I know what you are thinking. You know that we are prohibited using it against the weapons of the societies. You have seen that we neutralized atomic collisions in the sea to save the maritime flora and fauna. But this cannot always be done. We do this out of respect for life, but not to steal the accumulation of energy that you possess. That is a respected point, which the major advanced civilizations guarantee to all societies and to all planets, always and when they do not spill innocent blood, because that also implies a fallback to the beginning of the stellar community. But you asked me if the ancient societies knew how to use the atom, didn't you? Yes. I responded. Very well, the pyramids do not present to simple view what they really are and why they were really constructed. Those form an equilateral rhomboid. The rhombus divides the rhomboid in the middle at ground level and the other half is underground. Many things are connected to beings from other star groups. Do you know why? Because this may show that on other planets also exists the knowledge of the accumulation of energy. The knowledge set down in one pyramidal body will show you the track of the trajectory through which pass persons of other planets disseminating the knowledge. The form of each one of them will come to show the advance of their knowledges in the line of the lineage of your civilization. For this you see different pyramidal constructions the length of your planet. In our last meeting you spoke to me about terrestrial regions in which you still detect residues of the principle of the vortex. What is that? The force in the movement of the vortex can be compared to that of cyclones, hurricanes, tornadoes, etc., though the origin is much more complicated than it seems in these atmospheric manifestations, which have only a slight speed compared to the magnetic vortex. A vortex is born in a form similar to a drain tube, and it is named for this primitive form. The whirlpools in the sea show us that they are not only detected in the air but in the seas also. What happens is that the vortex can form in the flux of certain minerals in the earth as well as in the water. Many years ago, the civilizations that preceded the Great Holocaust controlled these forces irresponsibly through the concentration of stores of this energy that accumulated. Imagine guarding in storage the force of some 10, 20 or 30 hurricanes. Man discovered that he could do great things with this, from provoking rain where precipitation was not frequent to places where his enemies had stored things susceptible to loss as a consequence of a cyclone. Today also exist forms of attracting rains. This is only a beginning. While then, the force of this vortex would be sufficient to divide a city in two or to submerge a village of fishermen. This was never foreseen in your eagerness to accumulate more and more classes of energy. There are places where still can be found generators of this force that can destroy all that is around it. All energy moves through a constant reabsorber and reunites. Energy also reproduces itself if it is not extracted from its original field, but if the accumulation in an apparently secure place surpasses the level Pkfar rate containment, it will struggle to get out. Oxygen and hydrogen are energy, but only two of the many types of energy that there are. Many forms of energy in space are contraproductive to the atmosphere of your planet, and could produce an explosion of incalculable reach. Every movement of wind helps to increase the friction of the waves. The blow of wind is not material to that which accelerates its rotation. Each energy has its own characteristics. While then, the greater energy always will be in the vortex, in pyramidal form, and observe that the majority of the more resistant constructions left to posterity by your ancestors has this form. Who would imagine storing energy in a vortex inside of a pyramidal vortex? They discovered accidentally that only a storage container with that form could retain, without serious consequences, the energy of the vortex. Then is the stereotype of the atom like energy? The atom is energy, you are energy, and all the animals of your world are energy. Energy always will take the form of a vortex. From Chapter 9, Prophecy Fulfilled. One of the more important prophecies that LYA revealed to me seemed to me to be more than a prediction, a warning. My life had been slipping from surprise to surprise since I had come to know her. She had made me feel a fortunate human being, and consequently, through her discussions, had awakened in me a feeling of knowledge of such dimensions that I had come to believe that LYA possessed much more of divinity than of woman. On other occasions she had offered me proofs by predicting political results which in their time occurred as predicted. The death of Anwar Sadat, the attempted assassination of the President of the United States of Ronald Reagan, the death of Brezhnev 1 year before the event, and the premature death of Andropov, as well as the attempted assassination suffered by the Pope, plus catastrophic floods, heavy snows, and severe earthquakes, were all predicted with surprising accuracy. Over a lapse of 5 years LYA had predicted political events that came to pass exactly as she said. For such, when she spoke of a future imminent danger for humanity, when I still could not imagine what it would be, I was afraid that it was something really serious. We will be in the province, a few kilometers from the field. We will meet there. She told me days before our meeting. It was obvious that after having listened for more or less 10 years to LYA, I had come to know much of her, but also I had learned too much about my own world. She, surprisingly, induced me to see all of those events as an observer, without involving myself, not even emotionally, in what happened. Now something was occurring within me. I felt depressed and experienced an expectant anxiety. I noticed in her words a certain formality unusual for her. I knew, and later had the opportunity to verify, that when something strange occurred in the life of anyone leaving consequences, I would imagine from the moment that it began I believed in LYA and her teachings, which apart from her the happenings would stir up a torrent of surprise. We met one month of May, by a village near Michoacan. That Thursday I arrived with noticeable anticipation. I was convinced that LYA would take priority in my life and she knew it. Michoacan is located on the central occidental part of the Mexican Republic, on the Pacific Ocean shore. I experienced a certain agitation inside of me. What was that she had told me? Why had she made this appointment in such a strange and isolated place? While I arrived I had walked around the place a little. The sun shined splendidly and the air was saturated with aromas emanated by fruit trees planted around the small white cottages distributed one by one along the side of the road there. The oxygen that I breathed there seemed to nurture my spirit. Suddenly she arrived. She was in front of me with that fresh smile and all of the beauty that simply illuminated her. Completely. She was attired in her black pantsuit with the light blue buttons, seeming like an image drawn from a science fiction movie. I took out my cigarette case and selected one, lit it, and inhaled the smoke profoundly. I felt indecisive, anxious to know that which she would tell me and fearful at the same time about what she might say. I was afraid also that those days were the last of our friendship. And also I felt that my days were slowly coming to an end. All passes, all transpires, all flows in the existence of man. LYA now not only was my friend, my advisor, my informer, but had found such submergence in my life that to extract her, pull her out, leave off seeing her, was going to provoke a trauma in me. The one moment that scarcely stretched to perceive the face of her was overshadowed upon seeing a splendid butterfly that happily flew by next to us. Days before this she had commented to me that they would be carrying out labors of a social type in a place near Morelia. She took me by the hand. It was an enduring sensation that had made me feel like a colleague. LYA had the particularity of living in my memory even when her absences were prolonged. Upon contact with her hand my anxieties went up in smoke, completely. Do not fear. I know that you think that we may not come back together to see each other, but there still will be more occasions. Depending on many things, but fundamentally on our investigations. She had let go of my hand and we were working slowly. She inserted her hands in the lateral pockets of her jacket and I continued smoking. LYA, I said suddenly, breaking the silence, you met me here for something which supposedly is very important, isn't that so? She turned on her heels and looking at me face to face said, yes, Professor. You have been an inestimable friend during much time of your cycle, though for me seeing each other and talking has been relatively very little. I have enjoyed very beautiful instances at your side, and I learned. I admired you for your existential vibrations, and that terrestrials also know how to love intensely. We know those changes of conduct that have operated in you for one cycle of arc or another, 3 and I can assure you that is for which your race is experiencing a change, imperceptible to you, not only at an organic level, but genetically, besides reasonably and habitually. They move within boisterous confusion like I said to you and in continual unification. Your mode of life, dress, your studies, your work, your form of love, of being, to exist and to fight, are changing in conformance with those same events as is required. I can tell you that man himself will allow himself to be carried by the current of a river whose speed is dizzying. Man could change the process of his life, but he feels impotent to do it, and moreover to even try. Today men of your world explore the past to find traces of solutions, to feel through the reality of a world or epoch before, which he could compare with his present civilization. LYA, I intervened. In my world a very important scientific change has taken place in these last years. During the length of our friendship you have told me of really surprising things. I have learned more about life than I have known during the whole time of my existence before. You have spoken of your world. To me this is inspirational. But I fear that you are seeing some negative aspects of the planet Earth. I would like to ask you, is it perhaps that there would be still more and greater dangers awaiting humanity? Is it that it is not enough that man has reached a certain grade of bestial violence for which the life on this planet still will see itself in greater dangers? Why then live, if the existence does not offer any security to man? It is not the life, Professor. It is man himself who has not known the cause of his destiny, political, social and economical. She lowered her gaze, and then she looked at me and I saw a strange shine of resigned worry in her eyes. She touched her ring on her right hand, precisely on her index finger. We continued working. The occasion began to collapse. The evening set in an orange color, at the time when the earth discharges the incomparable smell of dried mud. Professor, she said, breaking the silence in which we both were submerged. Look at how the sun sinks slowly in the west. You feel upon seeing that a certain indifference because you know with a certainty that it will return one time after another, passing itself over the horizon. It will continue its path around the galaxy, toward the constellation that you call Hercules, but always dragging in its orbit the planets attracted to it by its powerful force of gravity. Life is not the same. Each day that passes will not return. You know, in determined moments of your life, that you can squander days of your indolent childhood, that you can profit by certain months of your youth trying to use them in study, but then, when you approach maturity, decrepitude, when by the inertia of that which ye call time, the body deteriorates, you know that each hour, that every minute that transpires will not return, and you then avoid the loss of one single instant. You have knowledge of the danger to which your world has been exposed through the atomic generation in its wide spectrum, but you and the men of Earth ignore the fact that you still must confront greater dangers that proceed from exterior space. Notes. 1. This strange ability of the ETs to foresee events having some bearing on the course of human affairs has been reported many times all over the world by many different people completely out of touch with each other. It appears that events may somehow be connected in time, and that this flow of events may be tapped into at some level. In the Swiss case of Edward Meyer's contacts with human beings from a planet in the star group we call the Pleiades, those ETs also forecast events of the future with great accuracy. They predicted the Chinese invasion of North Vietnam, the time and nature of death of Marshal Tito of Free Yugoslavia, the completely unexpected abdication of Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands, the death of Generalissimo Franco of Spain, the overthrow of the Shah of Iran, the death of President Sadat of Egypt at the hands of his own troops, the assassination also of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi of India by her palace guards, and the naming of her son to succeed her, an unlikely prospect at the time, the death by poisoning of a pope after only 33 days in office, and many more such things, sometimes years before they happened. In fact, those ETs measured the progress of humanity in terms of what they called event time, as opposed to clock time or calendar time, which they did not use. They said that there are confluences in time that change the course of affairs of many people, and that these are what are important to man. 2. It is apparent that LYA has other contacts going on at this same time with which she is also occupied, whereas Professor Hernandez has only this one contact with such an exotic person. 3. The ET woman spoke of cycles of arc as time, which may not have always meant fixed time as we know it. They view time differently from us of Earth. 4. It is difficult to convince ourselves of greater dangers coming from the depths of space when we do not even allow that other intelligent living creatures smarter than us, or evolved beyond us, could exist. We must first become aware that our ego-centered universe is not the true perspective of things. From Chapter 10. Extraterrestrial Danger. One time I told you, LYA said, that your world will not find itself prepared socially, nor economically, nor emotionally to confront the changes. Yes. I said, remembering that occasion in which we profoundly analyzed the personality of the human being. LYA had explained to me in detail the special characteristics of the Earth humans. Remember, she said, that speaking of the different characters demonstrated by one living being, I told you of other civilizations. You had asked me if there were beings more aggressive than the Earth humans inhabiting this universe. I mentioned that there was and spoke about those who have been coming on various occasions to your world. Yes, I remember that you told me that there exist races that are dedicated to the domination of others without regard for the means by which they accomplish this. I thought pensively about what I wanted to say. Then LYA, I asked you if those races were a danger to us and you told me that later, when you would be more sure you would answer that. Yes, Professor, and now, not only I, but my community as well are sure that these races are lying in wait and studying your humanity, and they represent a real threat to you. 1. In what form? In that they scorn mercy to your empiricism and the rickety form of science the type you possess. They have been caning to your world with complete freedom and have captured living beings, children, ancients, men, women, animals, fish, and they rob you of oxygen, hydrogen and even absorb electric fluid of the supplies flowing to your great cities. Humans who, unfortunately, disappear and do not return anymore have been kidnapped by them. Clearly, not all those who are lost have been carried away by that race, but they have carried out innumerable captures. 2. They also take specimens in danger of extinction, to implant races or to extract their DNA and clone all of the organism for later implantation or to create new creatures, and also with human beings they have achieved these implants. They have placed in danger a number of times the peace of Earth. And only that? I asked, somewhat relieved, thinking that the problem was originating in the mind of LYA. No, not only that. In earlier years, this race, classified in our archives as XHUMs, had been coming to your world where they studied the ionosphere, the stratosphere, the atmosphere, the grades and densities of the gases existing in the air. But above all they had placed in practice discoveries that at times have been harmful to the planet, in an attempt to dominate the planet slowly and silently. Will they come to attack us? I asked. Their gift to the Earth is not peacefulness. Over 6,000 years ago they came to the Earth for the first time. Their elevated stature soon made it appear that they were above the terrestrials, but their knowledge surprised them in such a manner that they submitted completely to those beings. In that time they violated the women and took several thousands of human beings for their service. 3. Nevertheless they had not demonstrated a power superior to the terrestrials. Speaking of those men of your actual civilization, of the technical capacity that you now possess, they still had the material dematerializing ray and the power of the control of gravity. They possessed flying ships that were a marvel to the beings of Earth. All of the rulers listened to the words of those powerful beings who came from the sky. Profiting from this advantage, they took slaves for themselves, for being treated as gods for that. Today they have become even more superior and are powerful in notable ways. The XHUMs lack sentiments and experience no emotion at all. This is because their scientific ancestors achieved, more than 2,000 years ago, the eradication of fear in their minds, for the purpose of which their world would live in optimum individual circumstances. The XHUMs nevertheless achieved the eradication of all sentiment. They deprived themselves of love, of friendship, of benevolence, and finally of all sentiments that could obstruct their power. This was programmed for the civilizations that would follow. In your world emotions of that type predominated. They observed how the hypersensibility of the individual could be used to develop profound hate, and how the absence of love many times induces not only the suicide of one person, but the annihilation of whole race. They, the XHUMs, eradicated definitely FRC and their race the conscience and all respect for life. This being the case, the XHUMs could be, comparatively speaking, the antithesis of your world. They came to Earth a long time ago, and after arriving proceeded to analyze all types of life here. They knew perfectly well the vulnerable points of man and discovered then that man had suffered genetic alterations. After deliberations among themselves they determined that if the Earth human was on the other hand already predestined to disappear at the mercy of his own tendencies, the more appropriate it would be to condition him to serve them, for which they proceeded to appropriate him slowly at his own voluntude. They succeeded, according to their own purposes, in making the Earth a pilot planet, or auxiliary, destined for whatever emergency that might arise. They would implant laws in your planet itself that the inhabitants could not discard. Those who resisted would be subjected to simple annihilation. They conditioned the Earth human to a mental level, slowly, without recourse to grave confrontations of violence, utilizing products which, in combination with the atmospheric gases, produced mental modifications in the rays. They employed chemical elements in the air, in the waters and in the earth itself. They cast derivatives of smog, a liquid that can be produced in 3 states, gas, liquid and solid, according to our studies, in the oceans and seas, the rivers, lakes, clouds, etc. This promoted degenerative regressions in human life. In your world there are still no scientists who could study this kind of weapon. In this manner, depending of the grade of mental level presented by the human being, they could, favored by the same violence that propitiates this finality, provoke confrontations between the continents. The different countries that proceed at the head scientifically will find themselves suddenly before an unusual violence inexplicably provoked thereby they themselves, escalated to a level beyond which it could not be returned. Then the Xhums will attack. The humans of Earth will be too occupied in belligerent confrontations with their neighbors to give much attention to the dangers that will overcome them in space. For when the human of Earth detects any anomaly, it will already be too late. Is my planet left no alternative? I asked pensively. If the scientists of your world can unite and analyze point by point all that has been discovered in the laboratories, and advance FRCM there, not only sharing, but amplifying their knowledges, other worlds, other galaxies, not just the Xhums, who are a little more than 100 light-years FRCM your planet, but same far beyond your own galaxy, will contemplate your world with respect. 5 This is the epoch in which they are planning to come back to this solar system. They possess weapons unsuspected by your people, possess a technology superior to yours, are more than 3,000 years in advance scientifically. You have a world degraded, contaminated, and violent. Your beings, the humans of the Earth, are destructive, liberal, incredulous. You do not have sufficient knowledge. Not even the primordial, which would be the unity of the human race. For example, you know how to effect the separation of the atom, but you're scarcely in the beginning of your primary phase of the capacity to unite them or provoke the antithesis, which would be the implosion. They, the Xhums, do not possess atomic arms. To annihilate the human beings they will then utilize inclusively the hydrogen that every body stores in its own nature. They possess advanced technologies before which you would be devastated. It will require the union of all your whole planet to repel one attack of the proportion which can be expected. The Xhums have been dominating your world since the years from 1914, have been proposing that you yourselves annihilate each other, and perhaps when your world is dissolved they will come and colonize IT. 6 Thus they would increase even more the territory which they dominate. But as the Corrender contact told Bob Renault in the early 60ths, we would have no chance against such negative advanced races, if not some guardian races with still more advanced high-tech, was protecting us. Rorem. Notes. 1. A number of contactees have been told about less benevolent and even hostile races also traveling freely in space, including Edward Meyer of Switzerland. These beings have as much access to, and to come to, our planet as the more friendly ones who are most commonly reported. 2. In the Swiss case, when Edward Meyer asked about the human kidnappings by UFOs, where the Earth victims were taken away and never heard of again, he was told that he need not worry about them, because under the natural laws of affinity, where like attracts like, a person not vibrating to the frequencies of the alien visitors is not attractive and of interest to them. Thus the selfish will attract the selfish, the power-hungry ones the power-hungry, the sadistic ones the sadists, and the benevolent ones the benevolent. And so according to this concept, those abducted would be abductors if given the opportunity, and thus are generally taken by their own kind. He was told that one is never taken in this way unless he has already set himself up for it by his own thoughts and deeds. And he is always free to choose and to change his own nature. It is for that same reason that one race type or civilization will not normally act to intercede in the activities of another race type or civilization carrying out their own activities here. There are occasional exceptions where mistakes or borderline cases are encountered, and then sometimes an intercession takes place. 3. Our biblical works tell us, there were giants in the earth in those days, and they took unto them all that were fair and made them wives, and they made slaves of men. These were the gods of renown. The well-known Greek philosopher, Apollonius of Tyana, reporting on his travels to the east, described a great king who lived in the high mountains of the Orient, who was in frequent contact with giant men from the sky, extraterrestrials, who used robots for work and were equipped with disc-shaped flying machines that could ascend and descend vertically and could stand still in the air. LZ, a Minnesota farmer, was visited a number of times by giant 7-foot-tall humanoids who took him aboard their disc-shaped craft on several occasions. They told him they had been coming here for thousands of years, and had been worshipped in the past as gods. They said they has a home on a planet in the star system we call Alcyone in the Pleiades. 4. The Pleiadians visiting Edward Meyer in Switzerland told him that their ancestors had been coming here for many thousands of years, and that they had been taken for gods in the past. They said that religious cults had developed around them. Another group of vets repeatedly contacted Enrique Carlos Rincon in Bogota, Colombia, and took him aboard their ships a number of times. Some of them were of tall stature compared to us. Those vets told Rincon that they came from a star group we call the Pleiades. They said they had been coming here for thousands of years and that they had been at times worshipped as gods by the primitive people of Earth. A group of tall ET beings in human form repeatedly contacted Charles Silva near Huancayo, Peru, and also took him aboard their ships on occasion. They told him they had a home planet in a star system we call the Pleiades. They described earlier visits to our planet thousands of years ago when they were taken for gods from the sky and were worshipped by the Earth humans. 5. The Ets visiting Switzerland told Edward Meyer thought if the people of our planet would only get together and then marshal this world's resources and its present technologies instead of constantly destroying them and each other in our belligerent conflicts, we could be traveling freely in space and would be fully able to defend our own planet in less than 300 years of our time. They said we would develop powers undreamed of at the present time as soon as we developed the sense necessary to handle such. 6. Those same Ets visiting Switzerland told their contactee that they saw our Earth humanity in a demented self-destructive state hurrying to bring about its own suicide. They felt that such aberrant societies, more given to violence and destruction, and governed by greed, envy, and avarice for power, were a danger to all other societies and that they probably should remove themselves for the general good of all. The parable of the bad seed. And perhaps they are right. Some from chapter 11, why not help us? If you have known this for such a long time, why have you not told the Earth humanity? I asked, looking anxiously at LYA. Your world worries us. A technical ingenuity moves within it that does not deserve to succumb to the hands of beings who have the Earth at a disadvantage. You ask why we have not done something. This would be to take the Earth as a field of battle and forgetting that after the attack was repelled, your humanity would no longer exist and your world would be a hybrid planet. I'll try to avoid this knowing that if life on Earth comes to an end, it will be the end of a planet beautiful and replete with diverse forms of life. What is required is to prepare your scientists. We have spoken on an infinity of occasions with prominent and key peoples and countries. You will be surprised if I tell you that we have had contacts with ambassadors, with tenured professors, and with other people of your civilization. They simply do not believe us. They would like to see us as deformed beings, green, blue, with scales instead of skin, with enormous amphibious eyes, but they do not know that all types of human beings always present similar form. We have offered irrefutable proofs, photographs, formulas, and we spoke of things the Earth human could not know. I talked of the common man. From the beginning, as with you, we have invited them to travel in our ships and we have taken them to our greater ships and have sometimes given them samples of metals that did not exist on Earth. What did you obtain with that? Fundamentally that the terrestrials with whom we have had contact are considered demented. If perchance some proof is offered, this is misplaced or it is hidden when it represents a difficult scientific challenge to explain in words of your world. Generally they guard those proofs for which they have no explanation. LYA, please don't talk so simply because you have seen that the human is incredulous by genetics. No. Perhaps it would be too soon to adventure judgments before you intend to do so. The experience in the treatment with your congenerationals gives us a certain authority to speak thus. Do not forget that we have studied your world through that which in my planet is equivalent to your terrestrial studies of sociology, archaeology, exobiology, cosmobiology, and the fundamental origins of the living being. I have spoken to you based on previous experiences. Listen, years ago, of your time, we encountered a man who lived in a cabin in the Alps. He lived alone. For some time we had been talking with him, including visiting with him in his cabin. Not only I, but Hender and Casa also, two friends of mine. One day he decided to go down to the government house with an irrefutable proof of our presence. We had given him a kind of sample, at his request, a metallic disc of an element unknown on your world and called Crow 1367 by us. Upon seeing the sample and hearing the story he told, they seized and imprisoned him, investigated him, accused him of working for a foreign intelligence and worse. He was judged to have presumably managed somehow an incursion into some laboratory and robbed mineral proofs. And after 1 year he was secluded in a hospital for the mentally infirm. The nurses said that all of those nights they heard him to say, "Believe me, the peace of the world is in danger." But nobody believed him. LYA looked at me intently. "Has there been some convincing proofs that they have been aware of the presence of extraterrestrial beings in my world?" "Yes," LYA responded. "There is one. It occurred in Russia. An extraterrestrial ship deviated and found itself very near Siberia. A great turbulence of energy made it lose its power of absorption of energy. The commander in charge of the crew descended and left very close to an alpine lodge, 2 mutant human beings who had been rescued from a world destroyed by meteorites. Interpreted as they had brought them from another planet which was destroyed. ROREM. After verifying the scanty probability of survival of those beings, they decided to leave them in that place. There were 2. They were deposited in a sphere of transparent material whose principal component was solid oxygen, and after that, the ship departed. The commander believed that the cold climate of Russia would help the survival a little more. He knew that he could do much more for them if they were taken to their planet, but to energize the ship would take an indeterminate lapse of time, which they did not seem to have. That night some farmers were given a message and the picking up of the mutants was finally carried out with the most absolute discretion. In what year was that? In 1973. They both died. Yes. Russia then knew that they were not alone and that sooner or later they would be presented with superior proofs of this. The members of that group agreed to treat the case with the utmost reserve. Still, several years later, it was discovered here that a ship was orbiting the Earth, which surprised the scientists, because it was not easily detectable with any ordinary radar. Until then there had been nothing more than speculation on the existence of interplanetary life, but from then on they organized greater forces to investigate from where those strange beings might have come. The United States has advanced much in the investigation of life in space beyond that of the human being. They go at the head of discoveries and analysis, but have not had in their hands a living extraterrestrial being like those of the Russians, too, who jealously guard the movies and photos, analysis and documentation of the affair of the mutant beings. Comment. She apparently have no knowledge of the Roswell and other the United States crashes seemingly have been ROREM. Both countries know that they are opening scarcely one portal on something that has more behind it than they have imagined. But they do not take into account that the parameters are weakly documented with which to compare one circumstance with another. If one scientist does not have one point over that which supports one theory, speaking comparatively with respect to some object, this could not be classified adequately, and very probably the proof would be lost, misplaced, or simply saved for posterity. Footnote on this. Let us not be misled by the wording here, a living extraterrestrial being like those of the Russians. Living extraterrestrial beings, perhaps, perhaps not, like the 2 mutants delivered into the hands of the Russians, have been recovered from crashed UFOs by the United States and possibly other countries. Please see UFO Crash at Aztec and UFO Contact from Reticulum released by this publisher. Then why do they do nothing? The Russians, of course. They did not know before they were confronted. They ignore the naturalness of life in space, saying they are on the offensive, thinking that all they encounter here, on your planet, is coming from the same place. The offensive, of course, is more focused on neighboring countries than possible threats from space. You may be right, LYA, I said sadly, the world has been disseminated from times immemorial. We are trying to instill the knowledge of worlds under threat such as yours, whenever we become aware of possible dangers. The XHUMs have prepared surprisingly well to enter into bellicose conflicts with worlds more prepared than yours, but when the inhabitants of one planet unite and repel the attack in simultaneous form, they cannot resist for much time outside of their ambient levels, and opt to leave the planet in peace. And if not? Will they come soon? I asked. They are trying to dominate your world by the end of this century. It all will begin to make a faint appearance by the end of the 1980s. Nevertheless, they believe that you would not be able to repel the attack. Is that true? Are we at the mercy of those mercenaries of space? Do we have no extraterrestrial allies, LYA? There's an important civilization which could charge themselves with this, but we could not decide for them. And you? We are not an attack squadron. We are what in your world is called archaeological or astronomical investigators. We are prepared for attacks on our ships, but greater elements are required to protect a world like yours. We could ask them to come to you through a truce of pacification, which you prepare that overcomes your frictions and augments your capacity for knowledge. The human man can do this. It is an important race. Moreover, we could help those extraterrestrials, as you call us, to continue accumulating into all the time more new knowledges. From one time, to this date, has been observed a scientific advance in the humanity, being that we have accelerated the accumulation of knowledge through ideas for mental implantation at a psychic vibrational level. In the same manner as a receiver, such as the brain, to which we sent signals. At this time already, you are proceeding toward knowledges of antimatter and the discovery of new weapons. According to the manner in which you receive the signals, whoever captures them discovers the unusual ideas never before imagined by him. Like Medusas, they emerge from the mind. At the same time is granted the capacity of analysis and then absorption of knowledge by inertia. Generally we do this with scientists, who represent potential countries, or scientists who in some manner have a form of rapid reception of these discoveries. For that, today, the knowledge derived from other discoveries occurs with frequency, and a rare change in science has been noted. Your race is one civilization on its way to psychic mutation. Do we have no other recourse apart from knowledge? No, the primordial is peace within yourselves. She contested roundly. The elements to employ? The chemistry, gaseous, liquid or solid, that neutralizes attacks coming from space? Our risks? The accumulation of energy in your own soil. That could be a danger that you could die at the mercy of such accumulation. The enemy would use it against us? Expectably. How could we avoid this? One measure of emergency would be to congeal the nuclear arms to a solid in chambers that are protected from intense heat. This process must be done slowly, because the contrary would provoke chemical reactions in the ground. Freeze them. To what degree? To a little more than 1300 degrees below zero. Misprint in book? Rorem. It was paradoxical. There in that lonely and rustic place surrounded by trees, flowers, fruits and the chirps of birds, while in the distance the mooing of cows was lost among the barking of dogs, in the warmth of a night, torn by the beauty and instantaneous resplendence of the fireflies, LYA and I spoke of military strategies at interspatial level. Questions of politics, economics, societies, emotions, conduct and existentials were treated as plus points and minus points in that place in which one could breathe the clean fresh air. In that place simplicity and liberty reigned in that field. It occurred to me at that moment that the planet already would not be the same without the presence of the living beings. We spoke of the human being surrounded by such a variety of flora and fauna. The buzz of the flies, irritating before, now seemed in that place, beautiful within the concert of vibrant notes and marvelous chords of the nature of that community of being. And a world without such fields, an earth without her flowers, the trees without their fruits, woman without her pregnancy. Would it be like that? Look, said LYA, signaling the splendor of the fauna almost covered by the shadows. I asked you to come here to make a comparison between that which you have and that which you can lose. Perhaps you will forget this meeting, but always remember this earth, your dreams, your liberty, your scientific world, your classrooms, the language of the animals, the aroma of the vegetation and the splendor of the existence which emerges from one point so small, microscopic, how grand. Footnotes on this chapter. 1. Other ET contactees here on Earth have also been given similar artifacts as proofs, only to find that they do not constitute proof acceptable to all, because those to whom these proofs are usually taken are themselves suspicious of the rare artifact, and they invariably notify authorities. Authorities the world over fears any release of information on anything they cannot explain and properly account for. The one who reveals the artifact that cannot be suitably explained usually ends up in a fate similar to the man described here. 3. If we were able to take the Pleiadians' advice and stop devoting so much of our energies and resources to wars and destructive weapons, and could marshal all the resources of our planet as they suggest, perhaps we could advance into a new age of peace and prosperity, and gain a new lease on life, a chance for interplanetary travel and whole new frontiers of knowledge, a chance to defend and save our beautiful blue planet with all its marvelously varied life forms in evolution here. It is certainly worth a try, and better than what we have planned for ourselves up to now. 4. Very few of the ET visitors to Earth offer a pat solution to our vulnerability problem. Most say the same thing about defending any world, and most go further and say that we must merit a defense by our own actions and deeds, which could develop our own defense, but not until we get our own house in order. And failing that, Perhaps we should not be defended and saved anyway. From Chapter 12. Spread the word. We had walked a more or less long distance. I found my emotions fluctuating in me. Time for me stopped one instant in which my consciousness was full of all that. After that it seemed to me that my own self had stopped there, and I felt horror and terror upon analyzing all, outside of being certain of that which Lee predicted. I knew that she had never told me an untruth. I fervently desired now that all was only a nightmare. Then my temples began to palpitate. I thought that man himself represented a threat to his own civilization. Leah touched me with her hand, and almost immediately my pulse returned to. However, my mind seemed submerged in a vortex of ideas, a circumstance which later seemed similar to uniting one chaos within another. We returned to the city in complete silence. Almost upon arriving at Mexico City on the open highway, I abruptly said, "Wouldn't it have been better if you has not told me this?" "Why me? Why not to another who has less knowledge about energy and the atom in a manner that he would not understand so well what you have said? Would it not be better to die than to know all this?" "Professor," she said with infinite delicacy, "you are not the only one who knows. Many more persons of your world have listened than you imagine." "No, Professor, it was not that we selected you that first time for a morbid intention of making you suffer. It occurred to us that you seemed tranquil and at peace with yourself, but above all the undoubtable key was your personality as a tenured professor. We knew that for ethical reasons, if nothing else, you would not share this knowledge with your students, but in the end, after having liberated yourself of your skepticism, you would be able to do something, depending on whether you wanted to do it or not. Nobody was going to obligate you. Professor, you know that your world is most valuable, not only for you yourselves, but for our intergalactic community as well. It is no gift to have been made a party to all of this. It is an imperious necessity to rescue the terrestrial human being as such, to extract him from this turbulent world in which he lives and remove him from the latent dangers like those mentioned." I can do nothing," I stammered. "Perhaps, Professor. Do not underestimate yourself. You are human, but you have the same opportunity to do something as the most modest of the inhabitants of your Earth, or as the most brilliant of scientists it has. No, I will never speak of this. They would think I am an alarmist or crazy. You know the planet better than I, and know that they would classify me as demented. Yes, they would believe you. Don't you want to attempt it yourself and speak to your world in your own words? We have tried not only with the terrestrials of your time, but with persons of years ago, who have already passed on, and we continue trying. Perhaps not today, but tomorrow someone would believe it. Sometime we will succeed in moving the conscience of the scientists of your world. And if nobody believes me, they will not believe you. They will laugh at you. They will accuse you of being a charlatan. But what do you believe is preferable? Be silent, or speak though they treat you as demented. In my position, LYA, I would prefer to be silent. I said without the least conviction, but thinking about my children and my wife. Professor, she said warmly, your humane characteristics have matured to such a grade that a moment will come in which, knowing the knowledge and overcoming your pride, you will weaken and speak as though it would be an imperious necessity. You will feel it thus? Wait, I said, they are not small, the dangers to those who see themselves so exposed on the earth, because they would feel in a conflagration such as this that we would be completely alone in the universe, exposed to dangers that could not even be imagined by man. You are not alone, because there is life on other planets. No, Leah, I don't want to say that. Let me explain to you. It would be like I believed that the Earth had no friendship with another similar planet, that occasionally could offer help. The same atmosphere created around your planet could bring such isolation, not only internally but externally as well. Yes, it is as if we had a fort replete with arms, hated the neighboring nations, and boasted all the time, thinking that someone would classify us as cowards if we did not do so. Yes. That. She said pensively. From Chapter 13. Greater Dangers. LYA, do you know which would be the arms that put an end to man? At first I will tell you that the most dangerous weapon that you face is the hate among your own selves. This slowly destroys the psyche most brilliantly. Hate is the generator of much of the ills that actually assault your society. But as you ask me about weapons of another type, I will try to explain something to satisfy your knowledge. To the inhabitants of Extraterrestrial, we worry profoundly about the chemical threat, weapons that have been used without any provocation and which scarcely leave a palpable trace on the earth. Your two great powers are selling chemical weapons, with a profusion never seen before. It is as if your own world was in great haste to annihilate itself. Today in your universities and even your schools, any student who is in possession of an adequate formula, can use chemical weapons to attack the nervous system of the human being, and could destroy the neurons of any living being, or simply terminate the vegetable life of your whole civilization. Moreover, the waters of the rivers can also be contaminated as a form of attack by one civilization on another, and very few times can the origin be detected. In time you will find that a still worse form of degeneration in your own race is attacking the primordial particles of your own DNA, and with a little luck will convert you into a race of mutants. This happens with a certain frequency in your universe. The indiscriminate use of chemical agents produces cellular degeneration already in your skin, in the bloodstream, or at local levels also, and provokes heart attacks and cerebral paralysis. You are actually experimenting with gases that totally paralyze the nervous system of the whole living being, with gases or liquids that are soluble in air or water. The chemical weapons, for their silence and for being difficult to detect, will soon be the ones that are used most frequently. They are used to sabotage, to imprison, to corrupt, destroy, etc. Will this occur soon? Professor, she said, looking at me as a mind of substance, I am moved that you ask me if this will occur soon, when I have told you that, and you give the impression that your time being really valuable, it has not been of sufficient importance to you. What does soon signify to you? This is occurring in your world already. The word pronto is already applicable today. You have already used chemical agents in your Second World War, but today they are more, as they say, stylized. The human being himself has absolutely no idea of his high degree of bellicosity and toward where he's taking this. He has no consciousness of his short-lived steps, and this, thanks to his proposed annihilation, will be accelerated perhaps for your own civilization, dying at the hands of your own brothers. Why? Because even when the human being possesses the capacity for reflection, he is always preponderantly on the offensive, disposed to repel any aggression at whatever cost. The human being of your world is full of fear, fear of living, of suffering, of dying. Those weapons not only are bringing an end to those who have the misfortune of coming in contact with them, but also to those who still are not born. Not only the attacked will succumb, but also the attacker who has contact with those weapons will die. For such the aggressor and the victim are sentenced to suffer the same effects by those who have developed the chemical weapons. Chapter 14. A Suicidal Humanity. Is this the most deadly? I asked LYA. The most dangerous and the most sadistic, because it will bring the end of humanity slowly. It makes us sad to know that while the Earth humans are attacking each other with chemical weapons, another world, situated on the outside or your solar system, also is planning to attack you with weapons and chemical reactions. In my world, could we impede the proliferation of these weapons? You cannot impede them if the Earth human will not give up his hate. You cannot induce the human being to his full consciousness, nor teach him to live intensely the transitory cycle of existence that you have reserved, nor can we teach him that he is not the owner of any of that for which he fights, and that at least it would be preferable to do something for his humanity, always in majority ascendant. He has damaged his own humanity much and continues to do so. The only thing that can settle his bellicosity is death. Death. I am not here, Professor, to speak of the destruction of the Earth human being. I am in your world to tell you that you should fight for your opportunity to live. LYA. I don't know if I admire you or love you, or to try to forget you. But if you can fight for the peace of a world that is not even yours, there must be an immensely valiant place in the depths of your heart. We had arrived at the city, and I left LYA at the entrance to the highway, in an uninhabited park. I returned alone. Immensely alone in the profundities of a hostile world, submerged in an ocean shared by other planets. In the immensities of distances never measured before by man. If we persisted in thinking that the fact of having been born made us owners of the universe, until a more powerful civilization than ours comes to conquer us, thanks to the false pride with which we surround ourselves, we may deserve what we get. From Chapter 15. Another Witness. I watched with desperation the passage of what might be my last years. Time was passing too fast for me. At my age I had learned which were the values of life. Every instant, every second, every minute passed with such rapidity that I seriously doubted that many of the projects planned today could be completed tomorrow. My relation with LYA, though having filled my mind with doubts, nevertheless, had filled my existence with longing. A longing that, for what I wanted to fulfill, would require some time. After these many months I still doubted that my chats with LYA should be brought to light. Today I see no obstacle for which they should be hidden anymore. I asked LYA to give me proofs, something that was beyond the knowledge of any scientist of Earth. "You shall have it," she told me one day, in which she saw my anxiety reflected in my face. Nevertheless, I asked her many times if perhaps that proof could be provided sometime. One night LYA had informed me that she knew of another person who had had an experience similar to that of mine. He was a man who lived in Chicago. That was all she would tell me. I argued that I didn't know if I would be able to go there, thinking of my work, my time certainly being saturated in the laboratory at the university. 1. LYA gave that man's name as one Thomas Haskins. "You want a proof? I know that you will go. They will ask you to go." She asserted this in a manner that left me with no doubt. It would require much time for me to solicit permission to absent myself from the laboratory, or to leave my work to anyone with sufficient capacity to continue the labors I had initiated. Nevertheless, my life, since knowing LYA, was overfilled with surprises. 1 month after our conversation, the rector called me to his office and gave me this notice: "Doctor, we have selected you to represent us in the annual conference on social dynamics that will take place in the city of Chicago." I would represent my country precisely in the place that LYA had selected for a very special appointment. 2. The professor immediately recalled the conversation about proof. Here he suddenly had one of his many proofs, but it was for him alone. He would never be able to convince anybody else that LYA had told him this in advance. Inside of me I thought, this is an emotion I shall always enjoy. The idea of knowing that that would occur filled me with joy. Who would have thought that the rector might have overheard my conversation with LYA? Something without precedent was happening in my life. It was as if this was the axis of a magic circle. I accepted the assignment to represent myself before the international body in the name of my country. But at the same time I accepted the right to meet another man, who, like myself, had had a similar experience of having known an extraterrestrial being. A slight gas in my stomach provoked a nausea in me upon arriving in Chicago. It was the sensation of something unknown that provoked a nervous reaction in my stomach. It snowed copiously, in such form that, after my arrival, the news said the weather had left a new record for snow for that year. In the center of the city the thermometer registered 22 degrees below zero. It was already night when I registered with the administration. The heat inside was pleasurable. The climate conditioning functioned marvelously well. Once inside my room, absorbed, I pressed my face to the window, abstractedly observing the slow fall of the big snowflakes. A beautiful spectacle for me. I watched the going and coming of people I did not know. Races mixed among themselves as if in a swarm in an urban area of impressive dimensions. People coming from diverse parts of the world surrounded one another. So close physically, but all seemed indifferent to each other. 3. Our indifference to each other as compared to the ET's concern for us always overwhelmed Professor Hernandez. I put on my overcoat and a scarf and decided to go out despite the severity of the weather. The cold was intense and my face froze in a moment. I walked rapidly to get warm. Soon I began to feel a part of this world, people walking by my side without taking notice, without speaking. Signs in English scintillated in the falling snow. Voices lost themselves as murmurs in the winds that howled in the ears of whoever did not wear protectors like I. Nobody seemed to advertise that they were in the human world, inexplicably. Like other places, this city had also fallen into a routine of being, and made, almost by inertia, all that was there, by custom, seem understood. I stopped in front of a store. An interminable file of people with packages in their arms flowed by. I watched them pass like automatons. Soon I began to make a comparison between what must be the world of LYA and that which was of this planet which I called my own, without belonging to me. 4. The flow of profound knowledge was beginning to make Professor Hernandez feel a stranger in his own world. He felt akin to LYA in some strange way. She had hinted several times that he might be one of them, having incarnated in this world at this time for a purpose. Suddenly a question sprang into my mind: how did our world come to be as it is now? What was it that persuaded our humanity to saturate themselves with innumerable superfluous things on the altars of desire for commodities without feeling? Why invent machines that transport men, robots that replace the labor, devices that isolate the conversations within the same family? I continued working, and beyond, in the showcase, I saw a television turned on. At the moment there appeared news about a disturbance in Ireland, trouble in Iraq, Iran, genocides in Afghanistan, Syria, Poland, etc. It amazed me. These people that right now were walking together with me, and who hurriedly came out of the store, and even myself, seemed totally unaware of those news reports. How had we arrived at this limit of indifference before the pain and the misadventure? Where had we lost the tie, and from where had come the violence and the desire to kill? Is man extinguishing the intelligence of man, in such a manner that now it rivals that of the animals in bestiality? Just where have we lost the delicate balance that determines the point of convergence of sentimental feelings and of hate? I sunk my numb hands into my pockets and continued my walk in the snow. Soon I remembered that upon arriving at my hotel they had advised me not to go out after 6 in the evening, and that if I did it was at my own risk. I was not afraid. Suddenly, for my own security, I gave up having any valor. The violence was a new form of manifestation of being, as was the music of the tango in its time, and the Beatles in the 60s. I noticed, by the number of persons that passed me, that even the danger of an attack had been adopted as some daily thing. Where do they all go? That same man perhaps hoped that something or someone would make a change. The hope of a tomorrow was perhaps the only way which he could resist the vicissitudes of life. I stopped on a corner, stood against a wall and with great difficulty lit a cigarette. My hand shook. Would I be better in the morning? I thought about my meetings with LYA. I knew that from then on I would be noticeably sensibilized. My conversations with her had worked a transcendental change in me. It was as if suddenly a veil had been rent showing the nakedness of a latent reality. Threateningly, I knew that my life was divided into before and after LYA, and that all that had occurred after my first encounter with her had produced profound repercussions on my state of spirit. Inexplicably I no longer saw myself in this world as an individual being, ego-centered. No. Now I placed within what I truly am, only the smallest, almost infinitely small, cellular part of an organism called humanity. To my mind came the possibility of being that organic part that had been invaded by cancerous cells. Could it be true that the world is on the point of succumbing? I could not know. On this point LYA had been discreet. She had advised me of various dangerous situations, but she did not answer when I asked her to tell me if we would survive into a future not beyond the end of the world. I felt, nevertheless, something inside of me, like an agitated sea at times, or like a sky at the beginning of a tornado. I intuitively felt something that I could not decipher. For the moment a change had come over me. Now I was more receptive to things that previously I myself had repudiated. Now it was different. My great longing was that all of humanity could experience the same as I felt when I saw the stars, or the moon, or the great infinity. I wanted to transplant in each one of those around me the concept that LYA had projected, concerning a world full of peace, where the people that inhabited it would profoundly respect life, where the most brilliant of scientists is no more than the most modest of its inhabitants, in a world whose principal quality is the value of sentiments, of simplicity, of humility, of honesty. In short, the range of virtues which on this planet have been put aside. 5. The professor is coming to know what the true meaning of love is. I know that I am speaking of an utopia, but is it not the falsehood of the manipulation of the atom, with all its virtues and defects, as well as with the neutron, the neutrino, and the proton, to cite only some, lurking in a world that is becoming ever more violent? I see through these things, trying to find the good in each one of them, analyzing the situations at a world level, and I see with sadness the great human errors that affect thousands of lives of innocent human beings, whose own fault was to have been born here on earth. LYA, I said inside of me, I want to shout to myself that I am living only a nightmare. I can observe my movements, and I am aware that the ultimate fiber of my being moves through the urge to live. Why? Why? What is it that you have done to me, LYA? Why not, instead of sensibilizing me, didn't you harden me to the end that I could adapt to the crudness of this world? Why not, instead of coming to me, didn't you make me come to you, to your world, to your galaxy? LYA, you have come to me knowing all this accumulation of uncertainty that I drag along my road. You have tried to open my eyes by transforming that which blinded my mind. You have opened a window into the unknown, and I, the ignorant, the incredulous, after looking out, doubted that there would be anything there despite having seen with my own eyes. I don't know if it has hurt me or benefited me. I do not know how much man himself does not know, or whether to live will prejudice him or will benefit him. You have involved me in the same vortex of feeling, coming to make me love life, but I am left with one simple question: how to live it? I don't know if as man I am now within a labyrinth, or if the labyrinth is immersed within me. LYA, after all you have given to my life, I am today in a dilemma. Perhaps it would have been preferable to ignore all that you have put before me, or perhaps I should have opted to remain in doubt of the knowledge. I know that apart from you yourself, later, exactly since that first circumstantial moment in which I met you, I have not been the same. With frequency I consider myself common, sensible. What have you done to me? I believed in the past that my life had been rich in knowledge, but you, with all you have told me, have enriched the present and belittled the past. All has now taken on a strange shade to the eyes of others, but beautiful and fascinating in my view. 6. The professor has gone past the point of being able to communicate his new knowledge to his colleagues. He knows they would never believe him, and might even turn against him. Now I know that there exist as many galaxies as worlds in the universe, and that many of them are populated by intelligent beings. LYA has told me so. That enormous plurality of worlds could be equal or more beautiful than the Earth, the planet on which I am now. But for me, having been born here has been one great adventure. What am I going to do with all this she has left me? Disseminate it or save it for myself at the pain of losing my mind. Now as I try to see through the eyes of my own world, I do not know how it will come out to the last fiber of each human being. It all seems insensible, cold, and nevertheless it is not, because the life that has emerged from that is indescribable as a marvelous fusion that springs forth from nothing and, for the same, in its way, this life of mine, is precipitated toward the same intangible point from which it started. Is that the destiny of man? What will happen in the days to come? LYA. Come back and take my hand. On doing this, inside of me will vibrate the words, I love you. 7 Because through this platonic love I feel for you I have been able to love humanity intensely. I believe I have now discovered your legacy, love. It is the same love that converts a hurricane to a light breeze and provides the rains that wash all the stains from the soul. Love is what makes possible the saturation of beings on the planet, the love that survives in the tempests of an angry sea. I know that you are nearby, but the dimensions of this love frightens me. When you spoke of the manifestation of matter as something much more than what we are aware of in our world, you had good reason. I asked you at that time, where did man come from? And your response was, the being is ethereal, invisible, is strong, grand, and powerful. It is pure energy in spiral vortex. As it has total polarity it can be found in its antithesis, for it is then that it manifests as matter, taking on this aspect as a garment. The ethereal being then can learn to laugh, to cry, to shout, to feel, sing and love, but the finality of matter also is known to destroy. Yes, LYA has said to me through words of profound content that I am a man more tailored in the interior than much of humanity, implanted with something indescribable which is as fantastic as incomprehensible. 8. 7. One can imagine the feelings of Professor Hernandez's wife upon reading passages like this in his diary. She has no basis for accepting the extraterrestrial nature of these contacts, and is left with no alternative but to believe that her husband of so many years is being taken away from her by a clever Earth woman. 8. Here is another reference to a greater soul development for Professor Hernandez than most of his contemporaries. Many UFO contactees are eventually told that they have voluntarily incarnated on this planet at this time to carry out a specific preordained mission. This was noted in the cases of Edward Meyer and Edwin White as well as with a great many others. How did I come to love you? How bold of me to feel love for you. Do I love you for yourself or for what you represent, or for admiration, or for all these things together? I was surprised. I had withdrawn from this world by means of my imagination. Within the city and its inhabitants and its traffic was a fictional world such as has been converted in each one of the great cities. Suddenly I returned to observing the people. Races mixed among each other walked the wide avenues. I was only one point in that city, a minuscule drop of water in an ocean all the time becoming more turbulent. Suddenly I noticed the insignificance of each life. The dimension of matter was infinite, but the power of the mind was immense. The only thing that was in accord with all of this world was the contempt that man feels for himself. The other day I looked in the telephone directory for a name, Thomas Haskins. There were too many names like that. I closed the directory. I had the time measured to attend the opening of the Congress. Those first days it was impossible for me to visit Haskins. That Saturday in the evening I had time. I asked the porter in a hotel which road I should take to get to what seemed to me to be a suburb of the city. The porter arched his eyebrows and told me not to adventure in that place, and if I did, I should return before dark. I boarded a taxi and set out. Thomas Haskins himself opened the door when I rang the bell. After a brief preamble he invited me to enter. His apartment was very modest. We talked a good deal. We had many things to discuss. For the first time I described to someone else my experiences in full confidence that that person would understand. "Did you have this experience very long ago?" I asked. "More or less 10 years ago," he answered. "And what did you think at that time?" I asked. "That all was unreal. It seemed as if suddenly my own psyche had me in a trap. Now I have become accustomed to it." "But, did you believe from the first all that they told you?" "Yes. I believed that something very exceptional had occurred in my life." "Tom, was it a man or a woman?" "Man." "His name?" "Hamill." "Did he tell you where he came from?" "He told me his planet was Ainstria 9. That was what it sounded like, more or less. 9. This is a remarkable confirmation that Tom's extraterrestrial contacts were with the same group of apes as Hernandez. Have you ever thought of transmitting to anyone all of that experience? This," he said, indicating the color of his skin, "at times is an impediment. The sepia color of his skin would not be any impediment to live, or to breathe, or to sleep." Nevertheless I said nothing. "Tell me, Tom, did they invite you to travel in their ship? Does this have some importance to you?" he said. He looked at me at length. He drew in the smoke from his cigar and exhaling with each word said, "Yes, I have traveled in their ship, but that I save as though it were a dream. They took me out to observe the world, and I could see through a sensor the passage of the comet Halley." "Did Hamill tell you anything about that?" "About what?" "About the comet." "Oh yes," he said. He closed his eyes a moment as if evoking some passage from his life and continued, "When I was little my mother prohibited us going out whenever there was an eclipse or when it was said that a comet was passing." "Did you mention this to Hamill?" "Yes, and he told me that our ancestors thought that comets were a powerful source of energy. They thought their passage through the universe was damaging to all they encountered, like they were gigantic aspirators that absorbed many of the gases they confronted distributed throughout the universe. These gases frequently are highly dangerous to the life in space, and many of them feed themselves on energy. He said that a comet absorbing energy and by the force of friction as well as the enormous concentration of particles becomes saturated and some of the gases trail away to form the tail and in this manner scatters the flow, so to speak, of these gases already highly contaminated with others. Such, upon being scattered in space, are attracted by planets that are relatively near their path. Here they encounter the gravitational force of the bodies. The velocity with which these particles travel makes them arrive more rapidly than the others which swarm in space. Those others which orbit in the universe will be thousands of years later in arriving, while the particles of the comet are sent at extraordinary velocity, like they were launched from a catapult." "Oh no," Tom said. "Such a comparison would be a coarse joke. We can call it friction for its accumulated de-energizing effect, and that would be a more adequate term according to what Hamill said. Does this present any danger for our planet?" "Oh, of course it does," replied Tom. "The atmosphere of your planet attracts all these disseminated particles, and later they condense into clouds. The rains carry that to the ground, and then it is absorbed into the lakes, streams, and seas, and primarily in the harvest crops. The air also takes part in the distribution of these particles. In time that contaminated air comes into contact with some 30% of the inhabitants of our planet. Isn't that pretty dangerous for our humanity?" "Yes, that is what Hamill told me. He also told me that space is saturated with dangers and that we still do not know the extent of the harm. He told me that if the scientists of Earth would unite to bring exact knowledge together to expel all of this kind of particles toward the outside, perhaps within 20 years we would be in a position to do it and thus avoid greater contamination of the planet." "What else did he tell you?" "He told me that my planet was beautiful. A planet full of life," he said, "and that it throbes in the field of the universe as a chosen planet, nevertheless having deteriorated to a level such that it no longer offers security for life. Nor for a long time has it offered such despite the advances of its sciences." There was silence. I continued reflecting on the position of Haskins. He was a man of color, unemployed, and living immersed in all kinds of racial, social and economical problems. The violence was clearly advertised on the street where he lived. Groups were stationed on the corners staring with offensive curiosity at whatever passes seemed to them unknown. It was obvious that Tom had been selected from hostile surroundings, as one would pluck a rose from among poison ivy. He convinced me, by his words, that he took this experience as something rare in his life, but not transcendental. "Have you done anything to publicize those experiences you lived with Hamill?" I asked, breaking the silence. "Yes, but for me it was difficult." "Not even a printed article?" "No, but look," he said, taking out a small booklet of 50 pages. "This booklet I was ordered to make. There was only one printing of 2,000 copies. He had dedicated all of his savings to the edition. I knew that it had taken a great effort to do this. Thomas Haskins was brilliant, intelligent, noble, and above all at peace of mind with himself. He seemed an exceptional man, drawn from an unhealthy environment, but what impressed me greatly was his resignation before the means in which he had to live. He believed that his friendship with extraterrestrial beings was not going to improve his actual situation. I understood completely what he had wanted to tell me, but the revelations that pertain to us as terrestrials charged with looking for an improvement in the world level must be directed towards something more profound. At least that is how it seemed to me. Reclining on the bed in my hotel, looking toward the ceiling, I discovered what I did not see before. It occurred to me that before me was opening a tiny breach in the wall of confusion. There would be obstacles. If Thomas Haskins had had the courage to publish a book by himself, I also must do so. My conditions were different from those of his, because I would have to consider that I would be delivering, through the offering of my memories, my prestige as a tenured professor as well. He was unemployed and his name was not well known. I held a position of high responsibility at the university, and it was by means of this position that the rector had selected me as the representative of my country. All that I was planning would change what I would have to do. Was it worth the pain? At that moment I wanted to declare myself the winner without fighting. It cleared up in an instant, and in that same microsecond of time also, it occurred to me that material values counted for nothing before the truth. To me had been brought the proposition of bringing to light my conversations with LYA, but would it not be sufficient to sign the inscriptions, with the word peace for all who would understand what I proposed? No. I felt, that is not the way. The thorns that would come to me when the skepticism emerged must be accepted. I myself had been an intransigent skeptic. I could imagine the mockery, the doubt, and the sympathetic chuckles. I could see myself then in a swamp and slowly sinking. I returned to an exciting day in the Congress, still having the volume by Haskins in my hands, but I had already arrived at a solution. I would try LYA's proof, and, though my prestige was at risk, I would speak to whoever would listen to me about LYA and her presence in our world. And her advice of an insecure tomorrow, the solution of which could only be found among ourselves. Repeat of notes. Copy from text above. 1. LYA gave that man's name as one Thomas Haskins. 2. The professor immediately recalled the conversation about proof. Here he suddenly had one of his many proofs, but it was for him alone. He would never be able to convince anybody else that LYA had told him this in advance. 3. Our indifference to each other as compared to the ET's concern for us always overwhelmed Professor Hernandez. 4. The flow of profound knowledge was beginning to make Professor Hernandez feel a stranger in his own world. He felt akin to LYA in some strange way. She had hinted several times that he might be one of them, having incarnated in this world at this time for a purpose. 5. The professor is coming to know what the true meaning of love is. 6. The professor has gone past the point of being able to communicate his new knowledge to his colleagues. He knows they would never believe him, and might even turn against him. 7. One can imagine the feelings of Professor Hernandez's wife upon reading passages like this in his diary. She has no basis for accepting the extraterrestrial nature of these contacts, and is left with no alternative but to believe that her husband of so many years is being taken away from her by a clever Earth woman. 8. Here is another reference to a greater soul development for Professor Hernandez than most of his contemporaries. Many UFO contactees are eventually told that they have voluntarily incarnated on this planet at this time to carry out a specific preordained mission. This was noted in the cases of Edward Meyer and Edwin White as well as with a great many others. 9. This is a remarkable confirmation that Tom's extraterrestrial contacts were with the same group of eights as Hernandez. From Chapter 16. One more witness. The following notes are from November L. 978 diary pages. I traveled only 4 times in the ship of LYA, but she always met me in places least imaginable to me. I saw her today at the university. She came by that place as I was parking my automobile. She greeted me with her hand at the level of her eyes. I smiled. I invited her to get into my car. I wanted to talk to her. LYA, how is it that you always find me in the most unexpected places? That is relatively easy, Professor. I have already told you that your radiant energy is different from the others. Such is as different as the lines in the hand of each individual. 1. Do you think that if I told anyone that I had had conversations with an extraterrestrial woman, they would believe me? No. Perhaps not. But listen, Professor, this is precisely why it is that many races from other civilizations can come to this planet in all tranquility. If they gave a person some proof, they would not believe it. LYA, why do you not speak in public? Why not present yourselves on television? They would not believe it, Professor. Our appearance is similar to yours. The genetic scheme from which we are created has been similar to yours, with the difference of a certain number of years. Your DNA degenerates and ceases to produce healthy cells, but there is not much chemical difference between us, except that we have strict control of our organs. Our DNA, instead of deterring the advance of cells, propitiates them and works to continue the age. 2. LYA had mentioned her age of 900 years. Similar to some other cases. I have already explained this to you before, because this occurred with your ancestors. I had the opportunity to know of a man in Switzerland. He lacked one arm. He was having contact with persons from the Pleiades. I had access in a form that was mostly discreet. We, at a level of advanced interplanetary civilizations, help each other and we share our knowledge and such on the level of civilizations. We see with great pain that you do not participate among yourselves in this. Very well, this man is called Billy, and he has had many encounters. The Pleiades civilization has delivered samples to him. They have permitted him to photograph and film their ships. He has ridden in the ships with several extraterrestrial women. They gave him a sample of metal from which their ships are made. It is a form of self-regenerating metal. It is like your cells, but of a chemical mineral configuration. Well, they permitted him to take samples and to film them. He has taken many photographs. You know that you cannot film or take photographs of our ships if we do not want it. Those of the Pleiades permitted it. For what happened then? At first nobody believed him. Nevertheless, when he offered to show the sample of mineral they had given him, it changed the events. He was investigated. He was repeatedly questioned at great length. They accused him of being, above all, the greatest fanatic to claim he had samples of his lies. Very well-informed people and some scientists doubted this. And likewise, as with him, they gave samples to a very important Russian, who died after his interrogations, or perhaps from the emotional impact on him to know that he was being contacted by someone of extraterrestrial origin. You are not the only one to be advised about the dangers among yourselves. To him also they spoke about their race that threatens your humanity, and which will be arriving around the end of the 1990s, if not sooner. You will believe that they are a race like us. But no. They could be of a different configuration. But they are very destructive and cruel. When they arrive they will know about your position, both defensively and offensively, because they do not come in peace. Billy knows this, and they, who come from the Pleiades, know that one Swiss man could be better heard in the world, and thus it was. Though he was not listened to, as he should have been. I tell you, Professor, that if any race comes to your world, it will come with all the powers it has accumulated over the time of millenniums, and you will have no alternative but to accept their presence. Billy knows this, and not only him. There are more in the world. But some have preferred to remain silent. Others are simply spectators on the threshold of such happenings. And you perhaps can contribute one grain of sand, but finally, it will be that they will doubt you as they have Billy. This is a most remarkable turn of events. Very seldom do we get real cross-corroboration of one UFO case with another, and only twice before, to our knowledge, by specific contact events. In another one of those strange coincidences that keep coming up in this phenomena, and perhaps one reason I was led to him or he to me, Wendelle Stevens, Lieutenant Colonel USAF, Ret. Formerly an officer in the Air Technical Intelligence Center of the Foreign Technology Division of the Air Materiel Command at Wright Field, the parent office under which both Project Sign and Grudge and later Project Blue Book were organized while he was there, just happened to be the lead investigator of an American team made up of professional, licensed investigators, who conducted the most extensive private UFO investigation in history of a single case, and that was the Pleiades contacts with Edward Billy Meyer in Switzerland. They were doing this in 1977 and 1978 also, and were in Switzerland at the time the professor received his information and made his notes. Nothing of what the professor was being told had been published out of Switzerland up to the time he was told it. The people in Switzerland knew nothing of the professor or of his contacts, and he had never heard of them, or Mr. Meyer, except in the reference from LYA just quoted. We have asked Colonel Stevens for a brief on the Meyer photographs of the Pleiadian ships just mentioned. From Chapter 17, Changes Overcome Me. The following notes are from diary pages from March 1979. Absorbed in my thoughts, I had not realized that all around me had come to a stop. Escaping from my reality is when I can remember what LYA had told me days before. I shiver not only to remember, but to simply pronounce her name, to know that she, at some point in this vast universe, has found the answer for her presence in this world. I looked toward the window and I noticed that it had become dark outside. It was already late. At this point in the infinite, in which I had touched life, clouds had gathered and were forming immense cumulus masses that undulated violently, sketching fantastic configurations in the blue sky. I watched it rain and was moved by the fury with which the drops of water lashed the window. LYA had given me an incalculable inheritance. She had taught me to love my world with all, and what I encountered today revolted me. But there was something very important about this. I had changed too, not only at the emotional level, but at a psychic level as well. Where was it that I got this? I had considered the conversations that I had obtained with LYA and the slow but inexorable change in me a great deal, which at times I did not myself comprehend. My conduct had changed, sensitizing me to a high degree, but this I did not ask for, nor did I solicit any change. No, this did not come in any rapid manner. It was slow, like sparks of metamorphosis. These changes at first were spaced out until each time they came more frequently. My mind had expanded, and my power of concentration had become sharpened. I could perceive any sound in great detail, and surprisingly, could repeat such any time I desired, and analyze it completely including its musical derivations, if it had any. All for me now had no beginning nor end, nor rise nor decline. It is as if each point in my imagination suffers thousands and thousands of changes. My thoughts separate into interesting concepts. All that occurs to me is subjected to profound analysis by me. I am sure that because of my encounters with LYA all in my life has suffered a transformation. My mind has been modified. It is as if I am living within a vortex, where all has great reason for being. For example, if I think on the word mind, this same thought stimulates my imagination, and my capacity to discern comes to me immediately. Then I see a brain. Thousands of concepts recorded in it and a movement induced through the same thought-like energy and vortex which generates these stimulus. The same word suffers a distortion far beyond my knowledge of it, far beyond the explanation for this word found in a dictionary. I had asked myself many times if in this manner the human being could utilize a greater percentage of his capacity for concentration and learning, surpassing the normal levels in any individual. This situation, or mental state, is that which I had opted to call power of infinite concentration, for lack of any other concept, and moreover, still from previous knowledge concerning this phenomenon, had brought really an indescribable change to my life. For example, if I perceived a determined aroma, let us say of a flower, to my mind would come innumerable ideas of landscapes where such a flower could have originated. I would think of its origins, from the unicellular beginning of the seed to the simple representation of color and aroma previously registered in its respective seed. I would immediately know its possibilities of duration, then perceive a succession of ideas about how to plant and grow them, in what parts of the world, resistance to climate, its industrialization, medicinal as well as for food, its possibilities for grafting and for sprouting. Finally its formula and then its preservation. All this without reading about it in any other place. LYA had explained to me how only one page could contain hundreds of formulas according to their own characteristics. Well then, it is as if I myself have been converted into a computerized being to an undefined level. Now let us apply this to my personal life. For example, when I see a man, whatever his ancestry might be, I perceive various characteristics, his extraordinary ones, levels of vibrational frequency, his origins, his blood chemistry composition and other questions. On the other hand, there comes to my mind the origin of the DNA and the gene from which he descended, and I can know if he descended then from a mixed or a pure race, how many generations have passed before him to his present state, from that obtaining his hereditary character, and from when as well as his physical characteristics. If I meet a man of the Negro or Japanese race, we consider both of those pure races. Upon taking his hand I can perceive his vibratory waves more or less acutely depending on the biological chemical combinations of his genetic makeup, and other traits which for questions of reproduction have been modified. I can compare him with others which have been mixed, and with various races that emit various frequencies. These two races have a characteristic odor, and their glands are different from those of the white or copper races. I can perceive his spiritual state by means of his stimulis, and know then his tendencies and the nature of his thoughts. LYA had told me one time, "You will someday understand my form of being and of thought, because you yourself will experience something much like what occurs with me, and that what for me is normal for you is incomprehensible. For that, when I experience all the situations that I have narrated, you will come to the conclusion that on the planet of LYA such phenomena could also occur, and that it is very possible that she possesses characteristics perhaps more sharp and elevated than that which I experience." One time LYA had said to me, "If you could listen, you would be delighted with the beautiful sound of your universe itself." Little by little I began to understand the quality of her development to that level of mental perception, and to me it seemed a formidable portent. It convinced me one more time that the human race, a valuable representative element of his existence, had lost this marvelous ability in some lamentable form. For me, to experience this was to reach the stars with my hands. But what could I do with this in a world like ours? Could I do something when I perceived that some human being suffered intensely with his health? Could I avoid a continental level of confrontation? No. Then I remembered that as a human being I could be, through this sensitivity recently acquired, an easily vulnerable being. From Chapter 18. Early Visits to Earth. LYA said to me, "As you know, the atmospheric perturbations that frequently are registered on your planet came from space. It is there where the innumerable climatic changes are born. Nevertheless, those are the result of major phenomena, some natural, others artificial." She paused a moment and then continued, "Space offers an infinite accumulation of surprises. When we came here for the first time, you were registering on your calendar the year 1239, and the planet, absolutely, was very different from what you find today. We crew members of the ship exhibited our surprise at the simplicity of the people, utilizing rudimentary weapons when we already possessed a technology that would have evoked great surprise among those inhabitants of each one of the societies that we encountered at that time in conflict." "In the manner that you arrived before?" I asked without believing that she had heard me. "Yes, but my charge was not the same as it is now. Then we simply studied and my first trip was only exploratory." "And now, your trip is likewise to explore?" "Not necessarily, but you will know later why. Now let me continue explaining the atmospheric changes with relationship to the forms of life existing between the years 1200 and 1350. During this lapse of time, we made various trips, at least one each 20 years. We discovered that the climatic changes curiously influenced the comportment of the Earth people. Your planet, Professor, belongs to those inhabited ones of the group that you call the Milky Way, and it is an extremely fickle body. 3. This is a clear indication that LYA is aware of other inhabited planets and are part of the Milky Way, and that some of those other groups of inhabitants have an origin in common with us. This was very carefully pointed out by the female extraterrestrial cosmonaut, Semias, in the Swiss case as well. There is a great diversity of climate around this tiny world. This is because of modifications in your solar system. Well, as a result of those changes being analyzed, we discovered some surprises in space. Cosmic clouds, or intermittently radioactive clouds, as we call them, were encountered with unusual frequency. They almost drove us away step by step. They are not detectable by the human eye. Our sensors locate them and we evade contact. We have special sensors for our space navigation. For us, these clouds, because of the ability to detect and avoid them, are not dangerous, and thus represent no threat. With the objective of protecting ourselves, we open a compartment door and expel a neutralizing gas whose principal component is highly concentrated oxygen. Nevertheless, for you it is offensive. It would damage your world. It would provoke changes in radio waves, for turbulence in the air and in your electricity, and would generate problems by the alteration of the energy wavelengths. But the most important damage would be to your neurons. Notes. 1. This apparently is in reference to LYA's trip to Earth for the first time, because she has already mentioned that her ancestors had come here many thousands of years ago. 2. There are accounts of human beings of the white race descending from circular flying machines over Europe in the early centuries of this millennium. One report of this nature said that the citizens of LYA, brought such a pair of entirely human ET creatures, seen to come down from a hovering ship, to the Bishop of Abelard for confinement. The bishop ordered them released and they went back to their ship and left. 3. This is a clear indication that LYA is aware of other inhabited planets and are part of the Milky Way, and that some of those other groups of inhabitants have an origin in common with us. This was very carefully pointed out by the female extraterrestrial cosmonaut, Semius, in the Swiss case as well. 4. We are very well aware of the effects of EMP, electromagnetic pulse, on the physical nature of our universe. EMP is a very dangerous phenomenon resulting from high-altitude atomic explosions and the radiation effects that propagate from them. See Electromagnetic Pulse by Karl Krushelnicki, copyright 1984. See also the following, Science 83, February 1983, pages 40-49 Electronics Australia, April 1983, pages 14-19 Scientific American, 3 January 1984, pages 23-33 The Anti-Gravity Handbook, 1984, pages 69-71. Please note that these diary notes for this chapter were made in March of 1979, another prediction verified. From Chapter 19. Our Explosive Atmosphere. Where do these clouds came from? I asked. Their origins, she answered, are diverse. These clouds also have various chemical components, gaseous, and many times such components are not the same due to the effect of fusion between one gas and another. The least percentage of them is inoffensive, but a greater part is highly dangerous. You, your scientists, have chosen a bad time for your nuclear tests, because the liberated energy of the atom attracts these clouds like a magnet, actually surrounding the Earth and adhering to the stratosphere. 1 Sometimes they orbit forming transparent rings around the Earth. 2 1. This kind of information has also been given to a UFO contactee in Minnesota by an extraterrestrial human being who says he comes from an inhabited planet associated with the star system Alcyone in the Pleiades constellation. LZ, the contactee, has published an extensive report on his version of this situation and sent it to several scientists for evaluation. 2. These rings are described in detail to LZ by the Pleiadian being from Alcyone, who discussed the mechanics of their formation and how they adversely affect our planet and all life on it. There was no contact between the contactee in Minnesota and either the professor in Mexico or the farmer in Switzerland. In the years 1220 to 1300 those clouds, not finding any point of support in the stratosphere, were repelled by the enormous mantle of oxygen encountered on your planet. In that manner a large part of the gases was repelled. With the passage of time the damage, though detectable, left minimum residual effects. We found cosmic clouds far beyond the system expelled in a certain way by spatial inertia, but today the characteristics of the chemical and nuclear weapons are such that it will be difficult. I must tell you, to disperse them from the environs of the Earth. 3 I must tell you something else. Some substances that make up these gases are highly explosive. For the space satellites could contribute something to this. But really the majority only detect some anomalies, and many times these are not appropriately interpreted by your scientists for lack of a point of comparison. This phenomenon is unknown to your scientists. And those gases, highly dangerous and, as I told you, explosive, could make your Earth vanish if anyone would expel a gas that would stimulate the cosmic clouds. The slightest cover contains heavy particles whose special components are nitrogen, hydrogen, and oxygen among others, as well as lead emitted by the contamination from some countries. This is beginning to cover your planet like a cupola. The unmoderated mixture will deprive the neutralizing elements such as oxygen of beneficial effect. Other clouds come from other places. Some only are converted into light gases as they travel through space, but others come to form veritable communities of clouds of such form that visibility is not possible through many kilometers of space. In the system from where I come, there is a band of what you would call photons. Also there is one in the Pleiades, and it is from there that we have ties of scientific interchange with them. We denominate this phenomenon as one of transformation. This is because an organism, when it makes contact with a photon, human beings, animals and plants, it suffers profound transformations. There is immediate organic disintegration. While then, like with the cells, Those atoms propagate, and when the nebulosity becomes overcharged, it explodes and expels these clouds throughout the universe. They travel slowly, considering that there are no gases to transport these nebulas, and as they are very heavy, their movement is slow. They do not come very far, but in space they reach enormous distances. Some of these clouds have come in various ages to the Earth. The photon was known in rudimentary form, without calculations of propagation and distance, and absolutely lacking of precautions, because in those different epochs in which those clouds or gases were present, the terrestrials were not prepared. Nor are you prepared today, despite your advances in technology, because you don't take much time to look up with the proper knowledge. You fill your space with useless debris without thinking of the dangers that also will come from the outside. But what does that mean? How must we study? You know that the terrestrian always has needed a comparative point to determine the nature of some object or thing in question. Frequently they detect chemical components through metaphysical calculations, biologies, physics, etc. The origin of all this is precisely in the contrary of the movement of the molecules and its development. The gas alone is the effect. Notes. 1. This kind of information has also been given to a UFO contactee in Minnesota by an extraterrestrial human being who says he comes from an inhabited planet associated with the star system Alcyone in the Pleiades constellation. LZ, the contactee, has published an extensive report on his version of this situation and sent it to several scientists for evaluation. 2. These rings are described in detail to LZ by the Pleiadian being from Alcyone, who discussed the mechanics of their formation and how they adversely affect our planet and all life on it. There was no contact between the contactee in Minnesota and either the professor in Mexico or the farmer in Switzerland. 3. One difficulty in dispersing these harmful clouds now is the similar harmful gases that we are putting around our planet, which attract those other harmful gases under the laws of affinity. 4. Another group of different ETs who tell their contactee, Edwin White of Penatown, South Africa, that they come from an inhabited planet in another system, also describe this high volatility being reached in our atmosphere. They have an emergency plan they call Project Fireball to try to rescue as many of their people here as possible in case we are in danger of igniting the explosive mass. They say we have already reached the danger level and they have now evacuated their people. A certain kind of thermonuclear burst at a certain level in our outer atmosphere is enough to trigger this today. See UFO Contact from Planet Coal Does, by Carl Van Vleerden. From Chapter 20. Antimatter. Antimatter? The professor asked. You could give it that name for an approximation, but it is not exactly antimatter, he said, because to exist as such, antimatter would have to possess a force equal to the matter, but in a negative manner of form, which would have neither positive pole nor negative pole. Only one culminating point of absorption of whatever of that which the major chemical components possess, and thus determines its force. But that which ye call antimatter must be that which absorbs the matter. Isn't that it? According to some theories of your world you could think, that taking into account, that in space all is surprising, the matter would cease to absorb the antimatter precisely with the intelligence that there exists more bodies, but that is not the case. The non-existence of parity in space is matched in the universe. The nothing, as I told you, is greater than the all as you know. Now then, that is another concept that still is not known on Earth. Confused, I asked, how does one explain this? In a simple manner. In space not only is there the all and the nothing, the matter and the antimatter, but the field of energy that exists between those two concepts. In your path, matter can transform all kinds of life, including destroy it. Antimatter would succeed in imposing itself even against all the living elements, but this neutral energy always overcomes, to impose itself even against we antimatter elements. In space all seems to move in the same vibratory rhythm, though the enormous pulsars vibrate in a different manner than the satellites, all having their own movement. Because of this, when the band of photons came dangerously close to our system, millenniums ago, our ancestors did not know how to avoid its noxious effects, and some worlds surrounded by it, perished, and with them the capacity for life. Inhabited worlds were completely dissolved after the passage of the photons. That energy eliminated all vestiges of life. For that reason, some civilizations were rescued and reimplanted on other inhabitable worlds. But before this, for the lack of knowledge, our ancestors asked many times, what had happened? It was as if suddenly a planet with inhabitants was converted into an absolutely hybrid planet. The band of photons is one of the greatest threats that exists in the universe, though this is not as dangerous as other clouds and other galaxies. This only absorbs energy from living cells. Does that seem little? I asked in surprise. It is that there exist other classes of antigens. Some completely absorb the systems with stars and planets, though it is a characteristic process, because later it emits them and they come to take their original form, though the orbit can change. But other planetary bodies dissolve in the collision with that which you call antimatter. Other types of energy feed on the gases, which they encounter sporadically in space, and others of light, though their nature may be cold and dark. But what are they? I asked without understanding. They are antigens, whose transparency is such that they seem inoffensive. It is an invisible force like with energy. You can feel it, but you cannot see it. That characteristic is essential to that force. And unfortunately, many systems, including your solar, are headed toward a band of photons. Of course it will take many years to get there, perhaps decades of years, but now is a good time to prepare yourselves so that your science is advanced to benefit and not prejudice you, to construct a protection for the beings who inhabit the Earth. The Earth is a colony rich in genes of diverse forms. The multitude of races shows that it is an exceptional colony for reimplantation. There still are civilizations more or less pure. The threat does not only hang over your planet, but all your solar system is exposed. I have told you before that in space it seems like the bodies move in harmony, but it is not exactly thus. Some move slowly and others complete their orbits more rapidly. Above all, those bodies, whose mineral characteristics make them slighter, not in weight but in conductivity, react differently with each other. It is as if the travel of a planet is facilitated more when it has more of this so-called electrical energy. That is an example only to illustrate what I am trying to say. Well then, some travel several times their own system or galaxy. Your planet, in doing this, has already entered the influence of those photons on many occasions. It has not penetrated them directly, but the influence was felt from millions of your kilometers of distance away. Nevertheless, around your year 2024 or 25 you will feel this influence ever more strongly. But your scientists will think that it is a new kind of energy coming from space. The photon threatens from the gigantic depths of the universe. This and the magnetic band that surrounds your planet presents the greater danger for the future of your humanity. In earlier times, at least 14,000 years ago, your planet passed through the girdle of photons. The disasters did not leave much hope, though many of the reptiles did not suffer as greatly as before, because the influence was light. And even so, the elements were released. The Earth lost its orbital coordination. But then the Earth did not have the great number of human beings that it has now. What was it that happened? Well, I must tell you that many things occurred. You still had not entered the photonic band, and already the oceans were agitated by great turbulences and the terrestrial plates were moving. The animals suffered gigantically from molecular stimulation, and this was scarcely the beginning. The scientists from other worlds knew the approximate nature of this phenomenon, and their technology brought them to construct great subterranean caverns and structures which at a determined time would be able to repel this type of aggressive energy. One advanced civilization had come in anticipation of the problem, and they constructed an enormous cupola on the bottom of the ocean. As you know, hydrogen and oxygen, H20, repel all kinds of radioactivity, and they knew this. But the cupola did not have sufficient capacity for all the inhabitants, even though there were not too many of them. They made the selection and took down those who now, notwithstanding the conditions, were in agreement and believed as well that at least 10 years in the depths of the sea would be needed to survive and continue, without suffering the damage possible, as a result of the influence of the antigens. The least tiny error could provoke unforeseen damages. Incredibly many people remained on the surface facing the dangers. Others were able to descend and many more entered the deepest of the great caves that had been excavated in the earth. Many disappeared completely. The scientists of my planet, my father among them, were desperate because they saw the Earth so threatened, and did not know how to explain the threat to the terrestrials involved. The scientists of my planet came to the Earth to help. Some descended to examine the cupola. They examined and selected some animals. Due to the fact that the cupola could suffer from overpopulation, the majority of the mammals were subjected to a prolonged glandular hibernation. This treatment of the glands is completely inoffensive with our procedures, because they can be restimulated when proliferation of the species is desired. If the scientists of your world knew this, they would not utilize so many chemical compounds to avoid uncontrolled conception. Why didn't they construct the cupola on the surface? If the photon band should contain particles that consume oxygen, your humanity would not have much advantage, and lacking this vital element could be extinguished as a humanity. This would not be the case in the depths of the sea because oxygen could be extracted from the waters. Professor Hernandez began to feel despondent over all these previously unknown to him threats and the precariousness of human life on Earth. He worried a good deal about the fate of Earth humanity, and wondered how other planets successfully survived such things in their natural evolution. It was about this time also that he told him of even worse menaces, threats to his very survival, created by terrestrial man himself, such as we are doing in a number of ways today, without atomic, chemical and biological weapons of such efficiency, that they can wipe out all living things on this planet at the pleasure of the aberrant humanity that lives here. LYA told him of a terrible weapon created here on Earth in the past by men living here, that still could wipe out all living things and even the Earth itself. An antimatter weapon. From notes from Professor Hernandez's diary for November 1979, many civilizations have come to our planet in different epochs in search of more powerful weapons. LYA explained to me that beings from planets of higher knowledge intend to save them by taking them out of reach of terrestrial men, who day by day becomes more belligerent and aggressive. This information was given to me today, though I assured her, LYA, that it would be dangerous to give it publicity. Why tell it? The nations will annihilate each other for the possession of such a weapon. But before entering into personal reflections, I will tell you how it was that LYA brought to my knowledge what I have called the diabolic weapon. Today I am speaking of a most powerful weapon whose longevity has extended back over the centuries. An ominous aggressive force has been guarding in the marine depths this weapon, since our world has been studied for a long time by beings of other planets, with the intent to evade knowledgeable examination of their conformation. It was here that she told me, according to my memory, 6 million years before your own time, the continents were found to form only one territory and the nations were relatively close to one another. But then one night the sea swallowed an entire city which ye call Atlantis. The race who lived in the center of this great continent were drowned when the land split in two. They had come to be highly knowledgeable, but their ambition to know ever more and more brought them to total ruin. There, in that large city, the great Atlantean scientists struggled to reach martial supremacy. They wanted to control the galaxy, without having the mental capacity to achieve it. The intended result was to obtain absolute dominion over your world and of the whole system. Those, the Atlanteans, had come from the third planet of this solar system which then was Maldek, today known as the asteroids. This third planet was a refuge for beings coming from Sun, whose powerful sciences had made them invincible. Nevertheless, those scientists were divided by frictions among themselves and some, also scientists, immigrated to Earth. The Earth then occupied the fourth place in this solar system. As colonists of the Earth they became undesirable and intolerable to the inhabitants, who had been established there before, due to their perversity and the domination they exercised through their sophisticated arms and weapons, with which they subjugated the smaller nations. The Earth came to be an enormous receptor of beings coming from other worlds, of which the diversity of creeds and customs, as well as the genetic differences was great. The recently populated planet attracted many civilizations, due to the richness in minerals it contained. At that time there was only one continent. Your planet was something like a great greenhouse observed with great suspicion from the enormous planet Maldek. Once on the Earth those emigrant scientists explored the origin of man, utilizing animals in danger of extinction, causing terrible and monstrous mutations between human and animal genes. They captured animals of other worlds for experimentation in fields not only of genetics, but of clones. And the monsters they produced in the laboratory were released more than once in circuses of diversion, confronting them with slaves and prisoners. Their experiments encompassed great fields of study, even coming to include tests of human resistance to poisonous gases, which provoked genetic mutations in the descendants of those humans, causing thus themselves uncontrollable epidemics, which isolated entire nations. Is it possible that the European tabloid press had a clue when they said that the current AIDS epidemic was the result of American biological warfare experiments that got out of control? An ACC.to off Jumper Michael Wolff of MJ12, the AIDS virus is created in CIA labs with the intention of population control in 3. Africa, the Maldekians became very worried. But the terrestrials were not interested in applying restrictions imposed in accordance with cosmic agreements, and they rebelled against the laws of Maldek, where the respect for life was the first mandate to be considered. There were great astronomers, who, knowing the exact movement of each one of the bodies in your solar system, upon perfecting the antimatter weapon, discovered a way to modify the orbits of each one of them. The stars radiate energy in sufficient quantity to power ships at a great distance. Nevertheless, despite what they had achieved, the terrestrial Atlanteans were not satisfied with their accomplishments and wanted to reach greater power on the planet Earth than that which had been achieved by the scientists of Maldek. They had at their disposition many forms of acquiring dominion over science, but they did not know enough about something that disturbed them, antimatter. Remember, Professor, that antimatter surrounds matter, that here is more empty space in the galaxies than planets which it surrounds, after which then the nothing is much greater than that which itself exists. Moreover, the dead are attracted enormously by it. It is frequently asked in the same way that you ask today, where do the dead go? Over the years of profound study and experimentation, anxiously trying to control the power of the magnetic vortex that produces life, they succeeded in discovering the anti-magnetic origin of the same existence. They suspected that a powerful energy produced life, but they ignored the significance that it was that which sustained the nothing in the galaxy. They wanted to dominate the psyche in the human being, and the biological energy that moves man as well as the dynamics that sustain the movement of the planets, the suns, and the stars. They were ambitious to obtain the immense power to dominate and subject the universe itself. Then it was when they came to perfect a weapon authorized only to the great civilizations, a weapon that converted living bodies into antimatter space. This weapon annihilated all, and absolutely all of a living being. You know that matter dies, but the energetic essence, bioenergetic psyche, survives. It is a powerful mental energy that retains a great quantity of vitality and whose memory persists through the centuries. This is the energy that moves you and me and all others. The planets which possess life, possess memory. Well, those less Atlanteans, the terrestrians so to speak, of the time, upon creating this powerful weapon, were able with it, to annihilate also the energy that moves us, the same that you call spirit. But let us return to Maldek. Intergalactic law prohibited weapons such as this to civilizations or scientists such as those, that demonstrated imprudence and insensible rebellion. The law of mutual respect was lost among the diversity of races and creeds that begin to multiply on your world. Since the Earth and your solar system is on the edge of this galaxy, the terrestrials knew they were isolated from the greater civilizations that exist in the center of the galaxy, and for such knew that they were secure from any inspection on the part of those civilizations, at least for a certain time. That weapon possessed an antinuclear reactor and anti-energy and was as well, a molecular disintegrator, magnetic destabilizer, force neutralizer and receptor of energy of any class. With it they could control life and movement. The new weapon was called an antimatter device, and it gave them a power never possessed before. The difference between the antimatter weapon and the conventional arms of the time was abysmal, enormous. The common arms they possessed could exterminate matter, but not the organic energy. But the new and sensational discovery, as it seemed to them, permitted them to destroy the psychic and spiritual energy of the human being. This weapon could exterminate both entities, the material and the spiritual. Pardon, LYA. I do not understand what you say with both entities, I asked. Ah. You give the names spirit and matter to those psychic and organic components of the human being. They both are entities. What you call spirit is indestructible by conventional death. Its energy continues even after death. But this weapon absolutely exterminated all of the vibrational or psychic being, whether it was in motion or not. And once it was activated toward an objective it would destroy it, searching out the sound, being guided by the respiration of people in the area or by the expiration of the vegetation. It leveled entire cities and forests, being the only absorber of all its energy and could disintegrate them. This weapon alarmed the rest of the Maldekians, who sought without result for ways to resist it. Its powerful force exterminated all living cells, no matter how small they were. It could change or modify the course of any planet, no matter how big it seemed, and could provoke catastrophes in solar systems such as yours, causing collisions of the orbiting worlds by creating an antimagnetic vortex current. The creation of this monstrous weapon worried the Maldekians so much that they felt responsible for whatever might happen on the Earth. They were decided by such to come to your planet to finally try to dissuade those to abandon the project and return to the times of peace. But it was already too late, the terrestrials having advanced too much, knowing that this gave them ample power among great interplanetary scientists. The Maldekians, repeatedly confronted by the resistance of the terrestrials, decided by themselves to deactivate this weapon, though they knew that they risked the stability of your world. Despite all, their intentions were in vain. The terrestrials decided to shield this weapon beneath an enormous pyramid which they guarded day and night. Upon seeing this, the Maldikians declared war, which lasted almost 1 year. It was a belligerent confrontation as difficult as powerful between identical force structures. Nevertheless, the terrestrials had decided to use the weapon when the time came. Once more, in the midst of that conflict, the scientists of Maldik returned to negotiations to convince the Atlanteans to desist in their decision, but the latter responded with more frequent bellicose aggressions. They would not abandon that symbol of their new power. The terrestrials were not prudent nor characterized by respect for cosmic law, always having violated those of their own civilization. Upon refusing to deliver or to deactivate this weapon, which nullified cellular life and threatened technology, all bioorganic energy, and the peace of the solar system, they reinforced anew the fraternal struggle. In the fury of battle the terrestrials lost terrain. Greater civilizations of other solar systems came to aid the Maldikians. It was then when the terrestrials decided to activate that powerful weapon, focused to make the planet Maldik lose its magnetic field, to the end that it would provoke collisions with its nearer planets, the nearest being Mars. Upon losing its orbit the planet Maldik lost enormous amounts of energy. The scientists discovered that such had been lost and one night decided to destroy the powerful force that encouraged the aggressiveness and the power of the terrestrials. A powerful ray projected from the Maldikian laboratories fell upon that great city, Atlantis, dividing the continent in two, and it was this that opened that great portion of the earth, and that fatal night the entire city was drawn completely beneath the ocean. Other lesser cities had been alerted that a great inundation was about to flood inhabited land, and some of those constructed, with the help of the scientists of Maldik, enormous embarkations, in which they rescued those who desired to flee such danger. Upon dividing in two, the enormous continent broke up and killed also many innocents, sinking slowly into the sea that had surprised the great city, and displacing the divided territories one toward the east and the other toward the west, losing the magnetic pole of the earth. From then it is still errant. The earth, your planet, changed its orbit, and during much time, great inundation fell upon innocent nations ignorant of that conflict. Today the continents continue moving, causing the emergence from the waters of territories that were submerged in that night. Your world is in continual movement since then. The planet Maldik continued losing orbital energy for some time, until its inhabitants emigrated to other worlds, which gave them asylum. Finally that planet entered on collision courses with Mars and Jupiter, and even your own Earth. Its enormous aerolites fell like a rain of stars on the adjacent planets. Some of that cosmic dust still is found in the rings of Saturn, and others were recommodating themselves in the region that today you call asteroids. That weapon remains within the Great Pyramid on the bed of the sea off the state of Florida between a string of islets you call Bimini. I looked at her incredulously. She knew that I was not very sure to admit and to digest that history. I felt humiliated. Sadly I asked, "Is it still in the ocean?" "Yes, Professor," she responded. "And the stellar community is worried now more than ever, because the sun's rays now and then provoke the activation of its force, which, though weak, still can provoke magnetic changes on your world in molecular disintegrations. This Antimatter weapon still manifests its terrible effects in imprecise form, but with sufficient frequency for the scientists of your world to be attentive to what occurred in that place. It makes the compasses, the communications, and the marine navigation suffer alterations with considerable regularity. It still moves energies in vortex when it detects living energy in its surroundings, once activated by solar force, and its anti-molecular field is stimulated when it detects any kind of apparatus moved by reaction. In fact it moves with a sound. It still is manipulatable and highly dangerous, and for you there is no way to get to it on pain of exposure to its force as destructive as it is powerful. After so many years, is it still as deadly as you say?" I asked. "Actually, Professor," she responded wadically, "there are still many stellar civilizations striving to obtain it and, though not obtaining permission from the greater civilizations, travel to your world, to study, to analyze, and to seek to extract it, but neither they nor yourselves, but only greater civilizations who have sufficient knowledge and who totally control anti-energy and antimatter, can deactivate it. Can you do it, LYA?" "Of course, Professor. Remember that pertains to a scientific and exploration group, but it would be such as to expose your planet to the emission of antimatter forces. We profoundly respect life, not only material, but energetic as well. Our principles are based on care for the species and the nurturing of them. Could we someday control this adequately?" under your present circumstances, no. The scientists of your world, with your science and your knowledge, still do not understand perfectly the control of the forces of hyperspace for navigation. For that you need enormous forces of energy to control your ships. The exploration of space will cost you millions of hours still before you understand the dangers of space. Because of that, you could not control it sufficiently to bring it to the surface without your people suffering terrible genetic effects. Upon bringing it to the terrestrial surface, cities situated hundreds of kilometers away could disappear in an instant, as has already happened in antiquity. The extraterrestrial ships could do this, but the evacuation of energy would be fatal to many of you. Only a very advanced civilization could do it. Otherwise the magnetic field of your world suffers notable modifications. Those other civilizations of which you speak, do you know their location? Effectively, Professor. The anti-energy emission is detectable by our sensors. Many cosmic civilizations know its location. You will know also, because very soon the scientists of your world will try to get to where it is, but few or almost none know really what it is, and what it represents, much less detecting its origin. Many ships which pass through this antimagnetic field, launched toward space, suffer alterations in their navigation program, for which accidents sometimes happen. Such ships with their energy force stimulate the antimagnetic power by their passage. LYA, is it really possible that the American scientists have already detected this? Of course, I already said before that some scientists are worried by what occurs in that zone, but listen carefully, Professor, your destiny is being slowly changed. I did not say that you were elected, but if you are fortunate enough to know this, you should not release this information due to what happens to a world without cosmic supremacy. We believe that your world should know what exists there, and we also believe that your society must become more peaceful before having the exact knowledge of this weapon, to be able to accept the idea of living in peace and never use it against any civilization, but already there is not enough time. Beings of other minor races, rebellious, imprudent, and ambitious, would take it at any price. They know that if they leave it there, someday it could be used against them or against others. Today the terrestrial generations are moving toward more belligerent confrontations. On our world, as on many others, the children are trained to the consciousness of the living being and intelligent as such, because they know that someday they will inherit the planet, then later they try to develop optimum courses of quality and higher intelligence. But the children of your planet live in violence day after day. All of your marvelous apparatus of communication show them wars between one and another country without them knowing exactly why they fight. The continuity of these events predisposes them to aggressiveness. The parents exercise no control over this, because they don't know how to do it. The best and the worst of these assurances are being given from the bosom of the home. And those are the generations that will someday guide the destiny of your planet. The level of superhuman consciousness is unknown. The respect for life is discarded. Love is conditionally controlled, without knowing that this is the sentiment that must improve as the beginning of respect for people. Human values do not exist as such, and even continue showing the child a world without love, full of violence, of hate, of rancor, of ambition and of ignorance. Your world is one of those produced by diverse ideologies tarnishing this beautiful blue planet. Discordances of pride and power strive to show that peace is only obtained by war, subtle as well as perverse circumstances in a decadent world. You still have a place in the galaxy. The civilizations that survive, acquire a place by right. If a society or civilization does not survive as such, it has no right to possess this weapon or any other. Because it has demonstrated arbitrarily in the control of others, it will have no right to knowledge of this. Too many wars, Professor, have filled the fields of battle with blood. For what then would you possess such a weapon as this? It would only serve you for the destruction of one another. The first universal law is knowledge. After this one obtains possession. If you prefer to guard this that I have told you in secret, then do it. I am not obliging you to tell it, but it is important that your world know that they must reevaluate their own attitude toward their own planet. Your sciences, Professor, have destroyed vast lands in honor of nuclear experiment. You are destroying your own habitat. It is giving birth to a new generation of aggressive irrationals. But you yourselves are the only ones capable of changing this. No, LYA, I will not give this knowledge to the world. If sometime someone should die because of my trying to withdraw this threat to humanity, I would feel that to live would be sterile. The world, my world, is not prepared for this power. Toward the end of 1987, Professor, you will encounter really alarming signs that beings of other worlds intend to come to your planet from different spatial coordinates. That weapon, as bait, attracts extraterrestrials of diverse races and of distinct level, which still has not encountered the method of developing one similar. If someone decided to try to recover it, you would be exposed to its immense disintegrational field, or could go mad if this field is weakening. Many animals in migration avoid by instinct passing where this weapon is found, though I can tell you that in one night entire flocks were literally swallowed up by the anti-energy without your being told. Life in space is uncertain for the anti-energy that surrounds it. The worlds of superior intelligence survive. Hundreds of clouds of antimatter swarm to the length of entire galaxies, absorbing celestial bodies in their passage. This I have already explained to you before. That civilization which does not know these dangers succumbs before them. For that, the knowledge of the great intergalactic scientists is important, since only they know the great mysteries enclosed in the universe. My father is a great scientist. We know through him the most secure lines of intercosmic navigation. Well, this force is concentrated in a small receptacle, fixed in some place between those islands that I mentioned. There will come a time when you will work on molecular and anti-molecular disintegration, without utilizing the atomic level. It will not be easy, but neither impossible, since you possess the genetic level for the investigation to develop it. You want the power of a planet, without having discovered still the secret of longevity to enjoy the gains that you actually have, for so small is the ambition and much less the time that you live to see the fruits of this science you contribute to, but continues to advance. Even if those who control all these forces are children today, those to whom you have brought aggression and violence. The time that it would take to deactivate this weapon by the scientists of the most advanced countries of your world, would be unpredictable, as would also be the effects that it could cause, but someone or a group could begin to undertake the idea of the deactivation, always with peaceful intent, on the contrary of which your world would be converted into an arid planet, like many others in the universe, if for some reason they moved with imprudence. Also, I must tell you that some scientists of your world are experimenting with weapons of such sophistication that it will not take long before they come to understand the nature of the Antimatter which the ocean guards. I say to you, Professor, you who has studied high levels of nuclear energy for your world, and what in our levels still is found in primary phase, understand that it represents a grave threat to your world, but also for ulterior civilizations. LYA, don't you think that it would have been preferable that you not admit me to this? I would not be loyal with you, Professor, if I shut up, without advising you of problems that confront your civilization. This is the most terrible legacy that you have received from the past, which nevertheless you do not know. Another legacy that you have received is genetic modification, through which you have such a short lifetime. Your duty, Professor, is to plant the seed of knowledge. If you do this, perhaps, it will bear fruit. Perhaps no. That depends on the terrain in which you sow it. The peace of the planet must take priority, until the men of Earth succeed in evolving to a scientific level, respectful of the forms of life that surround them. I have shown you the tendency to decadence. Each time, during one determined cycle, on your world, you reach a level of knowledge of cosmic level and your moral formation within the decadence. LYA, could you show me the exact place where this weapon can be found? I will take you there, Professor. And we both will observe that great pyramid from the bed of the ocean. You will probably be surprised by its inoffensive appearance, but within that same is found the weapon that is capable of exterminating your whole world. You will observe also the ruins that it has made in its descent. The ocean jealously guards its secret, and the water in some manner attenuates its effects, though not all, and for that it remains being highly dangerous to approach. The magnetic field of our ship repels all anti-energy force. Remember, Professor, when your auto would not start? Our negativizer of energy is powerful, but first this weapon is important. You will go with me, Professor, I promise you. This is the maximum proof offered by an inhabitant of Extraterrestrial to a man of Earth. Many will not believe you. That incredulous attitude of the people of your world permits us to descend to your planet with total security, though we only make ourselves visible before those who desire to see us. And I said to you, Professor, that nobody is going to believe you, but a few scientists will see answers to their questions in the lines that you write. They will believe, Professor, though not all. Line of asterisks. Since that day I have reflected much on what LYA said. I worry that her words will continue coming true as has happened before, and if that is it, will other races come to continue visiting our planet with the intent to carry away this weapon? Then why orbit tracking satellites and install enormous radars if we continue being a civilization of minor knowledge to them? My intention is to never publish this information. However, I have consigned it to my diary so as to not forget all that this extraterrestrial woman taught me. From Chapter 21. The Extraterrestrial Photographed. From notes in Professor Hernandez's diary for March of 1979. After our lengthy and substantial conversations, LYA left in me a change, a longing to begin to search into the vastness of the universe which surrounds us. I began to carry my photo camera with me in my automobile. I wanted to have objective proof of her existence, a photograph of her or her ship. I asked her that day in March of 1979, if she would permit me to photograph her. She looked at me, not into my eyes, but directly at my forehead. Immediately in my eyes I felt a vacancy. Why? She asked me delicately. Sweetly. LYA, if perhaps sometime I would want to give publicity to that which we have talked, if for some reason I would want to transmit the message you have brought me, they are going to ask for proofs. Who will ask you that? Well, perhaps the editor, perhaps the people who will read about it. Finally. Professor, when I came down to your world I needed to do it suitably protected. Not only for me, but also for you. 11. There are a number of such instances of concern for possible infectious germs from space being introduced into our Earth environment. The UMIT's UFO contact from Planet UMO described their methods of decontaminating their ships which enter our ambient atmosphere, and their beings who get out and walk our planet, in considerable detail. Many Earth abductees who have been taken aboard ET ships have described the process of decontamination of them and their clothes and equipment as they board the ET vessel. I am surrounded by an antimagnetic and antigravitational halo. 22. The Pleiadians visiting Switzerland described a protective field that surrounds their ships in our atmosphere and the cosmonauts themselves when they get out of their ships in our environment. See UFO contact from the Pleiades by Stevens. Before, decades of years ago, this halo could be seen by simple sight. Because of this, many of the apparitions of my congenerates were taken as divine. I have mentioned this to you before, but now we have overcome this. 33. The so-called divine beings in all the religions of our world are usually characterized as being surrounded by light, or of having a radiant appearance about them. Sometimes they are painted with a halo of light around the crown of their head. To get myself around in your terrestrial space, I must be suitably equipped. My anti-magnetic field many times nullifies that which moves in your world with common energy. The battery in your watch, for example, exploded and was destroyed. Your car at times will not start, will not crank as you say. Imagine what could happen upon taking a photograph. The bulb will not flash. It is useless. 4. In the investigation of UFO cases we frequently encounter electromagnetic effects on electrical watches of witnesses. UFO contact from undersea, failures of automobile, boat and other vehicle engines, lights and electrical systems. UFO contact from Planet Argo by Denardi and Stevens, failure of house lights and even blackouts of whole electrical systems. UFO contact from Reticulum by Stevens. We also frequently detect the presence of strong magnetic fields, including elevated residual magnetism for some time afterward. UFO abduction. A Timirazol by Dr. Walter K. Buehler. I had thought of this many times. Nevertheless I continued carrying my camera. I never knew when she would return. I had full conviction that it was going to be soon. And finally it occurred. Some days later I came to see her very near Tlatelolco. I saw her in the full light of day, in the fullness of her extraordinary beauty, which I thought was certainly worth the effort of trying to take her photograph. She, upon sensing my intention, took one step back from me, of about a meter, because her body is highly aesthetic and elastic. She advances or walks with great steps with surprising ease. I followed actuating the camera shutter several times. She stopped not very far away, but I could tell that she advanced a meter or more with each step. She looked at me and smiled, slightly moving her head in the negative. It will not come out, Professor. And it is not that I have denied you the opportunity to do this. I must ascend to your world protected. Without it, if I came close to you with the germs that are brought from space, your people would die. You have no antibodies to repel the germs of space. I have already spoken to you of this. Look into the camera, and I will carefully guard the picture in my portfolios. I fervently desired that someone or something would appear in the photograph. I myself developed the roll of film in my house. This would be no fake. There appeared a being in only the first photograph. I analyzed it carefully. It was, though anthropomorphic, a phantom, luminous, and in proportion greater than LYA herself. I could not be deluding myself, it was her. Nobody is going to believe this, but myself, yes. I had photographed a luminous halo that surrounded and protected her. My hands trembled. I developed it carefully and studied it before drawing and mounting it. I marked the date on it and put it away in safekeeping. There were no images on the rest of the roll of film. It was the only image that appeared and the rest of the film showed no trace. 5. The rest of the film appeared unexposed because the electrical shutter release failed to operate on a near-dead battery in the camera, and did not open the shutter when the button was depressed. LYA knew that our cameras are really primitive. One might say archaic before their great advances, and only if they desire it, can they be photographed. I really needed to have a proof. I remained suspended between fear and intrigue. I wanted to demonstrate to myself that she existed. I had jealously guarded for such a long time the secret of our meetings and it was driving me crazy. I wanted to fill myself with equanimity. I knew that a change was taking place in me, but I myself did not know what confronted me. I tried to explain this to myself through science, but I must admit to being afraid at times. The nights I waited stood out clearly, imprisoned in my own subconscious. I was tied to something I did not understand, which was something that could be true or not entirely true. The photograph that I had taken was a form of proof, though not absolute, of that which was real. Though it was only to convince me myself. Footnotes. 1. There are a number of such instances of concern for possible infectious germs from space being introduced into our Earth environment. The UMIT's UFO contact from Planet Umo described their methods of decontaminating their ships which enter our ambient atmosphere, and their beings who get out and walk our planet, in considerable detail. Many Earth abductees who have been taken aboard ET ships have described the process of decontamination of them and their clothes and equipment as they board the ET vessel. 2. The Pleiadians visiting Switzerland described a protective field that surrounds their ships in our atmosphere and the cosmonauts themselves when they get out of their ships in our environment. See UFO contact from the Pleiades by Stevens. 3. The so-called divine beings in all the religions of our world are usually characterized as being surrounded by light, or of having a radiant appearance about them. Sometimes they are painted with a halo of light around the crown of their head. 4. In the investigation of UFO cases we frequently encounter electromagnetic effects on electrical watches of witnesses, UFO contact from undersea, failures of automobile, boat and other vehicle engines, lights and electrical systems, UFO contact from Planet Iarga by Denardi and Stevens, failure of house lights and even blackouts of whole electrical systems, UFO contact from Reticulum by Stevens. We also frequently detect the presence of strong magnetic fields, including elevated residual magnetism for some time afterward. UFO abduction A. T. Mirazolby Dr. Walter K. Buehler. 5. The rest of the film appeared unexposed because the electrical shutter release failed to operate on a near-dead battery in the camera, and did not open the shutter when the button was depressed. Note, the extraneous marks on either side of the head of the image in this color slide appear to have been made by earlier analysts picking at the emulsion with a sharp instrument. They do not appear to have been a part of the original image. They were obviously made after the original color slide was developed. From the addendum in the book, and invitation from LYA. From several notes made in November 1979. For many months, almost 14, Professor Hernandez and I suppose that means Zitha Rodriguez. Rorem had been conversing at length about his experiences, in which the principal protagonist was an extraterrestrial woman. I showed a really genuine interest in his accounts. To me, it seemed a fantastic story, really incredible. As director of the magazine I had access to many UFO cases, but none as interesting as this one. I believed it, though I had some doubts. Within me, I felt that the professor was telling me no untruth, and one reason why I say this is that it would be so illogical, since he desired no publicity, no fame, no money, nor any other material benefit, as with others with whom I have dealt. This inspired me to continue studying his case. Sometimes I noticed that he would show fear when speaking of some things concerning LYA. That was logical. He had received a great emotional shock, which I believe the true contactees can understand, and what I say here. Whoever has had an experience of this type, suffers an emotional change. At first, after that first encounter with LYA at the university, the professor felt really surprised when she tried to communicate telepathically with him. He felt that he had received certain messages, though he could not be certain where they came from. His research work advanced surprisingly, thanks to many of the formulas that were seen to be improved with opinions that came from him, without his comprehending how or why. He heard formulas in his mind, but he did not at first relate them to the visits of the strange extraterrestrial women. We conversed at length about the possibility and the ideal means by which the professor could send information to the great powers, advising of his experiences with LYA. We knew that many crazies had been sending letters of pacification to Russia and the United States, but we did not know how they were going to react to the information that he had. Sometimes he and I had questioned things that LYA had said, but he never had doubts about the existence of this woman and her extraterrestrial origin. To insistence, he one day promised to take me to meet her, but I thought it was only a promise to pacify me and nothing else. Nevertheless, he had asked LYA if I could come and meet her personally. She told him yes, but that they did not show themselves to the world because at international levels nobody would believe it, and if they began to do so, they would try to capture them, and to examine them and attempt to analyze their blood, organs and circulation, but that she and her friends were disposed to no more terrestrial beings on a peaceful basis. The professor did not tell me of any preparation, because, according to him, he himself did not prepare, not even at a mental level, although this was a form of communication with him. We agreed that on the next occasion I would go with him to meet LYA. I asked, "Where's the place?" "How would I go?" I asked. "I will take you," he said. At the time, October and November 1979, I had a great deal of work at the publishing house, and I soon forgot my promise to him. Up to now all was going well. During that lapse of time we only saw each other 2 or 3 days due to his having to go to the zone of silence to make a report. When he returned, he said that he wanted to remind me of our appointment with LYA. I felt a kind of curiosity. Finally I was going to meet an extraterrestrial woman. I thought that as a journalist, I might be able to convert this into a contact. What should I do? Now I was on the level of the professor. What would happen? As the day approached for my possible encounter with LYA, I began to feel a kind of uneasiness. Frequently in the evening, I would think very deliberately about that. What was happening to me? Did I really want to meet LYA out of curiosity, or only to unmask the professor? I did not know, but I began to feel an unprecedented fear. I felt very bad. I wanted to go, but I refused to take part in that meeting. If a man of the valor and the integrity of the professor had experienced changes in his personality, could I resist that? The day arrived and the professor called me early to remind me of the appointment. He was very sure the two of us would go together. He was really quite sure that I would accompany him. The night before, I had not been able to sleep. I was really terrified. I never knew why, but toward morning I stuck my head out the window and upon looking at the moon and the stars, I felt my heart beating with great force. I felt an undefined emotion. I was not emotionally prepared for such an encounter. I began to think of those who had disappeared and whose disappearances on many occasions was attributed to the UFOs. For that reason, when he called me to tell me that he was coming for me at 5 o'clock, I refused, arguing that I had too much work. The professor then said to me, "I asked LYA if you could come with me to meet her personally, because you want to see if what I have been telling you is true." She answered me, "It is well, you may bring her, but I do not think she wants to come." That surprised me a great deal. LYA knew that I would not come. Had she provoked this psychological ill feeling? Was I not prepared for such an encounter? I had no answer to my questions. The professor had told me that many people could contact them via ETS. Their advances do not damage us, and many times they have placed their sciences at the service of whomever, like the professor, become their friends. Their space travels do not endanger us. Many of us, through some subconscious fear, refuse to accept friendship with beings from other worlds, and this fear impedes their coming to have a coherent relationship. I have interviewed other extraterrestrial contactees. Those who really have had some kind of contact experienced a certain fear. That depended on the nature of the contact, on whether it had been involuntary or friendly, or if there had only been silent contact. The professor had already had to confront the problem of a special encounter, and above all had to struggle against himself to believe it. I simply had to remember that I was afraid of the unknown, and I believe that fear is an obstacle by which we terrestrials do not come to accept, as it should be, the presence of those beings. When I told my elder brother about this, he reproached me as a coward, and still today I regret not having gone. 9 years have passed, and it seems that I can return to that time and feel the same ill sensation. only by imagining that I could have been on a spaceship. It is true that my action was incomprehensible, but if you had been in my place, what would you have done? From Chapter 23, We Are Destroying Our Own Planet, from notes made in November 1975. We continually search the universe, trying to perhaps encounter something else, is what LYA has told me many times. Day after day, a labyrinth of questions rise in my mind. I have asked her to tell me why my limited capacity for discernment and little receptivity is an obstacle so difficult to overcome. I know that contrary to her desires, she used words incomprehensible and terms that at times I did not understand. Likewise, when she was forced to use or employ simple terms in referring to her technical scientific subjects, the grandness of her knowledge was minimized. According to my deductions, she spoke to me in words most accessible, which could serve to train me, which much facilitated things for me. I began to become accustomed to my training by LYA, at whatever moment, in whatever place she wished. With her, today, when I saw her at the University of Mexico, picture of it, less than http://underscore88b_m-j9ut/rumor4_ly7g/zy/university.jpg greater than working toward the cafeteria, there was absolutely nothing strange. I knew that she could accomplish almost anything she desired, and I believed that up to then, she had become a part of my life. I stopped her when I caught up with her. "Hey, E," I exclaimed. "I have many questions to ask you," I said without stopping to think of the necessity of protocol to greet her. I acted spontaneously, without courteously greeting her. She nodded her head affirmatively and looked at me expectantly. We walked toward the outside in the direction of the parking lot. "LYA," I said while we retired from that place, "tell me about the uncertain future which day after day I have come to comprehend from all your conversations. Show me that which will come into form inevitably destructive to assault our planet." "Listen, Professor, the terrestrials demonstrate decadent tendencies, nevertheless the majority live in a period of transition. That is to say, of changes, of metamorphosis. The galactic community simply observes. 1. Only you can resolve the internal affairs. 1. Many other contactees, notably Edward Meyer in Switzerland, have been told by ET visitors that they have no authority to intervene in our basic nature beyond advising and educating, pointing the way so to speak. They say that all the problems that vex us are of our own making, and that we must learn to unmake them or learn to control them ourselves. They can give advice and even recommend, but we have to choose whether we want to take advantage of the advice offered, and if we choose not to, we must suffer the consequences of our acts. They say there is nobody coming from anywhere to save us from ourselves. It is the respect of free will, of the liberty to act. It is a form of living, though that could be disputed, that is respected. Nevertheless, you are gaining, if that is what you want, and they demonstrate access to great intergalactic knowledge. However, contrary to that which you hope for your community, the terrestrials demonstrate clear tendencies to decline. The decline of this civilization began some time ago. As thinking beings, you began to incur this in your own species. In only 1 century, you have carried out sufficient nuclear tests that, because of which, for the next 200 years, your humanity will be exposed to radioactive residues from explosions in different parts of your planet. Unfortunately, this is one of the more important reasons why you are losing your ozone layer. By the 1980s you will have lost a total of 8.3% of the ozone layer that originally was found at the beginning of this century. This will provoke the solar rays to stimulate the molecules of all living organisms to their maximum level. 2. This will also make many of the viruses that assault the terrestrials reach their optimum resistance. 3. 2. This cause of the destruction of the protective ozone layer surrounding our planet was also pointed out in ET contacts in Switzerland in 1975, before we were even aware of any loss ourselves, and in 1976 in ET contacts in Minnesota. Other ETs making contact in other countries have pointed out the same problem for us. 3. The effect of the loss of the ozone layer on viruses is a new factor introduced by these ETs in this case. But the effect of fine radiation on viruses and the DNA chains in living organisms was discussed in detail in 1967 and 1968 by ET visitors from Planet Homo to contactees in Spain. See UFO Contact from Planet Homo, Volume 2, by Antonio Ribera. Nevertheless, this will exercise a major stimulation of the cerebral neurons, which contributes to the acceleration of the neurophysical changes in the humanity of your world. The memory and the intelligence will be the first cerebral zones to show sensible changes. This will transform the character of each individual, according, of course, to the resistance of each one. The changes will sharpen, whether they are positive or negative, but your own tendencies will always become more acute. The grade of abnormal neuroses will rise noticeably. As a consequence, your aggressiveness will increase, and the percentage will rise day by day and month by month. Characteristics will increase, and intelligence will be accentuated, but also said stimulations will generate decadence in the individual as such. Although it seems to you sometimes that this could benefit humanity, it will prejudice him greatly in genetic order. He will become susceptible to diseases for which there are no known treatments. 44. Witness the development of new diseases in our society which we have never heard of before, and for which we have no known effective treatment, such as AIDS. And we are here being told that this is only the beginning, and that this will continue to develop on a sine curve until we get control of our misuse of radiation, and the long-term effects that result from it. Respiratory ailments and neurological illnesses will be one form of organic abnormality by the end of the 1980s. After that will come all kinds of degenerative sicknesses. The births of genetically malformed beings will accelerate. The human race suddenly would be confronted by changes in genes, of DNA and mutation. Many species of animals will have disappeared, others will show mutations, and still others will have lost the characteristics of their race. This will show you that, thanks to the indiscriminate use of nuclear tests and the dangerous contaminants that poison the water and the air, the race is suffering mutations. Some of the greatest tragedies of humanity began because of circumstances that seemed ingenious and inoffensive at the time. Because of that, upon analyzing the effects over time, we must first observe the experience which gives us a retrospective view of the past. Much of that which has been done in the areas of science has resulted in death to humanity. The accidents which have occurred in nuclear plants, and those which will occur in the future, contribute still more to sensitive loss of the ozone. 5. This is another reference to our misuse of our atomic sciences and the destruction of the protective ozone layer, which the ETs tell us is a direct result of the harmful radiations released. Nevertheless, we continue adding to the cumulative problem with no apparent concern for our own future tomorrow. Some ETs have even observed that we are in the process of terminating our own apparent society, a just and deserved end to a violent species, they say. Must we continue to our ultimate end? What? Have there been more nuclear accidents? I asked in surprise. Yes, Professor. And for this also there are many reasons. In the first place, you still are not capable of beneficial use of nuclear energy without problems, threats, and dangers to your civilization. There are risks. The movements of ground, such as landslides and earthquakes, though slight, endanger the plants. This should make man think, and know that his habitat is not adaptable to plants of this kind. 66. A nuclear power plant in California is built right on a major fault line where earthquakes are expected beyond all doubt. And similar thoughts, how we play with great dangers here, can be made of the info from the Swedish contact person Antti Johnson http://run.galactic.to/afonderc_antti.htm and he was taken into a underwater base in -85, where he witnessed many nuclear missiles that was seemingly taken down by some of the ETs/cosmic child Gerards for our Earth. ROREM. But wait. The loss of ozone increases the temperature, or diminishes it according to the case. This will easily affect the nuclear plants. No, Professor, you still are not capable for that. It also influences the external movement of the planet. Moreover, the pressures of gravitational change from that date began to increase, which could also put the nuclear plants in danger, as well as other important things. Someone needs to stop this, because the result in the future will bring unacceptable damage to humanity. This was said more than 30 years ago, and today we more and more see the consequences of what she warned against. R.O/.rem man, despite his advance, his intelligence, his desire to overcome the barriers of his habitat beyond the atmospheric level which surrounds your planet, opens a great highway towards his own destruction. It is imperative to open a breach toward more knowledge, physical and moral, of the terrestrial being. He has degraded the water, a liquid of optimum excellence, not only on your planet, but in all the universe. He has dirtied his planet, has destroyed hundreds of thousands of living beings, animals, plants and rivers, lakes and oceans contaminated by man, not to mention his absolute lack of respect not only shown toward those others, but manifested toward himself. There will come a time in which any energy of your world will have a cost much less than that of water. 7. Your world is slowly being converted into a place inappropriate for life. We desire to sound an alarm at once, exposing several reasons. Starvation is not a sentence. It is only the result of world disorganization. You have not dutifully capitalized the goods of the earth. There is indignity, ambition, pride and arrogance. You manipulate entire populations, blackmailing them with grains and greens. It is time that you begin to enjoy a true peace in your world. It is time to show the intergalactic humanity that you also have the right to life and knowledge, but this you must authentically earn. Listen, Professor, if today you could take a step backward and stop the nuclear advances in only those which are employed in the use of risky chemical combinations, your terrestrial community would have made an important change and thus one step toward survival. The scientists argue that to stop science is to stop the world, but that is not true. You cannot feel pride in a science that values only its arsenals of deadly weapons. The next decades will show the contrary. The terribleness of this is that the tribute to the weapons that today are found distributed in all countries is the death of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of innocent persons, some of which never heard talk of the liberation of the atom. This end finds no justification whatsoever, not the least being that if science is to advance, you have to sacrifice the life of a whole planet, and even prejudice the life of the solar system. The chemical weapons produce degenerative illnesses not only in men that come in contact with them, but in the water and the plants that have been contaminated and poison other forms of life, as well as to prejudice the human organism. In your world, is the scientific advance as dangerous as on this planet? Well, not only on my world, but in other civilizations, they have something like an important agreement on the advance of the civilization through science, the principal importance always being the preservation of life. The tests do not take into account the proportion in which you make them, and if they treat of weapons, they should be tested in their minimum proportion, though with our procedures there is no need to test this and that. We utilize enormous brains that indicate the combinations to us, such as can make the results as well as the potentiality and the damage that could be provoked in different mediums, or different planets. We must not destroy, not even in areas that could have a high probability of benefit to our community, if perhaps those weapons could leave residues that might damage some small part of our planet. By such we abstain from affecting a world only for the benefit of a limited number of inhabitants. Our rules and regulations are severe, but sufficiently secure as to not expose the security of our world, or of others on which life is manifested. 8. If we change any of these rules we could see ourselves exposed to severe judgment before the major community of those who associate with us as allies, as co-partners in investigations and co-partners in knowledge acquired at large by our search of the universe. But we must, to obtain this interchange, show that we are highly trustworthy and that we are not going to negatively utilize the knowledge acquired. We must show that we are really an adult community, controlling our emotions, as well as having a profound respect for life, for beings of other planets, for organisms in evolution, and finally for that which vibrates in some form of existence. If we alter those rules we will be left out of partnership in that intergalactic community of great knowledgeable beings who help us so much. 9. Repeat of footnotes. 1. Many other contactees, notably Edward Meyer in Switzerland, have been told by ET visitors that they have no authority to intervene in our basic nature beyond advising and educating, pointing the way so to speak. They say that all the problems that vex us are of our own making, and that we must learn to unmake them or learn to control them ourselves. They can give advice and even recommend, but we have to choose whether we want to take advantage of the advice offered, and if we choose not to, we must suffer the consequences of our acts. They say there is nobody coming from anywhere to save us from ourselves. 2. This cause of the destruction of the protective ozone layer surrounding our planet was also pointed out in ET contacts in Switzerland in 1975, before we were even aware of any loss ourselves, and in 1976 in ET contacts in Minnesota. Other ETs making contact in other countries have pointed out the same problem for us. 3. The effect of the loss of the ozone layer on viruses is a new factor introduced by these ETs in this case. But the effect of fine radiation on viruses and the DNA chains in living organisms was discussed in detail in 1967 and 1968 by ET visitors from Planet Umo to contactees in Spain. See UFO contact from Planet Umo. Volume 2, by Antonio Ribera. Pipe also on same base as this stuff. RO/.REM Pipe 4. Witness the development of new diseases in our society which we have never heard of before, and for which we have no known effective treatment, such as AIDS. And we are here being told that this is only the beginning, and that this will continue to develop on a sine curve until we get control of our misuse of radiation, and the long-term effects that result from it. 5. This is another reference to our misuse of our atomic sciences and the destruction of the protective ozone layer, which the ETs tell us is a direct result of the harmful radiations released. Nevertheless, we continue adding to the cumulative problem with no apparent concern for our own future tomorrow. Some ETs have even observed that we are in the process of terminating our own apparent society, a just and deserved end to a violent species, they say. Must we continue to our ultimate end? 6. A nuclear power plant in California is built right on a major fault line where earthquakes are expected beyond all doubt. 7. We are already beginning to experience major shortages of usable water all over this world. We can remove chemical contaminants of water, but we are still unable to remove what various ETs call fine radiations, which they define as the disturbance effect heat propagates from molecule to molecule as a result of the excitement-energy imbalances in the molecular fields themselves produced by exposure of the molecules to coarse radiation, which is what observe and attempt to deal with in our primitive atomic sink. This has been discussed by the ETs visiting Edward Myrance v. Ireland as well as LYA in Minnesota, among others. Several ETs told their Earth contactees that water could become more precious to gold in our foreseeable future. 8. The more sophisticated and more evolved ETs abhor the idea of destroying a planet for the limited benefit to a few beings for a short period of time, as they see in our atomic power plants here. 9. Here is one of the more important reasons why we are observed studied at great length by ET visitors, but why they do not land make the acquaintance of our society. We have not evolved ourselves sufficiently to benefit from such a contact, nor would they. Earth remains in its own quarantine. From Chapter 24. On Space Travel. The universe is an immense spiral. LYA told Professor Hernandez. The galaxies in some parts are superposed one upon others. They form parallel levels. They are controlled by agrupations, and even within the same celestial groups, they repel each other due to their own magnetic fields. 1. It is like a right to have their own space and their own movement, the absolute right of individuality. This also you see among humans. Enormous networks of various energies surround all of the planets. Hyperspace is still a great secret to your community. Nevertheless, once you have dominated the hyperspace, you will understand the why of the velocity of our ships. 2. In the next decade, news will be disseminated about 3 of the greatest nuclear accidents, space accidents and other similar catastrophes. However, the accidents to spaceships were due especially to the lack of adequate systems of propulsion to reach hyperspace. One of the most important space accidents will take place in the middle of the 1980s. 3. Your energy problem will delay you more than 15 years before you overcome your danger. How do you travel in space? Well, we reach hyperspace employing our own magnetic field as well as utilizing energetic elements that have a great similarity to the mineral gases that surround the universe, though many times we opted to make our travel through enormous energetic networks that impel us toward hyperspace and which likewise, in questions of energetic friction, helps to avoid being disintegrated in space. 4. We also employ energy such as hydrogen and oxygen when we descend to your planet. We travel with our own magnetic field, which permits us to move in any atmosphere like a small planet within its system. We are so enclosed to protect ourselves from characteristic viruses of worlds adjacent to our own. We avoid space bacterias of characteristics your humanity is unaware of. Nevertheless, the low density of ozone in some parts more than in others, reduces the filtration of some germs which slowly descend and fall on fertile fields of your world. When we have reached hyperspace, we travel by inertia through the normal networks with that which feeds our ship. However, I can tell you that other civilizations, which have came to your planet, supply themselves with electricity through powerful absorbers, which they then store in small receptacles. This is taken in through long tubes and stored in millimetric boxes. Other universes utilize gases of various origins, overall energy that could be taken from your own world. However, not all the races that live in this galaxy have came to dominate hyperspace. Reaching that level is not easy. The most convenient is to utilize natural energy to avoid friction and pressure within and without the ships, with which they accelerate. At times, if not properly controlled, the metabolism of living organisms which travel in them is destroyed, whether they are humans, animals or insects. The lower bacteria can resist high pressures. If natural energy is not employed, can provoke alterations in the energetic lines of force, and these could provoke a much greater disaster in the interior of the ship. Very well, it is important to know the better metal with which to construct a ship. This must be made with elements which cannot be repelled by this universe. We use hydrogen and oxygen to construct our ships. 5. How can you achieve that? Well, we achieve this by using it in solid form. The notes show that this dialogue took place in November of 1975. Notes. 1. Others have attempted to explain the interrelationship of the various universes of being which coexist in time and space, and of which our scientists of Earth have evolved no knowledge to date. Each of those other universes are said to also contain whole constellations and galaxies of stars, and some of them inhabited, totally unknown to us at this time, nor have we any conception of them. A lengthy discourse on this subject was provided by the ETs from a planet they called Homo, who have maintained contact with human beings in Spain for the past 38 years. See UFO contact from planet Homo less than http://run.galactic.to/homo.html greater than, Volume 1, by Antonio Ribera, last part of narrative report. 2. It is becoming increasingly clear that many of the ETs coming here do not travel in the same space/time realm with which we have become familiar, that they resort to another which we have called hyperspace for lack of a better word, and which now is being adopted by them as a term that approaches the reality of the condition more than other words in our familiar vocabulary. The Pleiadians visiting Switzerland, UFO contact from the Pleiades, a preliminary investigation report, and the Homos visiting Spain, UFO contact from planet Homo, have quite specifically described this condition. 3. These notes were made in November 1975, and indeed, the worst space accident in history up to that time, the explosive destruction of the United States SAPS ship Challenger, with its entire crew of 7 aboard, not only took the most lives, but was the most expensive in material costs and program loss in the history of this world. And that occurred in the middle of the 1980s, in January of 1986. 4. Another group of ETs has described great magnetic streams of energy forming veritable networks in space that enable those extraterrestrials to negotiate many light years of distance at super-light velocities many times over. See UFO contact from planet cold as less than http://run.galactic.to/cold1.html greater than. 5. The ETs contacting what is called the Rama group in Peru have also described the use of metallic hydrogen and oxygen in structures. See the appendix on those contacts attached to this report. From Chapter 25. Disseminate the Word. A further extract from the dialogue that took place in November of 1979, according to the professor's diary and memos to himself. Listen, Professor, continued LYA, the knowledge is shared. The cooperation between the advanced civilizations and mutual investigations have made it possible for our race to advance in more and more knowledge. For this, for all that has been lost when ambition moves the great countries, we feel that it is time that the terrestrial begins to look beyond himself. Why is it indispensable that all have access to this knowledge that you have given me? Do you think for a moment that anyone would really understand the message? You and your congenerationals, like the other races distributed throughout your world, pertain to the species we call ephemeras, as to say that your time of life is very very short compared to races that succeed in living thousands of years. 1. The time of life of the human of your world is so short, and the damage that is inherited through your descent is so great, that we are worried. Really, the damage left by past generations of thousands of years to the present time is minimal, compared to that which has been left you by only 100 years of your generation. In less than 100 years your inhabitants have produced much more damage than in all the previous epochs. This is due to your acquiring the knowledge of destruction, and this you view not only as a means of survival, but it also is seen as an augmentation to ambitions and the desire for power. Those who preceded you did not have access to this knowledge, not in the proportion that you have. We believe that you are not aware of the transitory circumstances of your existence and the characteristics of your race. There is much that is absurd in the processes of your world, and it seems illogical to us that you permit this among yourselves. Those powers that engage in bloody invasions, mercenaries who kill only for the desire to do it, have killed to give way to a civilization still more criminal than that of Genghis Khan or Hitler. Why do you not understand that the time has come to reflect upon the damage wrought to your planet? Look, for example, due to the loss of the ozone, your climate in many parts of your world is changing. In this also you have the injection of an orbital change of 14.5 degrees that your terrestrial axis has deviated. You are beginning to lose your orbit, 3, and for that the climate of your countries has changed. But of this, though it is a really significant signal, you have taken no account, immersed as you were in your own hallucinations. In your desire to reach powers and proportion without measure. We are like unconscious creatures on the universal plane. Your changes are beginning to manifest themselves. There are really notable men in your world, men that authentically desire to live in peace, who respect it themselves and for others. But there is still the greater imperative of the enormous interests, that all those options that might be indicative of emotional maturity. She looked at me. Discontinue. There are races in the universe who have great interest in your world, races that surely are intending a great conflagration among yourselves that will allow them to take possession of your world and its inhabitants. They inspire all kinds of murderous feelings in weak hearts and minds. The strong will try to move toward a system of conscience and balance, of harmony and respect. You are strong, Professor. Though you still move in a circle from which there is no easy escape. The future of your planet is not alluring, Professor. There come times truly difficult, really dramatic. Your world and its destiny worries us intensely, but it is precisely for this respect that we came to civilizations like yours. We cannot interfere. We can only suggest a change, if perhaps you happen to be predisposed to it. What can we do to avoid the apocalyptic destiny that you predict for my world? In many cases you can make it. In the first place you must stop your aggressive tendencies, which today is a common thing on your planet. Even small children already show characteristics of aggression. The frustrations supplant the normal benefits in your life. Parents do not demonstrate love to their children for fear that it will be interpreted as a weakness. But that is no more than pride. Nobleness has been lost in 60% of the cases. There is a false value placed on principles. She moved her head slowly and said, an intelligent being such as the human of your world does not deserve to terminate himself violently. Notes. 1. A great number of apes have claimed that their normal lifespan is 1,000 years and more, notably those visiting Switzerland, who say come from what we call the Pleiades. See also UFO Contact from Planet Antimatter, by Paulman and Stevens, A Date with the Gods by Charles Silva, The Shocking Truth by A. Coe, and others. 2. Since the beginning of the so-called industrial age, we have done so much to pollute our home planet and poison its atmosphere, waters, and even the land itself, that we have put ours and all future generations at great risk, even to threatening the survival of life itself. Only we can undo this. 3. The deterioration of Earth's orbit around its sun due to the effects of atomic explosions and other human-generated impetus, was also mentioned in the UFO Contacts with LYA in Minnesota, still unpublished. From Chapter 26, An Extraterrestrial Threat. Translated from notes made in 1975. LYA never tried to evade my doubts. She was always predisposed to answer fly questions. However, I noted that she went to great effort to try to explain with the greatest clarity all that I asked. On this occasion I asked her something that in those nights was confusing me. LYA, you have told me that there exist civilizations that are highly scientific, and who still have a profound respect for life. You have said that many civilizations have implemented rules to protect the survival of other societies. Then how is it that there exist races who intend to subject other societies? 11. I see that you have been worried since I informed you that another race intended to subject you. But something that you still do not know, is that other worlds cannot overpower whole planets without the acquiescence or the approval of those who they intend to subject. You have been conditioned for such subjection, and it seems to be that you finally will accept them. How can you say that? I asked without understanding. Listen carefully, Professor, because this that I have to say to you perhaps is one of the most important of all our meetings. I have told you before that you are threatened by the possible invasion of a civilization and though you do not believe this, they have been preparing you to accept the invasion through many intercessions. I told you on one occasion that we are not among those designated to proceed to the rescue of worlds like yours. But just as there is a civilization that is interested in subjecting your world, there is another that is interested in rescuing many of you who desire it. It is such that in the ambient universe, free will is respected. Because of that, I can tell this, that you are going to hear. Perhaps you will not understand it now, but there will be someone who upon reading this will understand, perhaps in fear, that one of the great signs is that they will bring an end to 2/3 of the inhabitants of your planet. 1. They are highly intelligent, and have been pre-planning this invasion slowly and carefully, sufficient that you will accept the path of domination, the metamorphosis of a submission. Of course they must have an excuse before the community of advanced civilizations, and have argued that the greatest hierarchies of your world cannot successfully govern it themselves. 2. That you are creating a technology out of control, a technology without basic regulation. That the power of your armaments has been at the expense of an indiscriminate waste of natural resources on the part of each one of the most powerful countries on Earth, but the arsenals achieved thus over the time of many years is a latent threat of itself, not only for you, but also for he who believes that the system may see itself in danger. Here I speak of the stellar system. Because all of the universe is in harmony, your sun, which to you is always burning something, does not burn anything. It is a body adequate for offering energy for life. Well then, if perhaps a disaster should occur on Earth, not only your solar system could be displaced with force toward different orbits, but your star system could find itself shaken, and many of its planets would lose energy with the movement that will alter their orbits. Since you have not observed interstellar laws of mutual respect, and, as you are not integrated within a group of interstellar scientists, they know you as beings of ephemeral existence. 3. And a low level of development, limited mental capacity, and even more, a high degree of aggressiveness. Real extremes do not exist among the great civilizations of this universe. There exists neither good nor bad, black nor white, hate nor love, each one the antithesis of the other, but all is harmony. I will have to tell you on another occasion, about the first disaster that occurred on your world which modified to high degree your orbital path, but that is one of the reasons for which they intend to nullify your world, before the great civilizations. That and your elevated level of violence. For that, they intend your subjugation, a submission, perhaps in part to save your community, perhaps in part to gain supremacy over your planet. Nevertheless, people of civilizations like Mu, Dal _Ts, Cyan, 4, and others have been coming to Earth to study the exact grade of bellicosity you represent, and if it is now a threat to the interstellar community and their intentions, they have made plans to evacuate some of your humanity who desire to give an opportunity to your world that sees itself impeded, before the terrestrial human tendencies. Their departure has been considered at space level. 5. The Earth human has achieved important scientific advances, but he has not come to modify his characteristics. Enormous controversies have sprung up over your world, because many civilizations are interested in knowing where they could take Earth humans. At the same time, the great civilizations can do nothing if it is not in favor of you, or perhaps you accept this submission, and in all manner cannot repel an attack like this, which could overcome you. Notes. 1. This apocalyptic statement has been reported by a large percentage of contactees where their contacts have developed to a stage of actual dialogue with the ETs. The scenario in which this activity takes place is usually described in quite similar terms. See also UFO abduction at but tucker to less than http://run.galactic.to/bodokita1.html greater than by Casaleto and Valeno. What lends these reports a special sense of validity is that the various contactees describing the conditions, and this situation, are entirely unknown to each other, live in different parts of the world, speak different languages, lack media exposure and literature on UFOs, and are usually not interested in UFOs anyway until their own experiences take place. 2. They have correctly observed that our world is sharply divided in many ways, and that the nature of the humanity evolving here is such that they may mutually annihilate each other, and all life on this planet, before any world government could evolve. Thus it becomes a humane and probably desired step to allow, and even assist, another civilization in taking over our planet and imposing their form of order and control. Even for our own good. Such a plan, under present conditions, is likely to be approved for any society willing to take the risks. 3. This may seem astounding to us, but it appears that we are considered beings of ephemeral existence because of our peculiarly short lifespans of under 100 years, whereas many of the extraterrestrials contacting Earth report their own lifespans 10 times as long and more. See UFO Contact from the Pleiades, a preliminary report, by Stevens. We thus become a unique laboratory experiment in human evolution because of our short life cycles, much as we ourselves use rats for the same reason. 4. There is no explanation, up to this point, of what these civilizations are or where they come from. The professor's notes available do not amplify this for us sufficiently. There is a reference to an ET civilization which says it comes from Mu in the appendix on the Rama group in Peru at the end of this text. The reference to the Dales might possibly pertain to the Dales described in UFO contact from the Pleiades, although there is little confirmation of this. The reference to beings from Siam means little to us at this time. We are sure that Professor Hernandez never heard of the group in Peru being contacted by the beings from Mu, nor is he likely to have been aware of the Dales maintaining a contact in India and the Middle East, when he was making these notes in 1975. From Chapter 27. View of Our Religion. Translated from the professor's notes made in 1975. Continuing from the discussion of the extraterrestrial threat, LYA began a discussion of our religions as seen from her point of view. This had generated religious changes, and with that, hundreds of the dogmas which are manifested today on your planet. You have distorted ancient facts, which now could well bring to light of comparative parameters, that which I have told you, to the light of an incipient science, which could offer you a capable analysis of many of our forms, which to you seem extraterrestrial. Many of your chronicles speak of angels, of beings who fly, etc. All of that, nevertheless, is perfectly explainable today, but before, in the past, it was not possible to do this. Each society, so to speak, interprets according to its idiosyncrasy, that which seems to them almost divine. Hear me, LYA, I believe that I have accepted some of much that you have told me, and this is, in truth, worrying me. I have verified that much that you predicted, has came to pass. Sincerely, I don't want you to complete this. Is there any way to change the future? Also, how could we come into contact with civilizations that could not only help us, but orient us? Well, Professor, as in all of the societies, there exist in this universe, civilizations that demonstrate various grades of knowledge. To arrive at the greatest and highest teachings of the higher civilizations, you must have a minimum knowledge of space law, and observe, above all things, a complete and genuine respect for life itself, to modify your laws to a regulation of acceptance, and of harmony. That would benefit you. Your tendency toward the defensive has made you highly dangerous beings. But then, how could we know who comes in peace and who no? It so happens that those who could help you, cannot approach you, and still cannot. You must grow in knowledge and augment your receptive capacity, modify your habits. I already knew that she, LYA, had a solid basis for speaking thus. Her experience was very great, but at times her words confused me, and later not even I myself knew how to explain her. I sunk into reflection, even after thinking scarcely a few seconds on what she had said, and I asked, well, and God? Where is he? Does he exist in truth? She looked into space and sighed profoundly, perhaps in search of adequate words to define the great portent of nature. To explain to me in a detailed manner, who is or is God? Listen, Professor, in the chronicles of your world there appeared beings who could fly, overcoming the attraction of gravity. In one of these histories there appeared two civilizations simultaneously visiting your planet. One overcame gravity in a manner different from the other. The first flew from one place to another, and could proceed with ease, wherever they wanted. Their magnetic field permitted this, but that field was not visible to the others. The others still did not possess the secret of negativizing of light in the magnetic field, for which these shone and were visible. In time many adopted this knowledge and began to utilize magnetic fields of energy to repel the gravity of your world upon arriving and descending to the surface of your planet. Those beings who floated and shone with a radiance, much surprised many of those inhabitants of almost 5,000 Earth years ago, or between 300 and 400 of our cycles back. Your surprise increased when I told you of the capacity they had to displace themselves to another place, and above all the ship in which the Yets traveled, produced much fear in the inhabitants. The inhabitants at that time knew of nothing similar. For them, all of this was divine. These then came to consider us gods coming to Earth. But those were like us, and we have nothing exceptional except our scientific advances. Those who show decadence in their sentiments and their acts, can lose many rights of interstellar level. We cannot lie nor can we destroy, for which many of us know and aid each other in space. They came to your world with the intention of informing all who would be able to understand of the inhabitants of Earth. But many obstacles developed between the Yets and the Earth humans. The humans did not comprehend that there were other inhabited worlds like yours. They were controlled by one criteria unified under one chief, in such a way that the chief imposed his ideas on all the others and they accepted it or saw themselves obliged to do so. The terrestrials only interpreted one cycle and one Earth, and they believed that those extraterrestrial beings were gods whose powers were superior to all they had seen before then. Because of their manner of dress, the terrestrials could not decide whether the Ets were men or women or both. They deified them to the point of fanaticism. There were such diverse, and so many, interpretations that the humans formed separate groups, and there still exist confrontations between entire societies over these ideas. Each city adopted their own interpretation according to their own taste and their own histories, after which they became mythified. And finally they became so distorted, that even we could not understand what had been recorded on the rocks. Your scientific terminology has not reached those specific levels that convey the greater knowledge, and for that you do not comprehend absolutely all that I explain to you, and this derives toward on certain points, praising them to these apparitions which were taking forms in ever-increasing locales, to the end that they became identified with the society in question. The subsequent generations did not understand much of that and began to ask questions. And the teachers of yesteryear were not showing the point exactly correct. One, those who came from other worlds wanted to explain who God exactly was, but before that, they needed to inform that they themselves came from other worlds and were extraterrestrials, and that others possessed the same genetic makeup, shape, DNA, etc. as yourselves. Their anthropomorphic form did not convince the terrestrial inhabitants that they were human. They knew that they had seen a being descend from the sky, and they would never admit the contrary. The event was considered so extraordinary that it was engraved on rocks for posterity, too, but they did this in accordance with their knowledge and mentality. In those times the people of your world did not exactly understand this extraterrestrial phenomena, and that explains, in part, much of the falsehood encountered in your monoliths. But if it was difficult then to make the inhabitants of your planet understand our extraterrestrial origin, it is not easy now to make them understand that many of those apparitions that they saw did not pertain directly to the nature of God. Those who came to your world were only informants or investigators, who studied and analyzed the future of your world and its comportment. The facts occurring were involving the terrestrials in a labyrinth that more than historical, was mythical, disquieting those minds and intruding upon the feelings. The people were afraid, and this made it easy for them to be controlled by those outcomes of the kings, chiefs, directors and leaders. Though in some manner the idea was not lost, the message was diverted into obscurity, and being changed in substance between one translation and another. Those who did not understand, rejected it or relegated it for later analysis, losing many times, thus, important information. This also influenced the grade of knowledge of each society, because in some manner this contributed to the ever greater retardation of the advance of man. In truth, we never could understand why you did not understand the message in the correct form, for at least that of the origin of the civilizations that visited your planet. And today we fear that you will yield to the same. We are all of us, you and all the other inhabitants of the universe, the excellent creation of an infinite being. Most powerful. God exists, of course, LYA said in a most reverent way, and for us it is the most powerful, bioelectrical magnetic force, which controls all vibrational movement of a passive state, an active state and vice versa. Then God is both life and death. That which ye call death is the vibrational state in repose. Effectively, the great bioenergetic force of God creates and absorbs, ebbs and flows. It is an inexhaustible source of knowledge, whose power is only perceivable to you through matter, for which you know it superficially and at times unjustly. In truth there exist hundreds of forms of life, one of which is energy in its most pure manifestation. These bodies are uniquely energy-vibratory. 3 To us they are invisible entities or beings, bodies like magnets that attract structures of their same species. They can conduct themselves throughout the whole universe. And that scarcely would be the tiniest example of which could serve as a concept to show you what God is. An invisible body can absorb another. Not precisely. On that point there is no intent for dominion of one entity over another. Those bodies attract those with which they associate, but they don't annihilate them. They also possess a powerful repellent force, and can transit incalculable spaces and can be here now and on another world in form simultaneously. Yes, actually their power is immense, but God is above all that, which you cannot comprehend. God cannot be understood through threats, nor through fears. God has given life, and life has a force, a cycle, depending on the force with which it has been created. Nobody in the universe has the right to take it, life, except for his own survival. For even before some injustice in the ultimate moment, you must not kill. All in space carries a continuous state of harmony. To alter it costs much to whoever tries. God is above all living forms that swarm in the universe, and I could tell you that matter, as you know, is the manifestation of the most primitive of its power. God is not ruled by time nor space. Time and gravity are inseparable. If we measure something, and it has weight, we can evaluate its gravity, then we can know that it exists. God exists though we cannot measure its knowledge, its weight, nor its capacity. We also search the beginnings of our science thousands of cycles after our own origin. We initiated our investigation of our genetic conformation and its formula from beginning to end, but the most interesting was the DNA molecular system, as you would call it, and to learn that we could reprogram all of an existence in a manner such that this could produce a race of genius, which could adequately receive universal information of an interstellar level. 5. I don't understand this well. I said sincerely. For example, your primitive DNA suffers no alterations, for which the human can live through one cycle of regeneration, though it is limited. There are no changes in the love, nor hate, intervening to reduce the energy. There is no reformation of your structure. You can reprogram yourselves in a manner, according to your mental or intellectual capacity, supposing that you have no limits, replacing old concepts with new, or those knowledges can improve your perceptions, both mental, visual, auditive, etc. This is the way you want to really improve the genetic time of man through his DNA. And have you had success in these experiments on your planet? That was in the beginning when we inquired much into the existence of the being as a living entity and, above all, the origin of God. Today, for us, this is so old that it is genetico-scientific history. On our planets they developed great changes and improved our races, by reprogramming the genes without genetic deformation. It has cost much, but today that is possible, and there still are scientists who are occupied with this on other planets. The measure of such knowledge expands and they strive to know more and more, and then they disseminate this to the greater races, always alert to the maintaining of communication with the objective of retransmitting the results obtained. Thus it was that they came to know also new worlds, and as such they made the gift of life to those which they found in sufficient development and with resources necessary for intelligent survival. The rule in interstellar society is to eradicate the degenerative instincts and raise man to a superior level, each time better than before. Our mission comes to be that of teachers, who also begin from zero like all of you, with the difference that on your planet you cannot duly obtain the knowledge, because the scientists unfortunately die, and with each generation some of the relative initial knowledge is lost. Notes. 1. It has been pointed out by other extraterrestrial visitors that one of our greatest losses of knowledge in the past has been through the inability of the teacher to pass on all he knows to his pupil because of the very short lifespans of Earth humans. By the time the pupil starts to catch up, he is already advanced in age himself and cannot pass on all he knows to his pupil. Thus generation by generation great original truths are corrupted and lost. 2. A rock painting on the wall of a very ancient cave near Fergana in Uzbekistan shows a space-suited figure with an atmospheric helmet on his head waving goodbye, or greeting, to a disc-shaped ship rising, or descending, on an efflux of light flowing down in a vertical column from the underside of the craft. A human in primitive dress squats to the right of the suited figure watching the same event. The drawing was estimated to be 7,000 years old. See The Gods from Outer Space, by Eric von Däniken. 3. The reference here is to higher forms of life, which are pure energy and are not manifested in matter, thus totally beyond our perception. 4. The one thing sacred above all other things is life, and the termination of any living being is a serious violation of nature that is never without consequence. 5. Remarkably, many of the extraterrestrial abductions for biogenetic experiment include references to purification or adjustment of the genes, which are made up of DNA, before the controlled cross-fertilization was allowed to take place. The implied objective of this process was to remove inherited imperfections and malmutations. From Chapter 28. Life and Death of Planets. Translated from notes made in November 1975. The discussion mentioned in the previous chapter continues and Professor Hernandez asks another question of the extraterrestrial woman LYA. Do we die the same as on all the other planets? No. She said flatly. All the inhabited planets live from a star which supplies them with energy. The life depends upon the nearness or farness of the solar rays' travel. I shall explain. The solar energy stimulates the molecules, but there always must exist a vibratory level of conductivity. The majority of the planets near a star in movement suffer from it, but some balance the movements perfectly, avoiding much of the frictions of energy. Of course they are not worlds like yours, but, nevertheless, with the help of other technologies, including contributions from other civilizations, they come to preserve life on those planets. There are planets whose atmospheres are so delicate that they completely lack density on their surface which, at simple sight, appears to be swirls of sand dunes. Logically there could exist no life as you know it, but I know there is some type of life, different. In ordinary stars they detect from 40 million to 1 billion degrees centigrade. Others like the Sun, which feeds your world, generate 20 million and in their center almost 60 million. The intensity of energy thus would reach any other planet sufficiently near. Another planet, before Mercury, that approached the Sun's surface crystallized and was absorbed by the potent energy of the Sun of your system. We are all made of stellar material. You will encounter the remains of rocks in every part of this universe, which contain amino acids similar to those of your organism. All, starting from the same chemical components that you know, oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, silicon, etc., are concentrated, confined, and coordinated by the DNA. Do you imagine? It is beautiful to think that in space the bodies vibrate in the same manner as the atoms of our body? That is life, and its complexity shows us the power of God. Observe the development of your species. Each one of those animals that live on your world have some particularity. And that is programmed in the DNA of each being. Each one reproduces according to its genus. Without change, without alterations, until it comes to new knowledge and takes a new step. If God concedes to those civilizations a contribution of knowledge, to beings who can control that without danger for the universe. Returning to the theme of death, I could tell you that at one time the Earth was much closer to the Sun. As also Rampa told in his books.r.o/.rem, it then provoked an exuberant flora and fauna that grew by gigantic steps. When the solar radiation increased, man aged prematurely. Why? It happened that the dead cells were accelerated in the process of putrefaction with the molecular overstimulation, but the live organism worked intensely, which produced a premature senility. On other worlds, where adequate solar energy is available, and where it lives conveniently removed from the nourishing star, the inhabitants reach ages that would surprise you. The process of aging is slow there because there is no molecular overstimulation. The moon of your world also causes an excessive expense of energy by the human being. The moon causes an excessive expense of energy as a body in the process of extinction. It tries to available. In the beginning the Earth had no satellite. It was conditioned to this, for which through the absorption of a little discharged energy, was provoked with great quantities of solar energy to your world. The moon serves as a sponge to compensate for the overcharge, but it also is a powerful marking point for the Earth, which had lost orbital force after the hecatomb that occurred on your world. From Chapter 29. Danger to Cities. Translated from notes made in November 1975. Further continuing the discussion described in chapters 27 and 28, LYA describes a new danger for our great cities as a result of our crowded populations and our lack of control of the industrial technologies. Nevertheless, the Earth human must take care of himself because the heat will asphyxiate the great cities who have the large thermic surface for the accumulation of noxious gases. This also is a danger. The condensation of said gases could come in a moment. On other worlds of equal terms of civilization to yours, they remove or they neutralize all kinds of poisonous gases. That's it, LYA. One theme aggregates another, until it seems that you want to wrap me in a halo of wisdom for intensive knowledge, as if the time was about to terminate before I know it. How difficult it is to understand all that you have invited to meditate upon. That frequently was too much for me. Many times I was left without absorbing the flow of her wisdom teachings. LYA was the teacher and I the smallest of her students. I also felt it hopeless to try to correspond in her discussions. I wanted to show her that I understood all that she said, but I did not want to seem false. She knew to what measure I assimilated all that she said. She could not allow falsehood and I must not fake my position. Chapter 30. Various spacecraft used. In the course of clearing up details for the publisher of this report, Wendelle Stevens had written to Zitha inquiring about more details on the Andromeda spacecraft, that may have been taken down in the hundreds of pages of shorthand, during the discussions with Professor Hernandez. She had confessed to an ignorance of some of the more technical elements of those discussions, and was more interested in the dialogues she better understood. Those were the substance of the first pages on transcribed shorthand notes she sent for examination, and they make up the first 21 chapters of this report. Zitha's description of how she selected the material she sent and her problems in deciding what to deal with next, are very illuminating, and are important in understanding how much the real story has been downplayed in its transmission to us for this report. She offers her idea on the possible confusion of our Andromeda constellation, only a few hundred light-years distant, with the Andromeda galaxy over 800,000 light-years distant, by conservative estimates. After Stevens' inquiries, she had checked with a local astronomer who also agrees that the Andromedan planet Extraterrestrial has to be in the Andromeda constellation in our own galaxy. She logically suggests that some confusion may have come in, due to the professor's possible lack of astronomical knowledge, and an unconscious association of the galaxy with the word Andromeda. She goes on to describe exactly what her awareness of the Pleiadian contacts in Switzerland was, and where her information came from and when, and believes that the professor did not know even this much, thus reducing the potential for feedback from the Swiss case. And then she discovers some untranscribed dialogue on another class of Andromedan ship of intermediate size and clear mention of an even bigger mothership. These new revelations coming at this time are of such importance that this letter becomes a document of itself in this highly unusual report, and so we shall translate it here in its entirety for your examination. Perhaps the most astounding revelation of this letter is the overwhelming inflow of information now flooding the professor. He is being picked up more frequently and is being taken to various places to witness things of such import so often, that he gives up setting down the details in his diary. In fact, he gives up even keeping a diary of his activities, and now the information simply flows from his recollections in such torrents that Zitha is no longer able to get it all down, and so her shorthand notes are unable to keep up with the history. She ends up with long monographs on a given subject expounded on by the professor, which then easily jumps to another subject with no transition between them. The professor's almost casual mention of the considerable variety of special-purpose spacecraft uses such a case. He has been in small two-person craft, five-person ships and other small ones. Then he has been taken to intermediate-sized craft that would be considered very large by us, which carry many occupants, plus some of the smaller-sized craft. He has also been taken out to a great mothership of immense size, which carries a number of intermediate and many smaller ships inside of it. To stop and describe all of these phenomenal vehicles in detail, simply entails too much time and energy, which he did not feel he had to spare, and so he passes over much of this kind of information in his discussions of other things, which he considered the more important, such as the philosophical information and the messages these extraterrestrials had for Earth humanity. A point came where the professor no longer set anything down in writing, and as he remembered something to be added to another thing already described to Zitha, he would call her up and fill in the additional details that might have been overlooked before. Thus the shorthand notes became broken bits of information, disconnected and sometimes scattered, such that their true relationship to the whole was not always clear. Here is Zitha's letter, which partly begins to explain this situation. It is a real tragedy that it was simply impossible to take down all the information that was available through the professor before he disappeared from Chapter 31. The Professor's Disappearance. Playing the devil's advocate, Wendelle Stevens wrote Zitha Rodriguez in Mexico City and raised all the doubts other advisors had mentioned to him concerning this very mysterious case. There was the disappearance of the principal and probably only witness to the actual contacts. There was the disappearance of most of his hundreds of pages of notes and diary entries. There was the apparent hostility of the professor's wife, who indicated no willingness at all to cooperate or to again produce the professor's papers returned to her by Zitha Rodriguez. There was the unwillingness to allow any interviews with the professor's children who might have been able to contribute something to the investigation. There was the lack of professional colleagues and even personal friends with whom the professor might have shared his confidence, because he himself, after first attempts, had come to fear their reactions to such a story. This did not make for much tangible support for a case like this, and Stevens expressed a desire to renew the investigation with better resources and try to collect some real substantial evidence. He had interested some backers in supporting such an effort to discover more tangible evidence and had given Zitha Rodriguez a list of things to try to set up for reinvestigation when he could bring a team of researchers to Mexico City. Zitha was trying to do this as best she could, facing great difficulty in trying to reopen the case. Apparently some Mexican government investigators had entered the scene and were trying to frustrate any other effort besides their own. She learned that the professor's wife herself was under suspicion in the disappearance of the professor, and that police detectives had been unable to close the case for lack of a body. The straightforwardness of Zitha's reply and the poignancy of her interview with Sra. Rodriguez are so revealing that we have decided to publish that whole letter here for you to read for yourself. Translation. Mexico, DF, the 17th of April of 1988. Mr. Wendelle C. Stevens, 47475. Asked D. Gila South E14. P0 Box 5003 Douglas, Arizona 85608. Dear Mr. Wendelle, excuse my tardiness in answering, but motivated by your doubts, that you amiably made me understand in your last letter, I decided with all the possible risks, to interview Sra. Hernandez. But I had to think of a way to do it. I believed that she must have more information. And I was not mistaken. I looked in truth for the manner of interviewing her in the best way, as to say, without injuring her sensitivities, since she is a person really difficult to deal with. I shall not go into details about how I did it. Begin with, it was not easy because Sra. Hernandez has passed through a series of very difficult situations. She never conducted herself with me in any courteous manner whatsoever. At first, she argued that she did not want to have any contact with journalists, and let me tell you, Mr. Wendelle, that after having listened attentively, I understood perfectly her situation and her attitude. One of the first questions I asked was, "Where's the professor?" She pursed her lips and remained silent for a moment, and then she began to cry and said to me that she did not know. She answered me saying that actually she had investigated his mysterious disappearance, which occurred on the 2nd of February 1984, and that many of the writings that were left by the professor are in the hands of, since that date, some investigators that are studying the case. She believes that in some of the many writings there is information or some fact about the professor. But up to now she has been able to learn absolutely nothing of him. Sra. Hernandez told me that she has carried on investigation in the most discreet manner possible, and that she has no desire to allow publicity of the case. Unfortunately, neither she, nor her children, nor those who have investigated the case, believe in the existence of extraterrestrial beings, and I say unfortunately, because in reality, to me, after analyzing the circumstances that surround his disappearance, it makes it much easier for me to believe that he left with his extraterrestrial friends. If the professor had written something in those last days, or even only one day before his disappearance, the investigators could have discovered it, but I have not had access to those writings, and the little that the wife of the professor has in her hands will be made available to me after she returns from a trip she is going to make to Cuautla. They lived in Cuautla when he disappeared. Link to map over Cuautla/Mexico http://www.maps-de-mexico.com/mexico-state-mexico-map-d3.gif I asked the Sra. Why have you told me absolutely nothing about the disappearance of the professor, and said that she did not want to involve me in the investigations. Moreover, the detectives had told her not to speak to anybody about the affair as they feared it would thwart the investigations, because they always believed they were dealing with a crime though they had not found the body. She affirmed that the first time that the professor had been interned in a hospital was in 1982 and that he remained there because he had a very serious burn on one knee. She said she couldn't remember well whether it was the left side. Though this burn was very strong, to the surprise of the doctors, it healed much more rapidly than normal considering the age of the professor. What really happened was that the treatment was prolonged nevertheless, and that was when they asked him how he had burned it, and he, quite simply, said that he had been about to descend from an extraterrestrial ship. This surprised me, Mr. Wendelle, because he always wanted to keep his secret at all costs. Why did he say that? Only he knew about it. From there they sent him to the psychiatric clinic for all kinds of analysis to understand his state of mental health and to determine what it was that was making him mention UFOs and extraterrestrial beings. The wife agreed to this, because it could be said that she herself believed that he would be better off in a hospital and that, as well, there they could cure him of that illness which she supposed was mental. He remained there 4 months until he was released apparently cured. He convalesced in his house for a month, more or less. It was in Cuautla, where his disappearance occurred 2 years later. Of that which the Sra. rescued from the house, little remains in her hands. Some days before, neighbors of the place saw him conversing excitedly with a man of mature age, but of healthy vigorous appearance. On the day of his disappearance he wore a pullover shirt, shorts, and tennis shoes, without socks. The last time he was seen was with a newspaper in hand seated on a bench in the park that was a few streets from his residence. He wore no watch, and no important amount had been withdrawn from the bank for nearly a week. Nor did he say goodbye to his 12-year-old daughter when he adored, and he failed to keep the appointment with a friend to play chess. In the final years his relations with his wife were tyrannical, but not the same with his children to whom he gave priority of importance. His wife affirmed that in those last months he carried on a life rather leaning toward a philosophy almost pure Tibetan. At first his wife did not worry because on occasions the professor went out without advising her, though this time, he didn't even say anything to his daughter. A day passed, two, and on the third she told the police. The investigators asked her why she had not given them notice before. She argued that his interests had been very distant and that she participated in almost nothing of his experiences. Nevertheless, she became the principal suspect. But since they could not find the body, they could not proceed against her. And of course this made her accumulate more resentment against her husband. She returned to Mexico City in the automobile of her husband 15 days after she had planned. Apparently she was by now living apart from him. Since then she has wanted to talk to absolutely nobody about the affair. I spoke with her daughter, and she commented to me that sometimes her father, in a somber tone, had told her that he knew too much about aspects that involved some risk, but she never understood what he tried to say about this. The discussions with her, with Hernandez, were really long, in clear language, both of us expounding our points of view. I told her, yes, I believed in UFOs, because the professor had convinced me of them, and that many contactees obtained interesting information about beings from other planets. I described to her the manner in which I had known her husband and how all of the conversation about life on other worlds had developed. She resisted the belief that living beings exist outside of the Earth. She did not believe that LYA could be extraterrestrial. She is sure that this deals with a terrestrial woman. She told me that she would look for the papers that remained, though I do not know if she will find them because she demonstrated reserve in some respects. I do not want to compromise myself with her over the writings of the professor, supposing that it might be due to the fact that she still continues her investigation. Nevertheless, despite my insistence, I did it subtly and always left a little of the decision to her. She asked me not to interfere in the investigations, because I could make myself suspect. I saw that she was afraid, since her husband had disappeared under circumstances outside of normal. I told her of the advances I had already made toward a book and tried to convince her to help me with a photograph of the professor. That infuriated her. She told me I was trying to take advantage of the situation. She begged me that if I made a book, I should not mention even the professor, nor his children, much less her. But taking this case at a personal level, I will continue investigating, though this would be at my expense. On the other hand, I know that you have doubts because, the difference is that I knew the professor and was also very close to him on this, while you only have my word, a very weak instrument. Nevertheless, I who knew him, learned much from him about the UFO phenomenon, notwithstanding the fact that he was a confirmed skeptic. These last months in which I reopened the book, project, my notes and some other things, excite me about the edition. I have learned a great many more things, but I believe that I have learned also that the Hernandez has good reason in defense of her way of thinking. The disappearance of the professor brings me to suspect the circumstances in which all this developed. I want to believe that his interplanetary friends have invited him to pass 2 days, a week, a month, at least some time with them, but considering that in space the time and this collapse together, can we presume that the professor would return within various dozens of years, or perhaps he will never return, or perhaps he has returned and they're remembering absolutely nothing. I will send you all I can about LYA, sometime after the 3rd of April. This is all for now, Mr. Wendell. I wish you much success. /S/Zitha. Zitha Rodriguez. P.S. On the other hand, if you consider that the history of the professor is not duly documented, we can wait for me to find the material that is lacking. I am in no hurry to publish the book. Though I can well tell you that the time when we will have an extraterrestrial invasion is near. I don't want you to look like a fool on my part only because I send you what I have. I have many things more but need to know what to send you. It is in shorthand. However, if you believe that it is not sufficiently interesting, I do not want to carpreness the publication. About Alexandra, I will send you concrete data, address, and if you can photograph, okay? End letter. As you can see, there's much unresolved in this case, and a great deal of mystery still unexplained. Zitha and Stevens have themselves become involved to the extent that they too have become a part of this bizarre affair. Let us hope that Sra. Hernandez can find Professor Hernandez's last written notes or papers, and that there is some clue in there to tell us whether Hernandez expected to be picked up and taken away or not. This might be instrumental in clearing Sra. Hernandez of the suspicion she is under with the police. If the police investigators have those papers and the ones they took from the Hernandez house, and they refuse to release them, or copies, back to Sra. Hernandez, we may never be able to clear her of the heavy pile of unwarranted suspicion. So now we learn that the professor did not disappear from the institution as previously supposed, but that he was released and went to his home in LYA, where he was now living apparently separated from his wife, at least temporarily. He had given no indication that he planned to leave, and said no goodbyes. He just disappeared as though he had dropped from the face of the earth, and perhaps he has. Conclusion. It seems to this publisher that the most fitting conclusion to this report is in fact a letter to Wendelle Stevens, answering some of his very challenging questions and candidly stating her deepest personal convictions on the part of Zitha Rodriguez, the investigative journalist who spent the most time of all people in the world on this case, who befriended Professor Hernandez when he needed a knowledgeable listening ear, and who carried out extensive interviews with him over years, taking down scores of notebooks full of shorthand dialogue, commentary, and even dictated opinions, statements and memoranda. She also became directly involved in the case she was investigating, when the extraterrestrial woman invited her to accompany the professor on one of the visits to the ET ship. Zitha is now finding all doors closed on this strange UFO contact case. The federal investigators refuse to divulge the results of their investigation. The family's private investigators will not release what they know about the case. And between the two investigation efforts, and their searches and confiscation of notes, memoranda and papers left by Professor Hernandez, little survives besides Zitha's stack of shorthand notebooks. This letter dated the 11th of August 1988 reveals Zitha's true inner feelings about this case, and even a little about the real Zitha herself. There is no doubt that Zitha is personally convinced of the reality and validity of this Mexican UFO contact case. She had come to accept some of the information communicated to the professor by his ET contacts, and could understand his deteriorating sense of hopelessness for this planet and its inhabitants. She is concerned that the extraterrestrial woman may be right, and that we have gone too far in our folly, and have made ourselves prey to other less benevolent beings from the depths of space. She thinks our danger is very real and that we must get this word out as soon as possible, so that the public may be forewarned in the hope that we can do something about the forecast situation. Here then is Zitha's letter. Mexico, DF, the 11th of August 1988. Esteemed Mr. Wendelle, excuse me for not having written before, but I have continued investigations concerning the last days of Professor Hernandez. First I want to respond to your kind letters whose answer is behind. With respect to your letter of the 8th of March, I had told you that I would look for more notes on the writing about Kodiak, but I have found no more than that much I had sent on this detail. I tried again to interview Mrs. Hernandez, wife of the professor, but she wants to know nothing of me and does not want to talk to me. Her children refuse to discuss anything about their father. An investigation continues concerning a suspected murder, and obviously they hate all people who become interested in this case. I went to the National University, but they told me that not one page remained on his, Professor Hernandez, assignment there, since they only save papers for 5 years, after which they are microfilmed and sent to the General Archives, but there they do not give out data, unless you carry SOS express solicitation, and if it is of legal or educational type. I visited Lic. Solon Gutierrez. I had introduced the professor to him in 1979. They were both talking about their mutual experiences when Senior Solanon, it was, who said he was a contactee, and affirmed having known an extraterrestrial being called Garibi, who was 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall. At that time Professor Hernandez wanted to get acquainted with other people who, like he, had had some experience of this kind, and I introduced them. On that date both were conversing about their experiences, though I can tell you that the professor stimulated Lic Salomon to speak more about his experiences, limiting himself to listening. Locke. Solon remembers Professor Hernandez very well, and told me that he was available to talk about his chats with him whenever you desire. Concerning a question you asked about, whether the professor had read anything any time about Meyer, I can tell you that at that time neither he nor I had much knowledge about the UFO phenomenon. I, for example, felt really disconcerted when they offered me the directorship of the magazine Revizja OVNI, because I was absolutely ignorant about all concerning UFOs in 1978. 1 year later I met the professor, but I had searched out the manner of obtaining facts on UFOs. However, I had never obtained information about Meyer, until much time later. I believe that if the professor had known of Meyer, he would have gone directly to Switzerland to meet him, because he was in Denmark in the beginning of the '80s, and also traveled to Paris. Thus to him it would not have been difficult to travel there to meet him, but he, the professor, never had any knowledge of him, Meyer. Concerning what Meyer said about his book, Coming to Mexico, I never heard of it. Moreover, I don't know that there was any kind of publicity about it, and it likely would have been sold only in bookstores exclusively for the sale of books by foreigners, if there was one here. Before his experience with LYA, he never read about such things, due to the fact that in Mexico, there appeared a magazine called Duda, Doubt, and another titled Contasios Extraterrestrials. When I asked him why he had not gone to the publishers of those magazines, and why was he telling me, he said he thought that those magazines published only things of fiction, and that he had considered me because I was a journalist and the others no. I asked him many times how one could tell if a person was telling the truth or was lying about his experiences with extraterrestrials. Then he made this observation. The emotions reflected, and through the eyes, look at them directly, while listening to the narrative. And through the voice, listen for breaks in the words. A real contactee finds it difficult to disguise the emotion, which charges him when he relives his experience. The eyes do not lie. Under this perspective I interviewed at the time various contactees. None of them spoke to me like the professor, including coming to observe in his looks a very special brilliance. I met people who said they were contactees, and who seemed to have learned by memory what they said, and could repeat it time and again. The professor was different every time he narrated some remembered details, things, events, and it was as if reviewing his experience would bring up more interesting things. I remember also having seen him weep one time, of emotion, upon remembering his trips on the ship, and he wrote a small note in his diary, almost the last, which said this. Once we left the orbit of Earth, I looked at the blue planet and felt as if in some manner, the space that surrounds us had newly conceived me. I felt an injection of vigor inside me, as if suddenly I had been changed into another man. I felt like I had been born again, but not at a physiological level so much as at a mental level. My mind expanded and the concept that I held of the cosmos grew in such a manner that I felt a little alone before such planetary, and my own pride disappeared before such grandiosity. I don't know how to define this exactly, but at that moment it seemed to me that man is not of his own mental dimension. Man is much more than a simple body that only lasts a few years. We have become parasites who gobble up one another, and worse still, devour a planet that does not belong to us. We destroy not only our exterior, but also our interior because we do not have the courage to look up above and see before us that vastness of our own small universe. As thinking beings we have a great opportunity for prodigious reach through our minds. We will soon have the great opportunity to encounter an intergalactic society coming all the time closer to us. In fact, they are already here. And we seem indifferent. As if we do not want to acknowledge their existence. Our minds, nevertheless, Denny's expansion to conceive the knowledge that we must bring to the category of intelligent men, with which these extraterrestrial races could establish relations with easily, but we are losing this opportunity in some corner of our limited brain. For which, though I am only a grain of sand in this immensity of space, I propose to reach a position of mental vibration beyond own feelings, and finally coming to know how small is the humanity who lives enveloped in a mental greatness that he still does not perceive. How marvelous the universe is. It is a pity that we are losing the opportunity to know infinite new roads. The professor wrote in those last days notes like this, and I felt that in the course of time he had attained a special sensitivity through a cosmic consciousness, concerning the existence of the human being. He came to understand the futility of war and the great lacks, not only economically, but socially as well, affecting the human being. For the grandness of feelings the professor showed in those last days, it pains me to think that people like Meyer dare to opinion so lightly, and to doubt a man he knows nothing about, nor could he even try to say that the professor is lying. Is it because he doubts his own experience and the possibility that it has existed so long? Is it that he has had no real contact, and for that doubts that others have had them? Because the professor said there are more human beings on the earth who have had extraterrestrial contacts, and he affirmed that he was not the only one. How did he come to know of one such Billy in the manner in which he knew him? For that, and through your letters I have meditated much in this respect. The idea that the experience of the professor must be compared to a book of theories by Billy seems to me unjust, for how much really are the two things opposite? I who knew the professor, know that he would never have doubted the words of Billy, because he himself lived his own experience and did not doubt that others also would have had an experience of the same type. To him it did not seem impossible nor incredible, because to him had occurred something outside of the common. Then why not accept that others also have lived something special, something outside of the common? I have nothing against Billy, nor am I a UFO authority to judge. It is simply my humble opinion that if he did not know Professor Hernandez, he could opinion absolutely nothing about him. However, that which I have seen about Meyer and his experience surprises me. Some years ago I was sent a cassette, and there I had the opportunity to know you, Senior Wendell. I have saved it because much of what it says has come to confirm that extraterrestrial beings have always been on our planet, nothing more than even those same contactees deny that others have had the same experiences so as not to obscure their own events. Concerning whether the experience of Professor Hernandez is or is not a lie hoax, time itself will tell us, if it is not that we already have evidence of intentions of invasion. The same professor spoke of a chemical war that would be brought or be faced with extraterrestrial races, and this we are already coming to. With respect to the question in your last letter sent on the 17th of July, which I must tell you I received only yesterday, for which I have not written, but you asked me if the Senora Hernandez had returned me any more information. No, she has returned me nothing, and nobody except those nearest relatives have access to the information on the investigation. I have thought, and am convinced, that the professor merits separate mention apart, concerning his history. I also would like to see the book ended. May I ask one extra favor? Please mention my complete name Zither Rodriguez Montiel, to see if through this, sometime, in same place, the professor will see it and write me or try to get into contact with me, okay? This is all for now. Without other particular, I say goodbye. Sincerely, /Zither Rodriguez. That personal letter to a fellow researcher is very revealing in that it expresses the individual honesty and good faith of a dedicated person diligently seeking the truth herself. She is dismayed and piqued at the audacity of anybody challenging the sincerity and integrity of a most responsible and highly respected man, a veritable pillar of truth in his country before he began to reveal his experiences with the extraterrestrials. And Zitha is in fact justified, because how can anybody judge the realities of another without undertaking an in-depth on-site investigation of all the facts in the case? We are far more inclined to read the facts for ourselves than to accept the unsupported pronouncements of anybody else, and we recommend this to all. This then is the bizarre story of Professor R. N. Hernandez of Mexico, who disappeared without a trace in the middle of this investigation, and who has not turned up anywhere since. Publisher. Professor Hernandez reflects. After considerable reflection upon what LYA had told me, I began a search for literature referring to the unidentified flying objects. I analyzed the data concerning such contacts worldwide with great curiosity to see if anyone else, in the whole world, had suffered an experience similar to mine. From then on I have been writing to groups studying the extraterrestrials in the United States as much as in Europe. I understood that since those same groups had, perhaps unconsciously, established guidelines for such things, they would examine for themselves all kinds of sightings of ships of extraterrestrial appearance. They spoke much about the credibility of the extraterrestrial contacts and speculated concerning the truth or falsehood of such cases, and this was influenced by many factors. One of them they referred to as plasma physics. I did not know much about what that was, but I immediately began to familiarize myself with it, and I discovered that it only referred to extraterrestrial ships and balls of light whose characteristic was that of a form of stable plasma. Such luminous phenomena had been reported as UFOs. Luminous balls that later were recorded in the annals of laboratories were created as masses of partly ionized air. The masses of air completely ionized were forms of stable plasma. What was curious was that nobody was able to seriously offer a rebuttal and turn to the question. There were accounts that referred to extraterrestrial beings who entered into contact with terrestrial people, but, for some reason, very few of those cases were worth taking into account. It gave me the understanding that those studies were still in the sightings phase. One of the rules on credibility of the contacts depended in large part on the conditions under which the sighting was reported, and always on whether there were two or more witnesses. However, after conscientiously analyzing a case, one runs into opposition with conformance to the established theories, creating with this an uncertainty on whether the witnesses were sober or not at the time of seeing what they reported they saw. After much thinking on this, I became disillusioned. How could I say that an extraterrestrial woman had invited me to travel in her ship and that she had shown me how much damage man was doing to his own self? How could I explain that humanity constituted a threat to its own self, and that this had been shown demonstrated to me by a beautiful woman who lived on a world called Inxtria or Instria? If the scientists scarcely analyzed the light of those photographs and movies that had been taken of what had appeared as mysterious lights, and had not studied them under a microscope and in a computer, how could they explain that the business was not much more serious than a seemingly light in the sky? Sometimes I was totally convinced that nobody would ever believe me. I had read that when a UFO was totally identified as a form of plasma, the witness was considered truthful. If the scientists then agreed with this, that was given absolute credit. But my experience could not be investigated through any terrestrial parameter. Why? With what analog situation could I compare it? I knew it would be very difficult, and above all for a professor such as I. Considering this, what would be my next step? I was of the opinion that my case concerning the experiences with LYA was managed with the greatest love. Because to take the opposite point of view not only is totally illogical but is absurd. In some manner I had to give to knowledge all that LYA had said. In vain I had looked for someone to offer me the light of an adequate investigation and analysis of my case. LYA had told me one time, almost at the beginning, the incredulity and skepticism shown by the terrestrials has been our principal cover. We knew that we could come and live on the earth confidentially. Nobody would believe in our origin. She knew that all that was said by a contactee would always be placed in doubt. She had also told me, we have been speaking liberally with your co-terrestrials because we are sure that nobody is going to believe the witnesses. I reflected on the classification they would give me. Perhaps they would call me a lunatic or crazy. Perhaps my students would say that I was delirious, or my children would define my state as senile hallucinations. In the majority of the cases they would simply call me a fanatic. LYA had given me many prophecies, which had come to pass with the passage of time. For example, she had informed me that, in the days to come, the world will be confronting many surprises. After 1984 there will be intense political agitation that will bring very significant changes in all the communist countries. They will be trying to find a solution to the problem of hunger and will seek allies to undertake studies in search of a solution to the scarcity of foodstuffs, but no country will have confidence in them. New systems of espionage will be developed and they will increase their spy nets throughout the world for better communication and to favor new strategies. New personalities will come to political power who will seek in their turn the support of scientists in their eagerness to combat the famine, also, because in the future the scarcity of grains will make more nations dependent. I thought that if I spoke out on the prophecies of LYA, would they believe that I was a neophyte and predicting the questions of political futures? Once more the uncertainty. Would they believe me? On the other hand, wasn't it necessary that they believe me or that they believe LYA? I have meditated much on this. I would have to write down all that she had told me. Whether anybody wanted to believe me or not, it was within my capacity to try to convince them. Would you like to know something more? LYA had asked me on that occasion. Yes. Who will triumph at the end of a conflagration? You refer to your planet. Well then. If the following conflict at a world level obliges the powers to recruit allies, nobody will survive, not even those tribes who inhabit the most interior parts of Africa. The bacteriological weapons that are being developed today in countries like Vietnam and Afghanistan still do not show the real panorama of their noxious spectrum. Their consequences in the long run will become known later. Moreover, due to the high chemical concentrations that will be utilized in a conflagration, the Earth will become barren. Not a single root will survive. And if perhaps some human being would come to save himself, it will be for very little time, because the energy released through the weapons and boobs will attract more energy from space. Thus once the thick gases are concentrated in the stratosphere, gaseous clouds full of energy that circulate in space will be attracted by the energy of their same kind or the affinity of their chemical composition. Something that you do not know is that energy feeds on energy. It is precisely for this that the atom is so dangerous. Because it feeds on energy. Very great are the dangers to which man is exposed. If your humanity does not unite and combat these radioactive rains that come from space, and belts of noxious gases that will adhere to the terrestrial atmosphere, nor also to neutralize the enormous power of combustion of the artificial satellites that surround the Earth, as well as to suspend the accumulation of deadly weapons, even for themselves. They will be destroyed by their own hands. LYA sent me to ponder through complete reflection all that I had heard, which at times not even I myself could explain. The why of the liberation of coherent atoms, neutrons, neutrinos, protons, etc. I meditated profoundly on death. Of what significance was it for man to live in the violence and to die for it? Under these circumstances, was it worth being born? With the passage of time I felt totally impotent. I no longer listened to the news. Desperation little by little overpowered me. I continually thought about peace and how to gain it. Could one university teacher change the mentality of the great powers? I was trying to accumulate my will to resist falling into the state of mind that was slowly sinking me into depression. I vowed to myself that someone would come to have access to these pages. I took heart in the illusion that man would understand. I said to myself that man is the only rational being of his expression in the world, and it inspired me to continue until I reached my colleagues through the lofty expression obtained by writing. I promised that I would do something for myself by my writing this. I would continue to struggle because they must be made to know what LYA had confided to me. It would cost a lot of work, but it was worth the effort because this was the least that I could do. Epilogue. The professor, true to his decision, decided to put his notes in order and make them available for publication. The good professor has long since passed from the scene. At the hands of his own compatriots, the very ones he sought to save. Many of the predictions given him by the mysterious extraterrestrial woman, LYA, have come to pass or are coming true today. We are far worse off now than we were 10 years ago when he made his notes, which in the end actually became his downfall and were the proximate cause of the unfortunate end to a brilliant career. Had it not been for his accidental meeting with Zitha Rodriguez, and his sudden impulse to tell somebody, anybody who would not be suspicious and could understand what he was talking about, he would not be reading these lines. We wish the good professor were here now to see his profound revelations finally made public. It may be too late to save everything, but perhaps there is still time to do something for ourselves and our world in his memory. If so, then his sacrifice will not have been in vain. A non-profit foundation has been set up under the Centro International Delaware Estudios A Spatiales AC, EPDO. Postal No. 92-047, CP08500, Mexico DF, Mexico in memory of Professor R.N. Hernandez. The purpose of this foundation is to advance the study of UFO phenomena worldwide, and to continually inform the public on such events as they are reported, to foster the publication of valid books on extraterrestrial contacts and related phenomena, and to maintain a continuous exhibit of the Hernandez material, his diary, contact notes and other writings on this extremely interesting case and others like it, and to advance public interest in such matters. Let us take our hats off to one very brave and courageous man and to observe a moment of silence in his honor. Voluntary contributions may be sent to CIDE above. Appendix I Andromeda ships. While we have no photographs of the extraterrestrial spacecraft from Andromeda, we do have descriptions and sketches, some of which we are reproducing here in this report. Professor Hernandez describes LYA's ship as about 3 meters diameter at first, and revised at the 5 meters diameter after being up close to and inside of it. It is circular in shape and convex on top, like a lens. It is a wide transparent, or at least transparent from one direction, dome on top. There is a radiant band of some different kind of material in the flange of the disc immediately surrounding the cupola on top. The rest of the metal-looking flange has a finish that looks very much like brushed stainless steel with a kind of shimmering effect. The whole thing does reflect light like metal. The craft is completely surrounded by a violet-shaded halo, corona, or glow, and it all radiates heat. The colored halo distorts all images seen through it. The halo flows around the ship and blends then with a rotating turbulence noticed underneath the craft, and a greenish light radiated from the center underneath the ship and downward. Hernandez was told that the green light was a part of the anti-gravitic field generated by the craft, and was a result of energy conversion in the field. A formula having no meaning to the analysts was jotted on the sketch. We reproduce here both the professor's sketch and our erected line drawing made from the same descriptions, notes and sketches. Lacking a photograph of any of the Andromedan ships for presentation here, we shall go to our files and look for something similar. Appendix I The Star. Aboard her spacecraft, LYA brought up an image of a star field on a viewing screen to show Professor Hernandez where she was from. He tried to remind the various brighter points of light and the relative position of what LYA said was her home sun system with respect to the rest of the stars seen in that star field. She said her home sun was a part of what we call Beta Andromeda. Beta Andromeda is apparently the central body of a group of stars within the Andromeda constellation which are gravitationally associated with each other and are moving in space together. LYA has said that that group is moving toward our local system at this time and is closing on us so that in sufficient time we may even be neighbors for a while. This, she says, is one of the reasons for their interest in us. Other space-traveling races in that same group of stars have indicated similar interests. The position of LYA's home planet Extraterrestrial, as seen and pointed out on the viewing screen, is not the position of the Andromeda galaxy, M31, also seen on our star charts as a dim cloud of stars in the opposite side of the Andromeda constellation. The Andromeda galaxy was not even shown in the star field seen in the viewing screen on board LYA's ship. It has been noted before, in other UFO contact cases as well, that by the time a given ET civilization makes contact with us, they have learned our languages, studied our sciences and technologies, and have become familiar with our written form and documented knowledge. They usually are, or become, quite familiar with our astronomical sciences and how far we have progressed in mapping and studying our local universe. Thus they become quite familiar with our published star charts and our groupings of stars for identification. See also a similar case evidencing thorough familiarity with our astronomical knowledge and UFO contact from reticulum. If we connect certain stars with lines to help us identify them, they, the ETs, sometimes use the same kind of lines for the same reason, to help us identify the stars indicated. A similar star chart was shown one of the contactees in UFO abduction AT-2. Thus we see Cassiopeia in the same viewing screen star field to help confirm the stars in Andromeda, and we see Extraterrestrial opposite Beta Andromeda from Cassiopeia, in a section of dim stars. We do not think LYA's home sun is even visible to us from here, nor would ours be visible from there. We shall first present, here, the simple star chart drawn by the professor from what he observed from aboard LYA's spacecraft. Then we will present the same area of sky from a conventional astronomical star chart for comparison, carrying a translation of the professor's comments forward to the star chart clipping. Next we will offer a photograph of that part of the heavens with the selected field of stars shown, probably much as they were seen in the viewing screen aboard the ship, except the constellation lines had been added. Following that we will offer a comparative table of stars seen in the Andromeda constellation according to Burnham's 3-volume astronomical reference guide. This will show us distance, magnitude of brightness, mass, class of star, etc., for comparison. Our sun is a G-class star. This may not allow us to see LYA's home sun, but it will show us exactly where it is in our sky. Andromeda. The extraterrestrials visiting Professor Hernandez in Mexico have told him that they are from a galaxy we call Andromeda. In UFO contact reporting, we frequently find a confusion between the two words, galaxy and constellation, when we translate the contact notes from one language to another at non-scientific lay level. As these kinds of extraterrestrial communications are usually intended for a specific person or group, we have noticed that the ETs usually use the vernacular familiar to the contactee they are communicating with. Scientifically speaking, there is a great difference between the two, yet we have both a constellation Andromeda and an Andromeda galaxy, and the Andromeda galaxy is a dim star cloud in the constellation Andromeda on our star charts. The constellation is labeled Andromeda and the galaxy is identified by a number, thus a quick reference to our star charts can lead to confusion, especially to a layperson. We have taken the star chart brought up on the viewing screen aboard LYA's ship to show the professor where she was from, and we immediately see that the reference chart is of the constellation Andromeda, because we can identify the other stars shown Hernandez with the stars in the constellation Andromeda, in our own Milky Way galaxy. The Andromeda galaxy is not one of the prominent stars in the display, and it is clear that the star group is not in the Andromeda galaxy, because they fit stars in our galaxy, and they are clearly associated with the constellation Cassiopeia as a guide to help find them, which is also in our own galaxy. Thus the ET planet must be in our own galaxy as well, and this would make more sense since it would only be 400 light-years distant versus 800,000 light-years for the Andromeda galaxy. Also, LYA's group has mentioned working with Pleiades on some projects, and the Pleiades are in the same direction and the same part of the heavens as the constellation Andromeda, with only the constellation Triangulum between them. Thus the two constellations are virtual neighbors in our own galaxy. We may therefore safely conclude that, since the ET woman contacting the professor in Mexico is using our names from our star charts, she is making reference to the constellation Andromeda in our own galaxy rather than the Andromeda galaxy itself, which shows up on most of our star maps as M3L or NGC 224. M3L is actually on the opposite side of the dotted line in the professor's star map from the position he has indicated for Extraterrestrial. Analysis. A detailed analysis of the Andromedan stars in our star catalogs is quite revealing. The first things we note is that the bright stars in Cassiopeia are all at great variance in distance from us. They could not belong to the same local systems, because of their wide separation in space, Gamma Cassiopeia being 7 times as distant at 652.7 light-years than Beta at only 46.64 Li, but they are the brightest star pattern most easily identified by a layman in that part of the sky. Thus we may assume that they are only guide stars. 1. However, 18 Cassiopeia Alpha is the only one identified by a name, Shader, and this is significant because that one star in Cassiopeia at 163.2 Li distance may actually be a part of the family of stars in Andromeda that, together with other significant stars, make up a local group. All figures are taken from the Atlas of the Heavens, Atlas Coeli 1950.0 of the Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences, Vols. IN 2. By Anna and Begver. LYA's statement that her home sun was a part of Beta Andromeda may have been meant as a visual guide for the professor, because she drew a visible line from that body to the location of her home planet Extraterrestrial. Examining the tables of stars, we find Almake, 57 Andromeda, another star specifically named on LYA's chart, is exactly the same distance from us at 163.2 Li as Shader, and that 27 and 36 Andromeda are likewise at the same distance and may be traveling together. 24, 41, 51 and 58 Andromeda, and 82 Pisces are close, within 20 Li, and may also be a part of the same local star group. When we look at the stars in the vicinity of the position indicated by LYA for Extraterrestrial, we do find one star and only one star that is an almost exact fit, and that one is identified as 83 Pisces, also known as Tau Pisces, which is exactly in our local star group of interest at 163.2 Li distance. Thus it appears that (1 Tau Pisces is either the local sun or the central body of the parent sun system for the atmospheric planet Extraterrestrial. Of the many hundreds of stars visible in constellation Andromeda up to 7th magnitude, just over 65 have been catalogued in this standard reference work, and of those only 10 are in the local vicinity of our target star and seem to be traveling in the same direction with it. Is this then the system moving toward us within which LYA's home planet is located? Other stars which seem to be associated with this group are seen in adjacent constellation star space, which is separated only by an arbitrary invisible line delineated by our astronomers for convenience. These few additional stars will also be listed in our chart. Only a very small number of these stars are actually identified on the accompanying star chart. Taking the professor's star chart first, copied from the star field Leo brought up on an image screen in her ship, we see a line from Beta Andromeda to Extraterrestrial. If we project that line to Cassiopeia, it arrives at a point near the middle star in the W, near Lambda 27, Cassiopeia. Now, taking the chart from the Atlas Coeli, which is a slightly different projection, if we begin at that same point in Cassiopeia and project a line through Beta Andromeda, we find that it extends to Tau Pisces, an exact fit into the rest of the description we now have for LYA's home planet Extraterrestrial. Could this be a mere coincidence? Is it a happenstance selection that just worked out by accident? Did the professor contrive this? If so, why did he not select Almake in Andromeda, which is also an ideal fit in the story, and which actually is an Andromeda constellation on our star charts, instead of Tau Pisces, which is in another constellation that only projects up into Andromeda? The professor actually did not seem to be very well informed on astronomy. We are inclined to believe that the professor was not aware of all that we have offered here, and that he contrived nothing of this description, thus it stands with its alleged source relatively undisputed. Appendix 3. How I came to write this report. This unique amazing report has come into being by a rather unusual series of circumstances. Zitha Rodriguez did not set out to write a book about UFOs at all, although she was interested in the subject. She did not know Professor Hernandez, either professionally or personally before this, and her meeting with him was quite accidental or was it? She was working on another project not related to UFOs at all when she encountered Professor Hernandez for the first time. Even then she had no idea that he would become the subject of her investigation on one of the most profound UFO contactee cases in Mexico. Zitha Rodriguez had never heard of Wendelle Stevens, and had no reason to take interest in him, if she had, until Richard Hayden, with whom she had been corresponding in Spanish, mentioned that Stevens had been involved in investigating a UFO case in Switzerland that had some similarities to the one she had mentioned to him as occurring in Mexico. Hayden contacted Stevens to advise him of Zitha and her case, and furnished Stevens an address in Mexico City. Stevens wrote Zitha an introductory letter, and received a well-thought-out reply from Zitha. Zitha's reply laid some groundwork for what was to follow in weeks to come, and so as to give the reader the same feelings of discovery of a new and very profound UFO contactee case, we have decided to include the bulk of that initial report to Stevens here for your examination. The letter was straightforward, frank and honest, as the lady describes her own involvement in this Hernandez case and how that came about. All subsequent communications have been just as straightforward and direct. We gladly share this communication with you. Centro International de Estudios Espaciales Pound SAC Apartado Postal No. 92-047 CP 08500. Mexico, DF 29D Diciembre 1987. Wendelle C. Stevens Douglas, Arizona. Douglas, Arizona, USA. Dear Wendelle, I must in the first place thank you for all the attention you have given to Professor Hernandez and his history. To me it seems that it could well merit a book in dissemination due to the message contained. I suggest that it mentions that it treats of the experiences of University Professor Hernandez, who from the beginning refused to publicize, because he feared for his children who work for the government of Mexico. They still do, such that he did not desire to bring this before the public. I have read once and another time the translation so exact and so well done on your part that the least I can do is congratulate you for the work you have done. The professor one time had suggested to me the title Contact from Andromeda, but in reality, we later thought about it and decided not to say anything about the title. On this, if you publish a book or part of one, I can tell you that there has only now been published, if the form of a synopsis, one article of 3 pages titled EOBID on OVNI. There were 4 or 5 pages, but they only published 3 due to a question of space. I worked for the magazine Occulto in 1979, where it was published. In our numerous conversations, the professor and I, we decided that the title was precisely that, EOBID on OVNI, but to him it seemed that we should give emphasis to the greatest importance, which was the message of LYA. Concerning the material that you propose to publish, I am in agreement. In 1978 and 1979 I directed the magazine OVNI. I began to have in my hands a great volume of testimony of UFO sightings. Still today, I have treatments also with other contactees who have had long discussions with beings from the planet Mu of the Met system, but this is the other history I have told you of. Well, at the same time I was directing the magazine I was writing a book on earthquakes. A friend told me of a person in the Instituto Nacional de Energía Nuclear, one Professor Carlos Grafe, who was an expert in seismology, and that I should go and see him. I decided to interview him as suggested but never was able to see him. One day, in final desperation, I gave my card to the secretary, on which I appeared as director of the magazine OVNI, and looked around for somebody to help me. When I came back I passed by Professor Hernandez. Immediately the professor showed interest in what I was doing and how was my work. He had an important charge at the institute and was a high executive of the university. He traveled constantly to all the symposiums on nuclear energy held around the world. I entered his office the first time without knowing exactly what it was that was going to happen. He looked at me firmly like he wanted to know the deepest of my thoughts. He invited me to sit down and began to question me, as if I were being interviewed by him. He asked me if I was also dedicated to the investigation, or only to writing about UFOs. I said, both. He asked me if I knew any person who had seen OVNIs, UFOs, and I said yes. He wanted to know if I knew anybody who had affirmed having traveled in an OVNI, and I said yes. There was a prolonged silence. And then he said, "Do you believe in OVNIs?" "I have never seen even one," I answered, "but yes, I believe the ones who affirm having seen one, and even those who say they know extraterrestrial beings." "But you never have seen one, isn't that correct?" he asked. I answered, "Yes." He took out a cigarette and lit it. He stood up, walked around the desk, and then striking his fist on the desk, he made a surprising confession. I have traveled in a ship, and have been friendly with a woman, who says she comes from the star system that we call Andromeda. I at first did not believe it, said the professor, not all of it. After a brief chat, because he had many occupations, he gave me an appointment for a week later, and we talked some more. Moreover, he told me he had been keeping a diary, and he gave me part of it to read. I asked about the possibility of my writing this up, and he told me that would be impossible. Who would think that anybody was going to believe such a thing? Nevertheless, against his wishes, I took some notes and began to write a report, a little on what he told me, saying more on what he had written, and a little from the contagion of his enthusiasm that flooded out on narrating his experiences with LYA. If you don't tell anyone, he told me once, my psyche overflows and loses the balance between reality and fiction. I myself do not know what is happening to me. When the professor saw the first part that I had written, like the part I sent to you, he wept, simply cried, not of cowardice, not in fear, but of emotion, of joy, of happiness. Because finally someone had caught on to his idea and his experience. He had told nobody of this, but sometimes he had insinuated to his friends the possibility of the existence of this woman in the life of another. A fictitious friend. But many would not believe it. For this he cried this day. Finally he gave me many pages from which I extracted the most important things. The majority of these were picked up by his wife. I regretted having to give them up, but I had already copied many things, which was also why I gave them to her then. Lamentably, the wife of the professor, read the copies which I had delivered to her. She succeeded in having the professor sent to a psychiatric sanatorium by order of José López Portillo. I believe that she was jealous, that she did not believe that there was any extraterrestrial woman, but a terrestrial one, and nothing would satisfy her but to subject him to this treatment. One day he called me from Chihuahua, though he did not know exactly where he was, and told me that it was necessary and even imperative that the account be published. Hugo Stiglitz took the manuscript as he wanted to film it in 1987, but then his house burned down. I don't think it had any connection with the manuscript, because I had submitted it to the publishing houses in Mexico who did not have the money to publish it, and nothing happened to either of them. I have looked incessantly for the professor, putting much time in announcements that said, LYA Liga Delaware Extria. Urge communication with Zitha. It was very important and only he would understand, but I never received any reply. I last saw the professor in 1981. I have come to think that he might have been carried to the planet of LYA, or else he continues living in a psychiatric institution because they considered that he had gone crazy and was telling lies. To me it always seemed that he was a well-balanced man. His house in Tecamacalco, Mexico, was sold in 1982 and the new owner does not know of the professor. I have a photo, separately, which is the only one that has a possible image of LYA. He had taken several but LYA appeared in none of them. In the first of them, however, one can see a human form of some kind of energy that seems to be there, as if it were a luminous phantasm. I am sending it to you, but please take care of it since I have no other, and it is possibly the only proof that I have, though the experts reject it saying that such is no convincing proof. I am also sending you the part where the professor met Thomas Haskins in Chicago, though I do not have his address. Tom was having contacts with a man from Andromeda. The professor was very worried about the threat that LYA had told him of concerning humanity, and was profoundly impacted by the existence of life on other planets, in other star systems. He was fascinated by his encounters with this ET woman, such that when he met Tom, he was disillusioned profoundly, because he said that Tom had taken his contact so lightly as merely an act of circumstance. And to the professor, the arrival of LYA had been too transcendental, too important. He had said that he did not want his name on the report, but I suggest that at least his initials and his second surname could be used, if you agree. I worried much about the professor at first. I placed announcements in several periodicals, including UFO Report, now defunct, in 1979, asking if anyone knew the words Extria or LYA. I placed an announcement in the Fortean Times of England in 1980, and received a letter in which I was told that in the book UFO Prophecy, was the name Extria as a planet of a planetary system. I obtained the book in 1983, and there I actually saw that it spoke of beings who live on the planet mentioned. Can you imagine, Wendell, how I felt? Nevertheless the book did not speak of Andromeda nor of LYA. Richard sent several books last year, and I sent him what I knew of a very interesting contactee named Enric Mercado, who remained aboard an extraterrestrial spaceship for 28 hours. Today various ET races are beginning to arrive as Lee predicted. In this respect I have enclosed an article on something that is occurring in Miyokwi, on the border with the United States, in which is mentioned same little men only 10 centimeters tall, with an amphibious appearance, who have 3 fingers on each hand similar to those of frogs, an anterior nose, teeth like a fish and a crease in place of a mouth. This is the first indication. Well, I hope that this year will bring to the fullness of reality your most treasured desires, much success and good health. Sincerely, /S/Zitha Rodriguez. Zitha Rodriguez Montiel. End letter. Appendix 4. Article published. You have read in Appendix 3 that Zitha Rodriguez was the author of the first article published on the R.N. Hernandez UFO contact case, a 3-page synopsis titled EOVI and on OVNI, which she regretted doing because she found it impossible to do justice to this case in one article. That account, with title changed to Zmigos Extraterrestrials, was published in Occulto, January 1980, a magazine on unusual phenomena published in Mexico. In the accompanying letter, Zitha said she wrote the article on the 4th of November 1979 when she was working for that magazine. What should have been a 4 to 5 page account was edited down to the 3 pages published for lack of space, and much narrative was lost. But perhaps we should preface this presentation with a little more explanation. When Professor R.N. Hernandez, a pseudonym, first met LYA, she told him her name was Aliens, and that she was not from this Earth, but came from a world in Andromeda, a planet which she called Extraterrestrial. Hernandez jokingly said he would call her LYA for the Princess and Galaxy Wars, a science fiction feature in Mexico. And he used this name for her ever since. Before seeing her spaceship and meeting others of her race of human beings very much like us, from her group, Professor Hernandez asked for some proof that she was from beyond Earth, as she claimed. She then did something that made his gold watch undergo an impossible change. The steel cogwheels and parts inside the watch were converted into formless white metal inside the watch case while the gold parts remained entirely intact. This completely defied the ordinary laws of physics as we understand them. Gold melts at a far lower temperature than steel and is much softer and more malleable. Another time, Professor Hernandez took a color photograph of LYA that, upon being developed, revealed nothing but a possible energy field where the image of LYA should have been. During this time, Professor Hernandez was the director of INN, the Instituto Nacional de Energía Nuclear, there in Mexico. Summing up of his thoughts in the beginning of these contact, from page 275, today, Saturday, after having gone to see my friend Carlos, while drinking a cup, LYA, the extraterrestrial woman, started a telepathic conversation with me, and gave me an order. I must meet with her on the road to Toluca, around 10 o'clock that night. Her friends wanted to meet me. I felt like a condemned going to trial. Ultimately I did not feel altogether well with reference to my nervous system. Possibly LYA detected my state of mind and added, "Today you will have a singular experience that no other terrestrial has lived, but you will need to get control of yourself. You have almost done it already." I looked at my watch. It was 2010. I still had time. I thought at that moment of refusing I could have done it, I affirmed to myself, with the energy within me, but I did not do it. On some pretext I took my departure from my friend a short time later, and drove my car straight to the Paco de la Reforma, where I took the road to Lomas of Chapultepec, turning the wheel in the direction indicated. Again the torment appeared in my mind. Something, an instinct, had gained control with the help of the being more powerful than myself. I resisted going, but no external self had nevertheless decided to accede to that strange appointment. I wanted to say no, but my lips only pronounced yes. Yes. By the road to the Desierto de los Leones, I had the sensation that I was approaching the place. Then I no longer had control of my auto. It was advancing by itself. A feeling of terror overcame me. Now as I remember, I can compare it to that sensation felt by those who have been captured. Again that voice in my brain ordering me to calm my emotions. The auto had left the highway and was advancing over a bumpy field road. I noticed then that there were few houses until they were before I was surrounded by them, and they were becoming ever more distant. Around 21:45 the car stopped. I looked around me. All was darkness. I turned on the interior light of the vehicle and left the headlights on to illuminate the road. All was thick darkness. I took out a cigarette and activated the car lighter. I inhaled the smoke deeply and sat there, smoking to calm myself little by little. The minutes seemed to pass like centuries. Finally, more or less like 10 at night, I saw that someone was approaching from behind the car. It was her. I opened the door, took her by the hand and got out. We walked straight toward a small hill that was like 2 kilometers from that place. I went the whole way taken by the hand. Anybody would have thought we were lovers or something like that. To one side of that hill we stopped. Suddenly, before my eyes, a spaceship, bigger than the first, was materializing, slowly, before my surprised eyes that refused to believe what they were seeing. Once the ship appeared complete, 2 men of friendly face came out and looked candidly at me. I recognized one of them. Yes, I had seen him in Sanborns with LYA. They both introduced themselves and then they invited me to go up into the ship. Once inside, I could see that this one was almost identical, with some differences, from the first one I had seen. Also, this one had a decontamination zone, for debacterialization as they called it. Once I had changed my clothes, LYA informed me that I must pay attention to all that I would see, since that night was going to be the only one like it for me. We all took seats and the ship began the flight. During the departure they explained to me that we were flying over the United States toward Alaska, to the northeast of Canada. Below, I could see clearly, despite the darkness of the night, the valley of the Yukon. The south a chain of volcanic rocks whose peaks rose to more than 6,000 meters elevation, covered with snow. The ship stopped suspended in the air at more or less 3,000 meters altitude exactly to the south of Kodiak and the inland sea, above the Pacific Ocean. I was informed that many miles from there, a submarine was prepared to carry out its atomic exercises, and that it was equipped with depth charges, but that night, it possibly had to be removed from that place and suspend its exercises because the Royal Air Force, utilizing a bomber, would detonate an artifact in that place. I saw that the radar viewing screen aboard the spaceship captured the position of the submarine, and though it was going away now at high velocity, it appeared in the viewing screen and I could see that it belonged to the United States. The 2 friends of LYA had located the exact place in which they were going to carry out a very important nuclear exercise. The bomb they were going to detonate had atomic force superior to that which up to this time had been tested. The extraterrestrial ship performed some reconnaissance turns advancing to above the site selected. I was surprised. For a moment I feared that the Mexican radars would detect us and then could kill us. Yet that did not happen. LYA reminded me that they were using their negativizer light in frequency. Around midnight 2 bombers of the Air Force appeared in the sky. At that moment I believed that those were the last minutes of my life. One of those fighter bombers released its deadly cargo. At the moment that my friends focused the screen on the place where they had released that lethal heavy artifact, precisely on the site, I heard a whistle in the distance and then the motors of the aircraft could be heard becoming ever more distant. This is, scarcely illuminated by the weak reflection of the stars, shock and a great noise drowned out the turbulence of those cold waters, and could be heard for miles around. Our ship advanced slowly toward the place in an act that I considered suicide. But LYA calmed me. At that moment, a great din could be heard. Upon looking at LYA in an expectant attitude, she explained, "It is the liberation of the atoms." At 2,000 meters of altitude, the 2 men, who during this whole time had not lost a single detail of what had occurred, deployed and began to activate an enormous suction device. LYA explained, "We must aspirate all of the atomic potency before it disperses over the surface. In this manner we can eliminate the maximum of terrestrial contamination." I don't know how long this operation lasted, but it seemed to me that it could have been carried on for almost an hour. I believe that I understood that they also used an atomic neutralizer. At the end of this operation, the ship rose ever higher until it came almost to the Van Allen belt. It stopped before passing the space barrier, and activated a system of aperture. We went out beyond the belt and then the same ship utilized a system with which they closed the entrance point. This, said LYA, was to prevent release of the atmosphere so necessary for terrestrial life. Thousands of kilometers beyond, we released the lethal cargo already neutralized. Once they had completed this maneuver, the men in LYA looked at me. They were breathing laboriously, but not for the pressure of space, nor for lack of atmosphere, since the ship was equipped with a special atmospheric generator, but for the importance of those key moments for human survival. I felt better, possibly because I knew that I was protected by people such as these. Upon return to Earth they explained that they had been doing the same since the nuclear experiments began on this planet. When we descended, precisely in the place in which the extraterrestrial appointment began, my nerves gave way and I began to cry like a child. LYA said it was logical, that many feelings had been found to emerge that night. My tears continued as I looked at my watch. It had stopped at 12:30 that night. LYA helped me get to car. I got in it. The moon slowly appeared from behind the dark clouds and illuminated the field. I looked up at the sky but could not see the ship. I started the vehicle and turned, leaving the place and headed for the Nevado de Toluca. In the morning, the caretakers of the park found me at the foot of the mountain. The sun was rising in the east when I first saw them. I was being observed by 4 curious eyes peering at me through the windshield. They looked surprised. Then I opened the car window and heard them asking me if I felt all right. With a whisper I said yes, that I was all right. Surely they thought that I had caned their drunk and that I had fallen asleep because it was impossible for me to return. I didn't tell them anything. Only stayed at the motor and left there straight for Mexico City. I arrived at my house around 7 in the morning of that Sunday, which seemed to me the most marvelous of my life. I went to bed to rest, my wife having already awakened. It was obvious, I must say, that she was visibly irritated, but I did not have the necessary valor to explain that experience, which I have probably been the only mortal to have lived. To get the complete book, use some few dollars to buy the e-book on this case and others from the esteemed Wendelle Stevens, and go to his site on less than http://www.ufophotoarchives.com/greater than, and read how to buy this book.